I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours. if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Hello Gamescom, hallo Köln, seid ihr gut drauf? Herzlich willkommen zu den Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals hier live auf der Gamescom 2023. Mein Name ist Melli und wie ihr seht, ich bin nicht alleine auf dieser wundervollen Bühne. Ich bin hier mit dem fantastischen Dan Falcone.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals. Hello Gamescom!
Yeah.
Good enough, good enough. My name is Falcone. This is the wonderful Melee, and we are going to be sharing the stage on this very exciting day.
Ja, wir sind hier in Halle 7, der berühmten Eventhalle. Und es ist mir eine absolute Ehre, hier dieses Wochenende für euch da zu sein. Und uns erwartet ein großartiger Tag mit großartigen Spielen nach einer wahnsinnsaufregenden Season. Und nun ist es Zeit für die Finals.
We have had such an exciting season so far, but this is it. This is where it all ends, and we have 6 excited teams ready to compete to be the champion.
6 Teams werden sich dieses Wochenende nicht nur den Kampf um die meiste Prestige, um den Prizepool oder natürlich auch die Ehre, den Titel mit nach Hause nehmen zu dürfen, begeben, sondern es geht natürlich auch um die Teilnahme bei den Brawl Stars World Finals.
But they are not just competing for prize money. They are not just competing for the prestige of the championship. They are competing for their chance to compete in the Brawl Stars World Finals later this year. But Melly, I think we've wasted just about enough time, don't you?
Absolutely. Und Leute, seid ihr bereit für den großartigen Tag heute? Dann würde ich sagen, without further ado, let's get this party started.
Every season brings something new to the table, and this time was no exception. 8 teams entered the stage, but only 4 made it to the SPS Challenge Finals at Gamescom. So, let's take a closer look at who they are and how they got here. At the very top, we have ANR, who can easily be described as the shining stars of the competition. Throughout 4 weeks, they only lost 1 game against SK Gaming, and even if at times they struggled, they clearly established themselves as one of the favorites to win in Cologne.
Patrząc się na cały sezon, jak poszedł gładko i łatwo dla nas, więc nie ma takich rzeczy, którymi mamy się martwić.
Next to them, we have Zeta Division, a team that needs no introduction. The European squad upheld the traditions and showed us a great performance, having an almost perfect win streak if it wasn't for ANR, who 3-0'd them during week 3. Nevertheless, a 6-1 record shows great promise ahead of the finals.
I think we had a great season overall. We had some very good matches and we managed to win almost all of them, except from the ANR match. So we look forward to facing them again here at the LAN event in Gamescom, and I hope we can beat them and get our revenge against them.
Our third contender is none other than SK Gaming, a true powerhouse in the EU MENA region. Despite being a bit dimmed recently and having to face 2 losses during week 2, SK prevailed and managed to secure a spot with a 5-2 record, with the help of their new addition in the form of OPA.
We took this league from the beginning really seriously because we know how important it was. And I think we performed pretty good, except the 2 matches we lost, right? That 2 losses. But beside that, the rest was pretty good. We struggled, we won in the last sets a few times, but I'm happy with our performance in this league.
Last, but certainly not least, we have Foot Esports, whose road to the finals was a true nail-biter. It wasn't clear till the very last second who would claim the 4th spot, but SK's win over Humble and Foot's 3-2 thriller against Navi finally granted them access, but only by the skin of their teeth.
Start of the season, we definitely started weak. We didn't grasp the meta really good. We didn't show how we can play really good. And after our 3rd loss, we thought ourselves, guys, this is important. This is potentially for Worlds, which is actually happening now. We got to bring it up. We got to step about. We grinded everything. We won every game afterwards. And the last game against Navi was the decider, and we won that as well. And the goals for finals are obviously to qualify for Worlds and win the whole final together.
And there you have it. 4 teams ready to battle for the top spot. But if the challenge season was any indication, the competition will definitely be fierce. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series live from Gamescom. It is time for our challenge season finals here. We'll be competing all weekend long. It's going to be a fantastic show. I'm super excited to get into all of the action. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'll be your host for the weekend. Obviously, huge shout out to Ark for that epic guitar performance to open up the entire show. And Sunny and Trav here kicking off the desk with us. Are you excited to be at Gamescom?
Excited is an understatement. Honestly, I'm honored to be alongside this guy, and then also Ark. We've seen him on stage right now doing a fantastic job, as always, not only at the casting desk, also on the guitar. Well, I'm here as well. I hope I do my best. I will do my best,
Yes,
but
of
I hope
course.
it's enough for you at home, everybody watching, and here from Gamescom Live as well. We have the audience in the background. It's amazing to hear and feel the energy that those people are bringing.
Yeah.
Sadly, I can't play guitar. I don't have any hidden talents to show you guys, but hopefully I'll be able to give you some of the best commentary you've heard over this weekend, and we'll see who's going to be taking the big portion of the cash and taking those Brawl Stars Championship points.
Yeah, it's a very important weekend for some of these teams. Lots on the line. Before we start talking about all of that, obviously, if you guys are just here for the first time, this is not the first big moment we've had throughout the entire year of Snapdragon Pro Series action. If you want to keep up to date with everything that we've got going on, make sure you're following along on all of our social media channels. That way you won't miss a single second of it, whether that's on X, on Instagram, or on Facebook. Follow us along on there so you don't miss a single update, as well as our Discord, okay? I've been talking to you guys about this the entire challenge season. Discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. You can hang out with our community, talk all things Brawl Stars, and get even more updates on what's going on throughout the year. So make sure you do that as well. But this is a big tournament. Obviously, this is our challenge season finals. And if you guys are new here and you have no idea what I'm talking about, before we get into all of the action, let's take a look at a little bit of a format video explainer so you can understand how it all works.
Get ready for another thrilling mobile gaming tournament of the year, the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 3, featuring the explosive action of European and MENA Brawl Stars teams. Over the course of 2 adrenaline-fueled days, the best teams will battle it out for supremacy and a lion's share of the prize pool. The 4 best teams of the Challenger season will kick it off in the round-robin format. Each team will face off against one another in the best of 3 matches, demonstrating their skills across different game modes and maps from where only the best 3 will advance to the playoffs. On the second day, the stakes get even higher, as the remaining teams will battle it out in a double elimination bracket, where the winner of the upper bracket will sit still and comfortably await their lower bracket rival. Each team will face off against one another in the best of 3 sets, demonstrating their skills across different game modes on up to 5 maps, from where only the best 3 will advance to the playoffs, with a 1-0 advantage on the side of the upper bracket winner. But it's not just about the glory, nor the BSC points. The Snapdragon Pro Series Season 3 Challenge Finals boasts a jaw-dropping prize pool of nearly $40,000 US. So mark your calendars and get ready to experience the thrill of Brawl Stars at its finest.
All right, talk about an epic breakdown. That has all of the information you could possibly need to understand how both today and tomorrow are going to work here in our tournament. So hopefully that covered every question that you could have possibly had. Now, we have to talk about how our teams got here, okay? In case everybody missed the entire challenge season, I don't really know how. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, see how our squads qualified to compete here this weekend, Sunny.
Well, we have Zeta Division and MENA are both leading the leaderboard. They only lost to one match each, to one team each, and both of those teams are playing here today. Zeta Division lost to ANR and ANR lost to SK Gaming. So it's interesting to see those matchups for certain. Looking at the leaderboards from the BSC now, Zeta Division is here today, as for Esports is as well, SK Gaming and ANR. They all have the chance to get at least 40 points. If they win it all, 100 points. So that will be on top of it all. Reply Totem here on the second spot, Humble here on top as well. They're not here today.
Yeah, and Trav, this is something we were talking about in the green room before the show started, right? There is the possibility for some of these standings to be shaken up a little bit based off of the performances some of these teams have.
I mean, even 6th place ANR, who are here today, can jump all the way up to 3rd with a brilliant performance, and obviously with they're praying at the downfall on FUT Esports as well, because they've got to come 4th place for ANR to even have a chance of qualifying, and they've got to win that as well. So it's going to be a tough road for them, but for SK and FUT, there's more than enough chance to get to the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Yeah, so like we said, there's storylines we're going to be following along with, because some of these teams, well, all of the teams down there at the bottom half want to get that 3rd spot. It is just those top 3 that make their way through. That 3rd position is going to be very coveted. It's going to be a tough competition along the way. Now we're going to do a quick revamp of the prize pool as well, so you can understand the breakdown of what each spot at the end of the weekend can take home. We saw in that explainer video almost $40,000 US on the line here. Here's the breakdown of what happens with each position, Sunny.
Well, the first spot is going to take home $20,000 and 100 points towards the BSC. $10,000, $6,000 and $3,000 also for the runner-ups. So definitely something you're playing for, not only for honor and glory, of course, to play at the Gamescom Live in front of such a huge audience, but also for some cash.
Yeah, I mean, we've got loads of people here, and that's something that we talk about as well, Trav, when it comes to these competitions. They've been doing this online for the majority of the challenge season. Now they have to be here on stage in front of thousands of people, not to mention the people watching at home on the stream. This is a lot of added pressure for some of these squads.
Definitely so. And I mean, to be honest, some of the teams, SK Gaming, a couple of members of FUT Esports, they've done it before. They've done it loads of times. But there's people on A&R who haven't even come to an event before, and that's a little bit worrying for them, especially with the hindrance that they've already got, obviously having one of their players not being able to show up to Cologne. So it's definitely going to be a bit difficult for a couple of our teams, but I think a couple of them are probably going to have those nerves on lock.
All right, well, now that you guys know how it all works, we've got the prize pool on the line. You know who is going to be competing, as well as who could potentially get some BSC points and kind of shake up those rankings for this region, make their way through to Worlds, which is obviously on everybody's minds, wanting to secure that final spot. Let's talk about what to expect. You guys saw in the format explainer that today is a little bit different than tomorrow. Okay, we have that round robin format when it comes today, which means all of our teams going to be playing multiple times, facing off against every single other squad, so that they can then get seeded into that bracket, so we understand where they will fall when it comes to our gameplay tomorrow. We will take a look at that schedule, and so we know who is going to be playing first, or if you guys have any team favorites at home that you want to be keeping your eyes on, so you know when they're going to be playing, who they're going to be going up against. You can know what to expect when it comes to that. Now, obviously, we tried to break it down so that it's a little bit spread out. Everybody gets a little bit of a break between their matches here, Trav, but we're kicking things off with A&R versus Zeta.
I mean, it's a great match to start things off, let's be honest. The 1 and 2 seeds from the challenge season only lost one game each, and that is definitely a big achievement in itself. After that, we've got SK versus FUT, then A&R versus FUT after that. So then we come back with the Zeta versus SK, A&R versus SK, and then day 6, we finish things off with an absolute banger as well, Zeta versus FUT.
You know, and this is another thing to talk about, Sunny. When we take a look at the schedule, yeah, they're getting breaks between their matches, but this is a lot of Brawl to play in a single day. That endurance that these players need in order to be successful from match 1 all the way down to match 6. That's kind of a new experience for some of these teams.
I definitely know that they did get those reps in the last few weeks. I saw some of the scrim schedules of those teams. They have been scrimming hours and hours every single day to prepare for this exact moment. So I think our teams are prepared. We are as well. I hope you're at home as well. I'm excited.
Yeah, we have loads of action in store today, so make sure you mark all the times down for when you want to be watching. All right, it's time to start talking about our matches, though. You saw on the schedule, all right, match number 1, A&R versus Zeta Division. Let's talk about this matchup here a little bit, because like you said, Trav, this could kick the day off with quite an impressive matchup.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, A&R were the team who defeated Zeta Division quite convincingly in that last day of the challenge season. So they definitely have a bit of confidence coming into this one, but they've had a few issues. You know, Nob could not make it here from Romania, so they've had to bring KC out, which I definitely think he's a good addition. He's a great player, incredible mechanics, great aggression, which exactly mirrors what we'd have seen from Nob. But at the same time, the synergy is definitely going to have taken a hit, and it's going to be very, very difficult to take down the top dogs of the region twice in a row.
Definitely the top dogs here. Zeta Division takes the first seed within the EMEA region, so it's definitely a tough opponent that A&R has to face here right away, especially when you're not playing with your original roster. A&R needs to win this whole tournament, and FUT needs to place 4th in order for them to still get on 3rd spot within the BSC.
Yeah, there's lots of different potential scenarios for which teams can kind of end up in 3rd, and then how the other teams need to finish in order to benefit them or potentially hinder them. So this could be a very important match to kick off the day for A&R. When we're talking about these teams here, though, you mentioned how we've got some roster changes coming into this event. That could be a massive swap. Let's talk about the rosters in general, though, for these two teams, Trav.
I mean, they've just got Zeta Division to start things off, obviously. They just have that solidified roster month in, month out throughout this year. They've been winning, I think it was 4 monthly finals throughout the year out of 6. That is massive in a region as competitive as the European region is. So they've definitely got to be a little bit worried about that one for the side of ANR because of how good they are just week in, week out. But at the same time, they haven't really had the most experience. Yes, they did a right at Worlds last year, but still, they need some more, I think.
All right, well, it is time to start watching these matches. Our teams are about to get themselves ready on stage. Let's kick it on over to our stage host to get this thing going.
Vielen Dank an den großartigen Analystentisch, den wir hier vor Ort haben. Nochmal einen großen Applaus auch an unsere Talents da drüben. Jawohl, und es ist fast serviert. Das erste Match wartet auf euch, liebe Leute. Und deswegen unter einem tosenden Applaus eurerseits begrüßt auf der Bühne ANR.
The Snapdragon Challenge Finals is ANR!
Und nun ist es an der Zeit, die würdigen Gegner von ANR vorzustellen. Unter einem tosenden Applaus eurerseits Zeta Division.
And their opponents coming to take them on in the first match of the day here at Gamescom. It's Zeta Division.
Then I'm very much looking forward to this match. Ich freue mich wahnsinnig auf die Begegnung, die jetzt hier gleich stattfinden wird.
It is going to be one to remember. The teams are getting ready, and I believe we're going to go back to the desk.
Genau so sieht's aus. Also, die Teams werden sich jetzt vorbereiten hier auf der Bühne und dann werden wir auch schon reinspringen. Aber jetzt geht's erstmal zurück zu unseren Castern.
Thank you very much, Falcone and Melly. We are now back over here and the stage is set for the first game of the day. ANR versus Zeta Division. It's going to be an absolute beauty, Sonny.
It's going to be one of the best matches we have today. Maybe. Let's see. We're going to be surprised in later on during the day. ANR versus Zeta Division, the 2 top seeds in this one only lost to 1 team each.
Yeah, they really are both the top teams of the region, or I should say they usually are. You know, we do see, as I mentioned on earlier on, KC has slid into this roster, and you've just seen with the walk-ons there, it kind of brings them down a peg, I feel. You know, they took down Zeta Division 3-0 in the last day of the challenge season, and now they're here with a different roster, maybe some mentality issues, confidence might be lacking, and I feel like that might be a bit of an issue against a team as solidified as Zeta.
Yeah, at the same time, they did also face in the March monthly finals, where Zeta Division did take it 3-1 in the end. It was the grand finals, the only chance for ANR to win one of the monthly finals. They definitely want revenge for that, and as we said before, ANR needs to win this whole thing in order for them to still get that direct Worlds spot. Foot also has to lose it all. The 4th place, by the way, I know you know, Trev, but maybe the people at home don't. The 4th spot isn't going to play tomorrow. The first 3 are going to play in the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, well, day 2 will be an absolute banger. We'll see who comes out on top with those BSC points, the World's Final slot, and a big chunk of cash along with it as well. It's going to be exciting. But through today, got a bit of a round robin. Everybody's going to play everybody, see where they stack up, see what seeds they're going to be slotting into when we go through to tomorrow. But as they're on the stage, getting their devices ready, we are going to be just talking a little bit about what we kind of expect. I'm going to ask for predictions, Sonny. I know you kind of dislike when I talk about predictions because I'm always right. But I'm going to ask you anyway.
That's not true ever, but okay, it's okay. This one is a really tough one. I have watched some of the scrims in the last few weeks. ANR does have to play with KC instead of Nob. KC is a very good player, but at the same time the team chemistry isn't built up as much yet, so I have to give this one to Zeta Division. I'm gonna say this one is a 3-1.
Yeah, the thing is as well, you kind of got to question, Casey might bring a little bit more LAN experience to the roster, to be honest with you. You know, he played in 2020 at the top level, played for Code Magic through the first few months, and that March 2020 monthly final, he got some experience. That's very early on Brawl Stars. That kind of shows how long he's been playing at the top level. And I think, you know, even though they might have this this kind of lack of synergy, which I have said before, and I think that will affect them, and therefore Zeta will win, I think they'll still be able to put up a very, very good fight.
Yeah, you bring up a very good point here. Mebius is actually the only player within this whole tournament that has never played in a LAN event. OP had a single one. It was a very small one, but we let that one count. So yeah, ANR might have a bit of a disadvantage in that regard. Let's see how nervous they will be on the stage.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's all about kind of controlling your nerves in a circumstance like this. We've seen how big the crowd is. There's a lot of people watching, and even when it's just you're on the stage and there's no crowd, it's quite scary. But when there's so many people sitting in front of you and you've never done it before, and you're against a team who's got a few reps in at these live events and played at the top level for a couple of years now in Zeta Division, it is quite scary, and especially when you're not playing with that normal roster. I've got a feel for ANR, and I do wish they could have fielded the roster and showed us what they've got once more, because they'll have needed everything they have to be able to take this world spot.
They really do. So let's see how well they're going to do, Trev. I gave you my vote. What are your predictions for this one?
I think anybody who says that ANR are going to win probably don't have a lot going on, because I think Zeta are going to be able to take this one quite convincingly. I really do hope ANR put up a big fight, and I think they will be able to in terms of mechanics, but Zeta, we know how good they are at playing together. We know how incredibly mechanically skilled they are, and I think they're probably just going to wipe the floor with this one.
Mechanically skilled are both of those teams, so, and I do feel like nervosity is going to play a big role, especially on the side of ANR, at the start of the games. As soon as you get into your game, as soon as you get back into what you're doing day in, day out anyways, playing Brawl Stars, it's going to be a lot easier for ANR to focus again on their individual gameplay, on the callouts, and as you said, KC is bringing some more LAN experience here. Well, we're gonna wait now just for the teams to start the drafts here. First map is gonna be Ring of Fire. The balance changes have just recently been happening to the game. Do you feel like we see some new brawlers coming in here?
I mean, I've seen a few teams screwing Rosa on Ring of Fire. I haven't really been able to keep up with that much, but to be honest, I think it's a very solid brawler. You know, obviously with that supercharge that it's going to have now, that's the big thing about Rosa. You get the super, you're able to stay in the middle, you're able to aggress, just eat so much damage, soak it all up and move on. And I think that's such a big thing in Hot Zone. If you can stay in the middle, obviously you get in the percentage, but if you can go aggressive, especially on a map like Ring of Fire, claim their bush, then you're in a great spot.
And on this certain map, Rosa has been matched her before. We've seen her placing her growing light bushes on the map and just hiding a Piper inside of it. Maybe we see some of those comps coming back, would be lovely to see. But let's see what those two teams are going to show us in a few minutes. Now they're ready. That's Mebius, by the way. First time we're also seeing his face, nice to see. And he doesn't seem too nervous.
Yeah, that's the thing. You say it's the first time we've seen his face. I feel like that kind of puts a few nerves to his name instantly, to be honest with you. But at the end of the day, you know, another thing to talk about as well, coaches. Inso, he's looking for his three-peat. He's won both of the Snapdragon Pro Series Europe and MENA finals so far with Reply Totem. Reply Totem aren't here. That's another thing we need to address as well. They've been the champions twice, and they won Masters, and then they haven't shown up for Season 3, or at least they did show up and didn't succeed. But Inso going to be looking for his three-peat now, and maybe he just knows something that we don't know. The drafts are kind of going on as well. We see him on the side things, but we should be getting into game shortly.
We already have to ban Zero M's. Cordelius and Bonnie are going to be banned out on this side. Ring of Fire. Interesting to see that Bonnie is going to be banned out here. Cordelius still very good in the match. And not on every single map. I do believe his best modes are still Brawl Ball and Hot Zone. The bans on the side of Zeta Division. They're banning a lot of aggression here, a lot of assassins here with Murtis and Buzz. Then also the Squeak, obviously one of the best brawlers on the map simply because of his residue gadget.
I'm not sure if I'm losing it, but I think maybe those were the picks. I think maybe those might have been the picks, and we might be getting into game shortly, but I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that.
If we missed out on the whole draft, you're right.
We'll see if that's how it does play out, but we should be getting into game shortly for you guys. We'll keep you updated as things go on, and if anything changes, but at the moment, we'll just be having to wait for this game to start and see and speculate some more about who's going to be coming out on top of this one, because, you know, we've seen so much from both of these teams. Possibly with A&R's normal roster, you could argue top 2 team in the region, I think, the current state, but at the moment that's not really what we're going to be seeing, I'm sure. But hopefully we'll be getting into games soon and see if A&R are able to keep up with Zeta Division, or if it's just going to be a bit of a stomp.
I hope it's not a stomp. I hope there's some points on the side of A&R as well. I said 3-1. What did you say? 3-0 for Zeta Division?
I think 3-0 to Zeta, but honestly, I hope not. You know, I think that, but I hope not in reality, because I really do hope that A&R put up more of a fight. Because I think they've got what it takes to be able to win an event like this. You know, even with the substitution, anything can happen at an event when the nerves hit. You can take down the best of teams and you can really make a bit of an impact on the region.
And honestly, this whole challenge season was marked by the fact that we almost had not a single 3-0 sweep. There were just a few ones. The rest of the team was pretty close throughout all of the teams, and those ones are the best 4. So I definitely hope for some close games here. They're all playing on Samsung tablets, by the way. Also a bit of a change to what they're used to, but obviously very good devices. And we're about to see how well they're doing. The brawlers have changed a bit. I got already excited to see Mortis and Boz on the side of Zeta Division, but now we have the final draft here. Crouch 2 and Terra is going to be banned out by NR, picking Bonnie Lou and Mr. P. What an annoying comp here from the side of ANR.
Yeah, that is very, very annoying, and I think this is the kind of thing they had to go with, to be honest with you. Just annoy Zeta, continuously kind of wear them down until they manage to pull out a win. Here we go into the game now, finally. Rama's going to be playing this Lou down the mid. Casey, the Mr. P down the right side, and Mebius going to be taking on Naui down the left.
We're going to have a B in mid on Garo. Noe's going to be on Squeak, and Ross is making the last pick here for Zeta Division on the right-hand side. Winning his lane against KC. He's falling. Rama's one-shot as well. Mebius fallen. And there's the T-wipe for Zeta Division already here, catching up on those percentages. 20-0 already.
Yeah, well, it's a great, great start from Zeta. A slow goes up from Rama as well. Going to follow up with a 3k there. Clean up shop. Meow over the right-hand side, dominating 2. And a power-up's just there. It's waiting now for the third member of Zeta to come up and start playing once more. Has his power-up now. Has the residue through the mid. The Gadget coming out of Gero there as well. And we're seeing a bit of a flank coming down the left-hand side. Does get beaten down quite quickly, though. Meow surviving on a little bit longer still. Rama's going to fall yet again. Could not avoid that supply drop. Casey low. And this is Zeta domination.
Those supply drops on the B is going to hurt ANR a lot. So far, they haven't had a single toe in the zone. Still 0% here. Casey's falling here. Mebius again. And we have another team wide coming in from Zeta Division. Finally, a loose super is down. Rama needs to cycle it. Maybe they have the possibility here to come back into the game. Definitely need to push up. And now only 10% left for Zeta Division. It's going to be a close one if ANR can make it into the zone. Looks not like it. 1-0, and it looks like Trevor's right here. Zeta Division looks like they're about to stomp ANR.
I mean, you've got to question if something's going on, you know, if ANR have kind of got a bit of an issue in terms of the team, because I don't think the draft's bad. I really don't actually mind it that much, but Zeta Division have walked over them. And, you know, even with the synergy issues, even with all the issues in the world, you don't expect to get 100 0'd on the first game. Head's got to be kept up there for ANR, sorry, and they've just got to come back strong. But this Bonnie matchup in the mid against the B, he's slow, he's not really going to be moving. Gadget popped, and already doing better.
ANR losing the first game, now trying to switch up things here, switching the lanes. Mebius in mid now, Rama on the left-hand side, trying to collect some percentages already with the lead here, but now Noe gets the takedown there. Mebius is falling, KC as well. Zeta Division again with mid control this time around. ANR needs to push up a bit more aggressively though, all together if possible. If Rama's not falling again, maybe they have an opportunity to come back into this game, but again, it's a Zeta Division completely controlling the mid here. Supply drops coming down, even the loose super can't hold them off for long enough for ANR to come back in.
Yeah, even Stevens so far though, and actually it's ANR who take the lead regardless of that kind of mid-game Zeta control. Now he's going to be slowing onto this mid though, whilst Gero's still respawning. Maybe he's going to get hit by that super. Not going to be slowed down, so clearly using chain reaction there. And we can see in that B gadget fly around yet again and get some beautiful shots onto Mebius. Rama's low, trying to make his move down this left-hand side. Might successfully be able to do it, but oh, the gadget of dreams from Gero. He picks up 2, and Casey's the only one that remains. Zeta in an absolute dream of a spot.
Again, ANR trying to push up here. They need to get a takedown at least to the B that has the supply drop already. Garo going down there. That's the opportunity for ANR to come back in here. Meow is falling in here as well. Mebius getting the clutch kill there, and they're finally catching up again. Edu Super still in the zone. Noe does get the takedown here, but Zeta Division is still pushed back to their own bushes. We need full control from ANR here, but it doesn't look like they're gonna get it here. Zeta Division again with the mid control, with the zone control.
I mean, at least we've seen some signs of life from ANR in this game. It gives me hope for future sets, but at this point, I think Zeta Division are going to wrap this one up. Ring of Fire should be going their way. Slow comes down, Mebius falls. Casey and Rama accept defeat, and Zeta Division, now actually, they're going to be taking the first set.
Zeta Division therefore already runs away with the first point. 1-0 up in sets. And it's a best of 5, so if they win another 2, this is going to be the sweep that Trev predicted. Maybe it is the nervosity that plays a huge role here from the side of ANR. We're not used to seeing them struggling like this.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they're able to come back, bring things back. ANR, they're going to need to dig deep. They're going to need to be playing perfectly from this point on, because dropping the first set, an event where nerves are going to be high and you're against the Titans of the region, is not going to be a good spot for them to be in. But in the second game, we saw something. It gave me hope that ANR are going to be able to make something special happen.
It looked like they come back a tiny bit, and that's what I was talking about. The nervosity whenever you play in front of a huge crowd is going to be the worst in the first few games. After that, you get into what you're doing every single day anyways, and you can rely on your skill in the game that ANR has proved time and time again. The next map is going to be Kaboom Canyon. Again, a map that maybe we could see Rosa simply because of that mid-control, but I think Shelly still would be the better option here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's got to be. Even after that nerf that we saw from Shelly, you know, we've taken from very fast to just fast. I still think it's got some bit of a leg in Brawl Stars at the moment. You know, it's still very solid. It was definitely a bit of an overrated nerf as far as the community goes, in that opinion. Still very, very solid. But we do see quite a lot of long-range brawls, and if the grass gets burned down, if we see some long range, then Shelly might suffer just that little bit more than it would have in the past.
Might be the case here. I'm eager to see the draft from those two teams this time around. For now, we're just gonna have a look at this beautiful, beautiful stage that we sadly see from backstage, but it's very cool to be here. We hear the crowd in the back. It's really exciting, and again, you can feel it really, the energy that's going throughout this hall.
Yes, you can. Well, hopefully ANR are going to be able to pick some of that energy up and bring things back, because that first set was not very convincing. 0% in the first game and only about 50 in the second. Not the best signs of life from them, but I still have faith. Zeta Division, though, they're going to be sitting in a very, very comfortable spot at the moment. Mentality good. The draft was very solid as well, and I like what they're kind of bringing to the table. In my eyes, the favorites of the whole event, favorites of the region, and at the moment, maybe even favorites of any event in the world.
And Zeta Division are also the ones that don't care about the outcome of this tournament, really. Of course, it does differ regarding the prize money, but for them, any outcome is going to be a good one because they're already qualified for World Finals, as to FUT Esports, SK Gaming, and also ANR has to win or at least make the finals to still qualify.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, nobody's going to say no to 20 grand, are they? So I'm sure they'll want me to fight for that win. We'll hopefully see some more extremely good gameplay from Zeta Division, and they continue to fight for that first place once more. And obviously, at the same time, it's the last showing they're really going to be able to provide before the World Finals, because they're already qualified. Then we're not going to be seeing them in the LCQ, so they need to put on a bit of a good show for their opponents that are going to be waiting for them there as well, because we know that this team wants to scare their opponents, and it's a big, big thing being scared of your opponents in Brawl Stars. Kaboom Canyon, we're going to be starting the draft here, then Tara, Squeak, and Bell are going to be banned out from ANR. Zeta Division, we're going to be seeing the Crow, Brock, and Bonnie ban. Colette as a first pick, I do kind of like that.
With a lot of damage output banned by Zeta Division, so Colette definitely is a good pick-up here. They have a lot of damage output with her. No control so far, but we're only early in the draft. I do feel like, you mentioned it, Zeta Division now playing here as well is going to be a great LAN experience. Once again, they also haven't been playing in Japan. ANR was invited there to watch, so they at least attended the event. But yeah, for Zeta Division, this is going to be the last chance to train some LAN events before World Finals. Carl is going to be the pickup here for Zeta Division now on the other side. They also want to pick up some damage here as first. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like Boz or Sam now on the side of ANR just to counter this pick.
Yeah, it makes sense as well, considering that Colette's already on their side. It can't be picked against them. You can see that Amber coming down from Zeta Division. I mean, it has some damage, right? It's not the biggest. Once your oil's kind of burned out, then you're not going to be able to do too much at the moment there. So we'll see if that's going to be a solid pick. I think, you know, breaking down the bushes, leaving Colette out in the open might be a good shout. But you got to question if they're going to follow up with some range. Obviously, having the last pick, if A&R now take a couple of tanks, then I imagine they will just go for some more range, something like a B.
Could be B would be an option here. Piper I could see here as well, simply because of the knockback and also the auto-aim gadget and also the Ember that doesn't have too much health points. Let's see. They're going to go with the Neve for now. Right-hand side is going to be covered by this pick already. You want something to be able to take this lane on as quickly as possible. From Zeta Division, this is going to be Carl. And then we see a bit of an unusual pick here coming in from A&R. Meg is going to be their last pick. We didn't see her in a while.
Yeah, no, I don't know if it's just me though, but I have been seeing Meg pop up in a few scrims. And honestly, I don't know why, because I don't really like her, to be honest with you. But what do I know? I'm just a caster. We'll see if A&R manage to make it pay off here. But to be honest, they do need to take risks. Risks are going to be a big thing for them at the moment. Taking Zeta by surprise will be a big kind of grace for them. Now Lola going to be the last pick from Zeta Division. I like that. Gives them that bit of damage that you wanted to see. And along with the aggression of Carl and, you know, Amber burning down some of these bushes, I think they've got a good chance.
Also seeing that A&R doesn't really have any ranged brawlers with a very long range. Lola is going to be the best pickup here for Zeta Division for mid. Just a lot of damage output from all three brawlers from the side of Zeta Division now. And also good against the Meg, of course, for the same exact reasons. We're going to start into this second set. Zeta Division took the first one. Maybe A&R is getting their revenge already in this one.
We can dream for a close game, but Zeta Division going to be coming in and wanting to add to their lead. Instant flying hook to the mid by Gero, I like that, giving them some control early on, forcing Mebius out. And Meow now just taking this right side, obviously using auto-aim, as you do with Amber. No judgment here. Rama going to be getting sliced up by Gero. Beautiful performance from him. Casey's low, but still alive and fighting.
Here's Novi still getting the first damage percentages onto save of A&R. Here's very small lead for Zeta Division here. Rama trying to go in aggressively, trying to get the takedown onto Noe as to use the gadget here to stay alive. Garrett coming in here, getting the takedown onto KC. Noe's falling as well here. Rama is a 2, and there we have the Carlin save on the bottom. Meg is going to be at the top, both of them doing some good damage for the teams.
Gero's an absolute madman, got a double kill, still got another one as well, putting Rama back in spawn once more. Burn down from that little gadget that Meow placed with his oil. Casey's quite low now, flying hook straight back to the mid once more by Gero, but that is his last. Won't be seeing much more aggression from him unless it's coming from his super. Meow just trying to slot straight back down this right-hand side. Surely going to be using that gear that's going to be slowing down, the mythic gear. Maybe it's going to get the swipe away on him, but the burn down from Meow should be able to trade this one out. The shield might just keep him alive. Does burn down with a little help from Gero. He's going to be falling.
Gero again pushing up. He has another super and Carl first. Rama is going to do some more damage onto save of Zeta Division. Still not enough to take over the lead here, though, as Gero again is unsafe. Mebius can't really defend him in his small mech form. Finally managing to get the takedown, but it's not going to be enough to stop the force of Zeta Division. Finally, some sort of mid-control from A&R, but Zeta Division coming back right away.
I mean, now he doesn't want to die. He's just taken 3 of them on simultaneously and survived it. Lived to fight another day. Going to be getting some damage as well from Gero. Here's the super, not going to be running push it back, so he stays in that spin. Gets another shot off on save as well. Burn down damage comes through from Amber, and the follow-ups do from Zeta too. That's got to be done as Meow finishes it off, and Zeta Division move one more up.
Similar result as in Hot Zone. A&R managed to get in some great plays, managed to get down those save percentages a tiny little bit, but it wasn't enough to beat Zeta Division. They're just 1v3ing each of them.
It really was beautiful from Navi, I will say, on that Lola there. Just stayed alive versus 3 of them shooting him at the same time. Ego and freeze frame obviously going to help out a lot at that point, but gorgeous shot there from Gero as well. Slicing through both of them and getting them low at the start of the game. Mebius trying to push into this bush now. Gero does get scouted out, but KC taking some heavy fire too. The spin already from Gero, and someone stop this man.
Rama now trying to get those, confirm those kills. Gero and Meow both staying alive there on the right-hand side. Very low, but still with mid-control. Zeta Division just playing for control now. They do have a lot of damage output. They just need to collapse a single time and to save Muse now on the left-hand side, trying to get rid of Noe. Noe just doesn't want to go down. Again, another Shadow. Again, some percentages on save. Muse has to heal up there. And it doesn't look like A&R even gets out of spawn in this one.
I mean, with Amber Oil on the left and the mythic gear activated as well, that's going to be very solid to stop them down there if he just doesn't burn it at all. Gero obviously got this spin now as well, has that flying hook towards the safe, but with the swiping, KC and Rama all defending, there's not really much he can do, and there's not much he needs to do. 5%'s already been dealt, they have the lead and a solid grasp on mid.
Gero with another super, deciding to not go for it for now, as they do have full mid control. Novi again with another shadow, trying to stay alive there on the left-hand side. That's finally a push coming in here from Rama on the right-hand side. Meow is one shot. Gero sees his opportunity, gets to take down to Rama. KC, Mebius, both one shot. Gero gets two. Mebius is also falling. KC the last man standing. And again, Zeta Division back with mid control. It's only Noe, but that might still be enough.
Well, I mean, it was worth the try from Gero to go aggressive, but now they're being punished for it. He's trying to make his solo highlight reel, I think, but the gotcha's going to be there from Rama, gets some heals back, and now we see a bit of A&R movement. Burn down doesn't actually hit KC there, a little bit unusual. Maybe this is going to fall. He's going to have to shoot through all of these, but no ammo remains, and he might actually go down to them, as that burn down from the pets is going to be dealing a lot. Gero's got another super, but no flying hook. KC's in a bit of danger now. Super was placed down, didn't even get that down. Maybe should have stayed there and just tried for the trade, but it is A&R in the lead.
Colette super onto save, and that's the 10% that A&R needed. They do have the lead here, another super, and the lead is even extended now. Mebius finally getting out of the huge mech form, but Zeta Division kind of collapsing right now. A&R just getting in more and more damage. Zeta Division needs to push up now. They need control. 15 seconds left on the clock. Noe trying to get onto safe, another shadows placed down. Meow is coming on the left-hand side with some Ember Flames as well. Is it gonna be enough though? 6 seconds left on the clock, and it is not. A&R is going to take away this game.
Yeah, well played from A&R there to come back from that kind of locked-in spawn that Zeta had them in. It was really good positioning for them. But at the same time, A&R looking very solid in those late stages, just keeping control, keeping them back, and just pushing them all the way back to the spawn. This is the life we wanted to see from A&R. We knew there was something going on, and now they're showing us what it was.
Now the question is this the point in the game where A&R realizes, hey, we've beaten them before, we could manage to do it again here live on stage at the Gamescom. Let's see if this was the point where they seek their revenge. Gero dropping really low here, his teammate already falling, Noe and him the only two left standing. Much better start from A&R here.
Yeah, now he's just trying to stay alive. Did get his super there as well. Rama's not going to get burnt down from that. Actually did get burnt, stay away, but some damage on safe. Casey's still there as well, but this car matchup isn't going to be the best for him. Free stream and ego down the left-hand side there, and Casey tries to get out, but doesn't get very far.
Great shots coming in from Rama now as well. He does have super already. If he manages to push up here, he will do some damage to safe here any second. Gero with the super here as well, trying to push up on the right-hand side. So far, Zeta Division is back in the back foot here, A&R in the lead.
Yeah, well, Rama now being pushed back. Through comes Gero as well, gets a slice onto him, brings him low. 5% is all that's been dealt from Zeta Division so far. We see about 27 coming out of A&R, so they are in the lead, but not the best position now. Gero with a spin, we know anything can happen with this flying hook forwards. Mebius, though, still playing defensive. Rama doing the same as well. We know if that Colette gets towards super, that's going to be 10-12% guaranteed. But if they're locked in their spawn, there's not much you can do. Flying hook to the left, trying to open up a bit of space now, and KC goes low. Beautiful beams from Naui coming in. Gero with this spin still as well, but he gets pinched down. Nice super from Merama. Maybe could have just done it with a shot and would have got the healing from the gotcha gadget as well, but they've relieved the pressure, and there's only a minute on the clock.
Well played by A&R there. They still are in the lead. Zeta Division so far, no real opportunity to go into save. Only wreaking the potential of their comp, of their damage output comp. Now we're pushing up on the left-hand side. Raman trying to same for his team on the right-hand side. Can he take down onto Meow there? Oh, gotcha there, a bit too late.
Yeah, it was a questionable play from KC to jump down the mid and kind of sacrifice some of that control, but they're keeping it well now. Spin up from Gero, but he's going to need to face someone. Maybe KC can defend him, but he's low as well. Doesn't choose to heal, and now the lead might switch. Big battle in the mid as well. Meow auto aims towards the pet, though. Mebius survives, and he's in his mech as well. Gero's getting defended perfectly by KC. He's got his jump if he wants to finish it as well, and now A&R back in the lead.
Gero does manage to get some damage. Percentage is onto safe again. It's 63 to 63. Finally, some damage coming in from Zeta Division. They take this set. They take the game and making this one a 2-0 lead for them. Well played from both of those teams, but in the end, Zeta Division prevails again.
I mean, that was make or break. for both of them at this point. You know, we saw it's either Zeta move up to 2 or it's 1-1. A&R couldn't quite pull it back. It was so close. Casey was defending well. All he needed was his teammates to get the damage up top, and he could have just stayed in that defensive position, not let him kind of peek round, and if he got him low, the jump was even still there to be able to finish it too.
It would have been, but in the end, it just wasn't enough from A&R. They really tried to win this one, but it just wasn't it for now. As I said, they already managed to win against them before, sweeping them 3-0 even, so maybe at least this set is showing us that they still have it and they might be able to take a set from them. The next one is going to be double swoosh. Maybe that's the map that A&R is winning against Zeta Division.
I mean, to be fair, I thought they were going to be able to win that set. They looked in a great position towards the late game, 2 of them pushing up, the defense on lock by KC. I thought it was going to be that one, but sadly for A&R, it just wasn't. Zeta Division stayed calm, they stayed composed, and managed to bring the set back, making it 2 now, and that's a difficult position for anybody to come back from against any team. Never mind A&R with a sub against Zeta.
Definitely going to be a tough one here for A&R right away, starting with one of the strongest team, if not the strongest in our region and in this tournament right here. Zeta Division does have some long experience, so do KC and Rama. Of course, Mebius, I hope he's over his nervosity by now. I didn't really see, like, he didn't stand out, at least to me, as being especially nervous here, but maybe, yeah, they just needed some time to wake up here, maybe.
I mean, they all looked fine in that set, to be honest. Like, I don't think anybody played bad. I don't think anybody made any mistakes that were that big. I just think that they're against a fierce opponent, and if you're not on your perfect game, playing better than you ever have done before, you're not going to be able to bring back a win if some of those nerves hit as well. So A&R really need to switch on now, because 3 in a row, it's a tall order, but it is possible, especially with the players that they've got on their side. But Zeta Division still looking calm, still looking composed, and so just waiting and watching over the draft.
We also had some questions behind the mech pay coming in from A&R for this one. It didn't work out, so the question mark still remains. Maybe that just wasn't the pick and they need a better draft for the next one coming up now. Let's see, Zeta Division maybe gets this one 3-0 already. Would be a great start to the tournament for them here. A&R might be able to make it a bit closer here. As we said, challenge season was all in the sign of close matchups, not really a lot of sweeps. So let's continue this path. At least I hope so. It's just nicer.
Yeah, much nicer. But should be getting on with the draft soon, and it is going to be double swoosh. So we'll still says Kaboom Canyoneer, but we've got the Shelly rocking, and the Grey comes along with it as well for A&R. Not sure if this is the draft, but we'll see if it is shortly. I imagine it probably will be actually the Squeak and the Maisie coming out of Zeta Division here.
Very interesting comps here. We still have the Shelly. We do have a Grey. Love to see that. We're waiting for the last picks to be drafted. Now, Squeak is going to be an annoyance, especially with his residue gadget. He can easily close off the right-hand side lane or even play mid. Maisie, of course, is going to be very strong against any tanks that A&R could still have looked at for their last pick. So definitely something for everything on the side of Zeta Division here. Jesse coming in now, probably going to be the mid here. Maisie playing on the left-hand side, being perfectly balanced to play against whatever A&R can pick here, really. That was an amazing draft by Zeta Division.
Yeah, I like the Zeta draft. Sometimes I question Jesse, but at the same time, then it just proves me wrong. You know, like, I question Jesse coming into it, and then it absolutely pops off. Turret in a good place established, and you can't really push it out. Amber going to be brought in as well. And I'm not sure about this A&R draft, to be honest with you. I'm feeling quite Zeta-sided.
I do like the Walking Cane against the Jesse turret, though. I do like the Ember Flames as well. They're going to be able to burn those bushes on the lane that is a tiny bit harder to play in double swoosh. Always the right-hand side that is going to be a bit more in trouble with the Shelly as well. I don't know how good she still is. Of course, she's still kind of fast. Not very fast anymore, but fast. So let's see how well she's going to do against brawlers that aren't considered tanky.
Perfect description, and it actually is. That's the thing. It sounds so sketchy saying it's just fast instead of very fast, but that is how it's described. So, I mean, still very solid, but will it be able to keep up with the game still? Zeta Division to start off with a good shot there against Rama. No residue placed just yet by Meow, but the bounce is coming through, and Rama might fall to that shot, just evades it. But KC already low, and it's actually the Squeak coming in the mid instead of the Jesse.
That's a very interesting switch to see here. Novi completely clearing out his right-hand side lane. KC falling, Mebius trying to do the same on the left-hand side, just leaving his lane in the end, but Rama clears it out for him. Mebius gets a takedown onto Meow. All of the gems, all of the sudden on the side of A&R. Rama tries, I don't know who he tried to hook there, honestly.
Yeah, a little bit questionable, but now he's going to burn down there, and the turret's not going to be able to 1v1. Well, actually, almost does, to be fair, but doesn't manage to 1v1 KC on the right. Some of the grass burned down as well, but to be honest, I don't think Jesse cares that much, right? Obviously, it prefers it because it's his side, and that's fine, but still got a bit of range. Meow's going to throw down another shot there as well, and that's going to be the residue, cutting off the mid portion of the map for Rama, especially when he scouted that right too. Oh!
That was a crucial walking cane here. They do get to take that onto Meow here. Rama is there to pick up the gems, 10 gems on the name of A&R. Countdown for them, 15 seconds for Zeta Division to clear him out. Still even a wrong TP there, but still not enough time for Zeta Division to come closer to him. Meow is gonna throw his last super. Rama just dodging it. That was well played by A&R.
I'm going to question the Shelly a little bit, but it did play beautifully. It was the difference maker and everything. Rama kind of just stayed there, waited for the Shelly to make a move. Shelly made the move, and it paid off for A&R. They do bring a game back, and this might be the spark that they needed to start this possibility of a reverse sweep. It's a long road, but we've got to have hope.
We do. A&R again taking a game, yet not a set, though. Interesting to see, yeah. How it says in the legend, but it's only a game so far they took here. Gera and Rama both in mid. And now Gera switching here. Maisie might be able to clutch a bit better than the Squeak. Meow now again clearing out KC on the right hand side, just coming back now. Another super hitting KC right away, but this right hand side seems to be a problem for A&R at the moment.
I don't think Zeta know what kind of lanes they want. We've seen quite a few switches, and the Brawl we kind of expected to be in the mid isn't actually in the mid at all. Rama picks up the right hand side though, and Gero's slotting down the mid now as well. Obviously going to be able to dash, so gives him a nice opportunity to get out, but that's a good walking cane back in from Rama. Preemptive dash didn't work. The burn down coming through, straight through mid, and KC plays that beautifully.
Rama hitting those crucial walking cane shots. KC getting the takedown there into Gero, trying to pick up the gems, probably not getting out of there with his life. Still, it is an opportunity for A&R to take over complete mid control. Mebius and Rama both still standing. Zeta Division just coming back now. No gems above their heads. There's still 4 lying on the top right hand side though.
Yeah, I was expecting Naui to kind of place this turret behind the wall, especially against KC there, when Rama's pushed back so heavily too, but the super does connect onto Rama. Chain reaction, so no slow. TP to the right side there, coming in. Good shot from Gero to find it. Dash, not even going to use his super, feeling confident with that one. Naui with the 3 shots, the follow-up and the takedown. Gems were on the floor, he got 4, but still need another 2.
Clay Pigeons might be able to save that one. Never mind, KC gets the kill. Naui just standing still for a second there. Gero with 3 gems. Meow with 1 makes 4 for Zeta Division, 8 for the side of A&R. Doesn't look too good for Zeta Division. It's not going to be a 3-0 sweep if A&R takes this one. Again, Rama with a good push up here. Some great hits onto Gero on the left-hand side with Shelly with super waiting in the burst spark. Slock coming in from Noe, slowing down Mebius there. Can't really push up at the moment, but still I do feel like A&R has full control at the moment.
I think they've got gems in the back as well on the side of Zeta Division here. I think 4 still lay in that top right-hand side corner, so they could start a countdown, but why get rid of the control when you're kind of playing this 50-50 at the moment? KC's going to get hit there as well. Now, Meow's now got this super. Going to go for the gems now to even out the count and stop the countdown. Probably the smart decision and actually take the lead. So the countdown starts for them. Gem spawns on their side, but the super's there to TP out from Rama. Beautiful stuff to avoid that, but KC's low, and it's still only 11-11.
It was a great play from Zeta Division, just hiding those 4 lost gems, making A&R feel like they're about to win this one, just giving them some safety. Another countdown here for A&R. There is going to be another gem spawning, but 1 is not going to be enough for Zeta Division. They do need to get a takedown onto Rama. Also, TPing is an option here for him. And this is going to be A&R taking their first set here. 2-1 for Zeta Division.
I mean, they played it really well, and even with the Zeta kind of disguising a few of those gems, obviously the players are going to know they're 4 still lying up top, but as spectators, we can't really see until it pans up. But at the end of the day, I mean, they played it well. They played it really well, and I kind of was questioning the draft a little bit, but at the same time, it's still pretty solid.
Definitely. Let's see if A&R can continue with this one and take the momentum into the next set. Pinball Dreams is going to be it. Or if Zeta Division can finally close this one out. Maybe it was the draft, maybe it was the uncertainty in Zeta Division's lane decision making. It just didn't seem like they really knew from the start how they want to play out this comp. They tried to switch things around. I did like the squeak in mid there. Jesse, actually, that usually is going to be played mid here, never play mid.
And they kind of had 3 possibilities of mid, to be fair, and the one that we expected kind of didn't slot in there at all. I did kind of question the Maisie a bit, but obviously if they get Walking Cane in, they can dash pretty much the same distance to get out, so it doesn't put them in as much jeopardy, at least, as the other 2 brawlers on the side of Zeta Division, but it obviously didn't pay off for them. And it wasn't the kind of... It didn't play out as they expected, clearly.
No, it didn't, but it might in the next one. Still, we do see some issues. Let's see how fast it is going to be cleared out. Any second, we're going to head into the draft again. Zeta Division doesn't look as happy as before, but to be honest, they always look just very, very focused.
I'm not sure I've ever seen any of them smile, to be honest with you, so I don't know what's feeling focused and what's not, to be honest, but obviously it's going to be pretty stone-faced when you're on the stage and you don't really want to give a lot away what's going on in your mind. You want to keep that straight face and stay in a good mindset, but we should be heading into the draft shortly. And see if A&R manage to get another decent draft and another set back to take it to 5, or if we'll see Zeta Division cut the possibility of a reverse sweep short.
I did like the Grey in mid here as well. I didn't really expect him to see anytime soon again. He didn't really get a nerf, but he's also not at the top of the meta anymore. You do still see him time from time, but that he works out so well, all thanks to Rama here, hitting every single Walking Cane apart from the one that might have been auto-aimed, happens. But yeah, great, definitely good pickup here. Shirley proved to still be one of the best brawlers here in game, even though her movement speed was lowered a tiny bit. And we're gonna head into Pinball Dreams now with Bonnie, Nita, Squeak, banned out by Zeta Division, Rosa, Crew, and Terra from the side of A&R.
Yeah, see that Stu first pick by A&R, I like that. Bit of aggression, and I think that kind of fits in well with what they got going on their team. You need to just kind of run at Zeta Division if you're going to stand a chance. B going to be the return pick from Zeta Division. It's already worked once in that Ring of Fire set. We'll see if it manages to work again. I do like the pick.
I do like that A&R is getting Terra out of the equation and picking up that Stu pick that they like to play, and play it so well. Terra, one of the best counters to it, simply because of the shadows. Let's see what Zeta Division will follow up with. For now, it's a B and a Spike, both very good damage dealers. No tanks incoming for A&R anytime soon. Once again, Zeta is really playing anti-tank in every single set now.
And you can't blame them for it either. It does give them a bit of a lifeline if A&R manage to grasp a few tanks and Zeta Division don't have the correct counters for them. And obviously at the same time, B and Spike, they're good against pretty much everything. So it's not like they're just only good against tanks and they're leaving themselves vulnerable. They're just very diverse, very good brawlers against the majority of opponents, which I do like from Zeta. They're always very calm and composed, but the Barley does come in, and that's a great pick.
I was about to say, Squeak is good against everything apart from maybe a Squeak that is banned out or any thrower. Barley definitely a good pickup here from the side of A&R. Throwers usually not that good in Brawl Ball, but with Barley you have the option of always taking the slowing down gadget to play against any aggression that Zeta Division could still come in with. Carl would be such an option, now picked up by A&R. Very good comp by them, I have to say. They're just lacking a bit of range, I feel like.
Yeah, I do like the A&R comp. I really did like that Barley when it came in. Obviously, Spike's going to struggle quite heavily against it, but still, they have a pick remaining, and that pick can counter a thrower probably quite nicely. Carl, I like the aggression that's going to be able to bring to the table. Flying hook forwards is obviously going to open up quite a few more goal opportunities and leave Zeta on edge that little bit more.
Grey is going to be the last pick up here for Zeta Division, already focused on this pick in the last round. Now coming in once again. As I said, I felt like he's not at the top of the meta anymore, but those two teams seem to disagree with me on that one, bringing him in not only on Jamgar but also here on Pinball Dreams. Might be able to open up some walls for his B, also for the Spike, of course. Definitely some more range from the side of Zeta Division. If they manage to open up this very closed-up map, it's going to be easier for them to score in the long run, especially the Barley is going to struggle.
We've got a question if he's just going to be rocking this grand piano then, because if you're bringing in a Walking Cane, it breaks walls in certain circumstances and if you hit it. But if you're running the grand piano, instant breaks, and that's probably not the worst decision to make, but we'll see what he does go for. He's going to be playing this right-hand side, and we're seeing a very left-sided comp from A&R until maybe it's managed to make this. But he is going to be using Walking Cane, and that's what I mean. If you miss, there's no wall break, and that's going to hurt.
Very true. Gera's hoping to hit that one, definitely. Rattle Hive coming in from nowhere, hitting up Mebius there. Very well. Rama now getting the takedown onto Gera, though, revenging his teammate right away, trying to push up now. As long as Barley still has some walls on the left-hand side, KC actually playing Herbal Tonic here. It's going to be easier for A&R to keep control like that.
Yeah, well, there goes a few more walls. Maybe it comes in, but the breakaway, the slowdown, but Rama gets the shot. Can Meow finish it? Gets a few through, but the life plant's not going to keep him alive. The slice from Carl brings him down before he can get the heals. And Zeta Division, what looked like a possible goal, very quickly turned around, back in some more A&R aggression.
Rama and Mebius just waiting for KC to bring the ball back up, trying to hold control as long as possible, as long as their teammates still coming out of spawn here. Great takedown onto Meow. Noe and Gera, the only one last standing to defend this one, but this is going to be a body block from Mebius. Rama just walking it in. Great play coming in from A&R. They did seem like they had control throughout most of this game. So far, we only played in the upper third.
Yeah, a little TP available now from Gero, which puts Casey at a bit of a risk, but with speeds only can tank one of those shots. There's the Rattle Hive getting the kill. Gero goes in, gets one, but Mebius comes for the revenge. Might have been able to get me out there, but a good backup there from Naui. And the pass-through might be able to lead to a goal, but obviously not going to be using that break. Speed zone's what he kind of chose to go for, I believe. And now Casey's going to answer to Meow and take him down there.
Roma picking up the ball again. A&R is not a team to corner the ball here, trying to push up again, trying to get a 2-0 in Brawl Ball in the first game at least. KC pushing up very aggressively against Meow now, doesn't get hit up a lot here. It does fall in the end. Noe pinching with his teammate. They did leave the ball there in the end on the left-hand side, but with 35 seconds only left on the clock, Zeta Division is gonna have a tough time to get it out of that corner.
Especially with Mebius winning that duel as well. Now Casey just kind of guarding the ball the best he can, because if they win this game, that reverse sweep is in reach against Zeta Division here. Super thrown down there by Meow. Not directly on top of Mebius, so giving him a bit of wiggle room to get out of there, but 15 seconds on the clock, I just don't think it's possible. Last call comes in as well. Pretty much covers the only pathway through, and Mebius just flying hook to the mid. Spin, just wasted a lot of their ammo, and I don't think there's any chance here. 5 seconds on the clock, and that's going to be the game. 2 A&R, and now Zeta are going to be scared.
A&R does manage to take the momentum from the one set. They won just the round before into this one here as well, taking away this very first game of Brawl Ball. And they do know they have what it takes to beat Zeta Division, beating them 3-0 in the challenge season. Now maybe that game or that set helped them remember this fact.
Yeah, well, I like kind of what they've got going on so far, but maybe it can make a difference if all 3 Walking Canes do manage to make a connection, because we did see a miss, and KC was thriving from those walls still being there. Rattle Hive's going to bring him down quickly, and this is where Zeta need to strike when there's no throw, when there's nobody stopping them. Mebius is going to fall low. Walking Cane going to miss again from Gero. No wall still going to be broken, and KC now just playing this defensive line and staying in the goal mouth.
Rattle Hive, honestly, to me, the best catch on the field right now. No, we're hitting every single one of those. Hitting a target, getting the takedown. 40 seconds into the game already. Zeta Division did manage to push up here quite aggressively. A lot better start for them than in the previous match.
Yeah, they did manage to get to that position now, but Gero's going to punish them for it. Super thrown down by Meow. That might be able to be a walk. Now he can't get it, but Meow's going to give him the ball. That should have surely been a goal, but Meow fumbles in the goal mouth.
I was surprised to see that they just don't do the same thing A&R did just before, body blocking, and then the spike picking up the ball there. But in the end, it wasn't happening. Zeta Division with a great goal opportunity here, not managing to put it in through the goal in the end. Now the opportunity for A&R to close this one up. 1-0 for them, and Zeta Division still without a single goal, despite the fact they did have a good goal opportunity.
Make a mistake, you're going to get punished, and Zeta learned that the hard way. KC's got this last call as well, should be able to push Gero all the way back, and I believe he might have just missed a Walking Cane in there as well onto KC, but the aggression coming in from Rama, Gassy heal on the way as well. Mebius might be better off just going for the ball here, because what can Meow do? Gets the slowdown rather than mythical gear. It's going to be able to slow them down just that little bit more too, but KC in a tough spot. Can blame nobody but himself, but Rama trying to get the ball. Maybe it's flying hook forward, can't find the path into the goal, and Zeta Division given a lifeline.
Zeta Division with the push-up now. 40 seconds left on the clock. Technically it is enough for them to still turn this thing around. Rama doing a great job on the right-hand side. Gero TPing out of that situation, still gets taken out by Mebius there in the end. Great control by A&R, still 24 seconds, and Meow, the last man standing for his team, decides to go for Rama at the moment. Rama dodging those shots, managing single-handedly to defend Meow from getting the ball out of the corner. Last chance for them here. Let's see.
Well, 8 seconds on the clock. Zeta need to make a move if they want to keep it in this set. Casey's going to go the TP forwards, but he can't get the shot off. A&R survive it, and we're seeing a set number 5.
Very good stuff here coming in from ANR. They managed to equalize the scoreline 2-2 now. And what did I talk about? Nervosity is going to go away after the first few rounds. ANR definitely proving that they're coming back even stronger now after losing and making it look like Zeta Division actually will sweep them today 3-0. The question is now, do they have what it takes to reverse sweep Zeta Division to take away the very first match we have here at the Gamescom?
I mean, this is it now. ANR have got all the momentum on their side. Zeta are surely going to be feeling a bit defeated now. 2-0 up, and now it's back to 2-2. And you can even argue ANR should have won the heist. They looked much better throughout that heist set than Zeta did. And now, you kind of got a question. Are they going to be able to do this?
Well, that's a huge question. I have an answer to it, Trev, in 20 minutes or so. So ask me then again.
I thought you were going to do a wild prediction, and I was like, oh, this is bold for Sunny standards.
I'm always trying to be on a careful side, but I'm going to make a bold statement. I'm going to say Zeta Division is coming back now because they have enough. They say no to ANR taking this first game. They did give them 2 sets in a row, but they feel like, nah, they're not have it. We're going to have the first seed for tomorrow.
Well, I went from 3-0 to Zeta to now full faith in ANR to be able to reverse sweep this one. Momentum on their side. They're going to be feeling good. They're getting the drafts right, and they're playing it beautifully. I feel like, you know, Zeta, they're just kind of stumbling a little bit here, and I feel like they didn't really have a solid answer to that barley. Yes, they had a few walking canes. A lot of them missed, and the wall break just wasn't there. And even if the wall break was, it might not even be enough wall break to deal with the barley anyway.
Honestly, Trev, I feel like your call was great. They should have went with Grand Piano, already having Gray on the team, but then with walking cane, not hitting every single shot is so crucial, and not enough against that barley on the side of ANR. They just played phenomenally overall. All 6 of those players, of course, showing us the best Brawl stars we can wish for here. The best 4 teams in the EMEA region are playing it out today. This is the very first match, and it's already starting off with such a banger. 2-2. It couldn't come any closer.
It's a big showing from ANR, even if they do lose. It's a great showing to be able to take the best team in the region to a set number 5 when, you know, SK and Foot are watching on in the wings. They felt probably quite confident against ANR coming into this one under the circumstances. And obviously it's these 3 teams fighting for that world spot. So ANR, if they manage to get first and Foot manage to come last, then it would be ANR going. They have a chance and they want to seize it. But the bans are in for Gold Arm Gulch, where we got like Gus, Tick and Gene from the side of ANR. Zeta Division going to get rid of the Bonnie, the Brock and the Squeak, and a Shelly first pick.
Interesting to see Shelly coming back here again as well. Of course, she's going to be going along the lines of something that can help her push up even more. So maybe another Gray. Let's see. And are still believing in their mech pick. It didn't work out at all on Heist. Maybe it does on Goldarm Gulch. Again, one of those brawlers we don't really see too often on this map, but maybe NR has a secret strategy. Banning out the Gusto, also the Gene. A lot of heal is gone. What could they still go with the mech to help her push up and get close and comfy with their opponents?
I do question this Meg pick a little bit, especially as first. You know, like as third, I was like, okay, you do you. You might feel like you've got something here. I question it as the first a little bit. Eve to back it up, I like Eve a little bit more. Pretty versatile, obviously with the spawners coming in. Shelly, it's gonna be tough for her to deal with those, so we'll see if it does play out like that.
At the same time, if Meg is getting closer to the opponents, Shelly's gonna have such an easy way with her. Basically a tank in my eyes. So let's see what Zeta Division still has on the table, and let's see if ANR pulls everything out with the last pick they still have. Bo is gonna be the next pick for Zeta Division. Again, a brawler we didn't see in a while, but I love to say that. Bo opening up the map, maybe something with a bit more range incoming now.
Yeah, at the same time as well, you know, there's only a few pathways to the mid. And someone's going to have to walk through some bow mines, or at least bait them out in those closing seconds if they want to manage to make it work. But maybe not going for the wall break. Maybe not going for that, because the Grom's going to be there as well. And I think that's a solid pick from Zeta. I really do like that. I love a thrower here, but ANR still got their last pick. And I question their comp so far.
I have to go with you on that one. I do like the Grom, I do like to see the Shelly. Bo, again, one of those brawlers we haven't seen in a while, but still I feel like one of the best picks you could go with here. They decide to go with another thrower here on the side of ANR, picking up that Sprout, trying to go thrower against thrower. Which one do you like better on this map? That's a huge discussion.
I'm thinking I'm siding with Zeta. I think I've kind of got to at this point. You know, Shelly, I think solid pick. Bo, get it in the right place, it's very good. I think Grom is definitely a better thrower on Bell's Rock. I kind of don't really know on Gold Arm Gulch, I feel, because you can get a lot of shields off the bushes and from the side of Sprout at least over there, but obviously it depends what star power you're going to be running.
I feel like Gold Arm Gulch and the thrower topic is really splitting the Brawl community into two sides. Grom or Sprout both do an amazing job here. Sprout, of course, has the opportunity to form the map to his liking a bit more, but Grom then coming in clutch whenever he has a super, he just gets a kill. Almost certainly, with some help with his teammates anyways. All of them deciding to go left-hand side lane here. Meow already falling. Great pickup of the kill here from Rom already. 3v2 situation here. Zeta Division doesn't look as convincing as it did in the first two sets.
Zeta, what are you going to do? A&R looking great here. The wall's going to fall down though, and now he starts to pop the super, gets it down, but the trades come in. KC doesn't fall, and neither do the rest of his team. So low, almost a beautiful Zeta comeback, but in the end, nobody falls.
Again, Zeta Division switching up their strategy now, trying to go on the right-hand side lane at the start. Didn't work out. Let's go on the other side. Both of those teams playing for the left side now, just trying to play as we were used to see it really in EMEA, just trying to play for the supers. Meow on the top, trying to get some control against KC. The two throwers playing a 1v1 up there. No way, just probably trying to get the super in the long run, playing a bit more passively. They're really just waiting for overtime, I feel like, on the side of Zeta Division.
Yeah, I feel like kind of got to at that point, but the bow mines are now there, and obviously it's going to be very solid in that late portion, as you say. But the Sprout wall, if KC can keep them out of these zones, continue to just zone them, and it's going to be pretty solid as well. But does fall low, gets hit by a couple of Grom shots and has to retreat. That allows them to kind of push through a little bit more. But Mebius, I feel like he's kind of been useless so far in this round at least. He needs to make something happen in the late stages to prove his worth.
Garen now, the bow mines coming down here immediately. The hatchlings are going to get rid of those bow mines. Eve pick against the bow was actually big brain move by NR here. Mebius falling low there, Noe in a 1v1 against Rama, getting some help from Meow there up the top. 2v2 situation here. Mebius KC against Meow and Noe, and Zeta Division takes this one 1-1 in the first game. This is getting closer and closer, even this matchup.
Yeah, it's gone from convincingly A&R to now convincingly Zeta Division, or not as convincingly, I should say. Very, very tough battle towards the end there, but I feel like A&R maybe need to strike a bit earlier, where the Shelly's not going to have as much of a foot in the door, let's say, as he's just kind of staying down this right side, staying passive, waiting for this late game. And, you know, as you say, the late game's where they're going to thrive. But it is Grom who receives a shot to the face from KC and just trying to keep him back over and over here.
Mebius again keeping them in control against Geror. Again, throwers at the top. And Shelly against the Eve at the bottom. Kind of a similar picture as we just had. It did work out for Zeta Division in the end, a tiny bit better. Let's see if they can follow up on that one, getting this first game out of the way. Maybe trying to push it quite aggressively close to super, getting it now. Roman with the super here as well. The hatchlings are going to help the team to push up even more. And Sprout wall coming down from the side of A&R. I just feel like in general they have so much more control through the ball, as Casey is getting stunned here, still alive though.
Yeah, Casey's stun could have been a big thing. Rama's going to fall low. There's the clay pigeon, and that's going to be tough for A&R to come back from. Down goes KC, and we say goodbye to the rest of A&R as well. Zeta Division, match point.
It's not a huge goodbye yet. They're still on stage. They can still play for the win here. It's only 1-0 up for Zeta Division. 2-2 in sets overall. So Zeta Division with the match point now, possibility to close off this game finally after having the chance in 2 previous sets already this time around. It's going to be A&R with the same strategy as Zeta Division tried in the first game, going on the right-hand side, trying to surprise the opponents with an early push-up here. Casey, the front man, as a Sprout. Interesting to see that already falling low, has to fall back now. Mebius trying to go up against the Grom in mid, also doesn't really have a chance to get any kills here anytime soon. Falling low, already out of mech now.
Yeah, this is terrible for A&R now as Zeta starts to capitalize on their mistakes. Rama's just all alone, wants his super but doesn't want to feed Shelly or Bo. Might be waiting for this gas, does provide Gero with a few shots and his super as well. That is the worst case scenario, but now all he wants is his.
And Rama in a 3v1 here, still trying to get his super, at least doesn't manage to do so in Zeta Division with the match point now also the first round 1. Looking like they can finally take this one home. Very first match of the day, they still have 2 ahead of them. Every single one of those teams is facing against the other 3 today, so it's going to be a long day for them. But if all of those matches are going to be as close as this one, as interesting as this one, I'm all for it.
Yeah, well, Zeta Division's one round away from taking the win now. Playing it a bit slower on the side of A&R, just trying to pin them in. So that Grom Bomb's looking quite threatening for KC. Bowmine's available as well, but Meow's very, very low. They can't aggress those. Bo's just defending him perfectly. Rama forced to jump out, does bait a gadget, but it's not the end of the world.
Mebius falling low again, does have his mech gun now, but as soon as he gets taken out of it, Zeta Division is going to clutch around again. It worked 2 times already, just waiting for overtime, waiting to the smoke to come in from the sides here. And they can take the round, especially now. Noe the super and other Bowmines coming down from Garo here. Noe getting pinched here, not the best position he's in here. Great pinch, Mebius gets the takedown, 3v2 situation.
Yeah, one Bowmine remains though, but Garo's going to fall down. Now they're just going to want the supers. Casey's got his, should leave for the rest of his team, but does just want to take the win. No risks to be taken by NR at the moment, and you can't blame him for it, as this one round will decide what goes on next.
I said it couldn't get any closer. I was obviously joking. This is going to be maybe the very last game we're watching. Here, Zeta Division could take it away still. They do have the match point, but A&R are so close to making it a double match point. No, with another super here, Garo as well does manage to push back Rama here. Rama just jumping out of the way of those Bowmines though. KC on the bottom here. Sprout against Shelly. Rama already down to the very lowest gadget. He doesn't have any more now.
Same time though, it is the last round. Just needs to try and stay out of harm's way and it'll be all right. Needs a super to try and make something happen with those hatchlings, but you question how far he's going to be off it. Good shot onto Noe there. Just starts his super cycle at least. But KC struggling to get in range of Meow up top, and that's going to be a tough matchup when he doesn't have position.
Shelly against Mech here. No, he does get the better out of that one. Mebius falls out of his mecha. Casey falling at the top. This is going to be a 3v2 situation. 3v1. Rama falling as the last man standing. And that's Zeta Division taking this first match of the day here live from the Gamescom.
Disappointing for A&R, but Zeta are going to be so relieved that they managed to bring that one back, because when you're in the face of 2 sets in a row against you and the reverse sweep really starts to set in, then that's when you get worried. But Zeta Division, they stayed calm, they got a decent draft, and they managed to take the win.
They managed to get mad, and that's when they start winning here. Zeta Division taking this one. But again, A&R still with the possibility to get some points afterwards. Interview now.
What an amazing first match to start the day. That couldn't have been any closer if they tried.
Was für ein großartiger Start für dieses großartige Turnier. So eine Close-Begegnung, das ist echt der absolute Wahnsinn. Ich glaube, damit haben nicht viele Menschen gerechnet. Congratulations, give it up for Zeta Division.
Congratulations on winning the first match here at Gamescom. That got a little bit dicey. It got a little bit close. Do you think that you were under some maybe extra pressure because you were playing first?
Das war schon eine ziemlich enge Begegnung und ja, woran lag das? Lag das vielleicht daran, dass ihr als erstes in die Begegnung musstet und somit so ein bisschen mehr extra Druck auf euren Schultern lastete?
So I think we started off really strong, as you said, but then I don't know, maybe we thought it was an easy match, so we relaxed a little bit, and A&R played really good, and they almost made a reverse sweep, but in the last set we managed to calm them down, have a good draft, and I think the players play really good, so we managed to win the match, and we're so happy.
Also am Anfang wirkt es wie ein relativ einfaches Match, aber A&R hat sich wirklich gut zusammengezogen und dann doch wirklich noch einen großen Kampf aufs Parkett gelegt, aber am Ende hat es dann doch gereicht für uns.
So you got a little bit overconfident then. Took it a little bit too easy, but you made the comeback in the end, that's what counts. So my other question is, you guys have been dominating this year in BSC. You know, you've really been killing it. Do you think that means that there's more pressure for you to perform because you want to keep dominating, keep being the best? Or does that mean you can actually lay off a bit because it doesn't, as far as BSC points go, it doesn't actually matter if you win?
Die Season über habt ihr wahnsinnig dominiert, an erster Stelle gestanden, ohne irgendwelchen Zweifel und wirklich großartige Matches. Die ganze Season über solides Spiel gezeigt. Ja, punktetechnisch steht ihr auch an der obersten Spitze. Gab das vielleicht so ein bisschen extra Druck auf euch, sodass ihr vielleicht unter Zugzwang standet?
So it's really hard to keep a good balance between being hungry to win and relax because we're already qualified for Worlds and this tournament is not too important for us, but of course we want to win. I'm the reigning champion here from last year, so I want to keep winning.
Ja, wir sind die Champions hier auf dem Parkett. Wir haben natürlich den Willen, hier gewinnen zu wollen. Aber natürlich, ja, weiß ich nicht, ob man hungrig genug ist für die Situation. Aber klar, als reigning Champion will man natürlich sein Bestes hier geben. Und bis jetzt hat's gereicht.
Brilliant. Well, one more time, congratulations. And guys here live at Gamescom, can we give a huge round of applause to Zeta Division?
Nochmal einen großen Applaus an Zeta Division. Und ja, somit geht's eigentlich zurück an den Tisch.
Back to the analyst desk.
All right, we'll talk about a way to kick things off here at Gamescom. It looked like it was about to be a little bit of an easier day. Performance to start off the day, at least for Zeta Division. A&R was not about to let that happen. It took them a couple sets to kind of find their groove, Sunny, but then once they did, they looked really strong.
I love to see that one, winning the first set, then the third one overall, and then taking this momentum to the next one really showed that they can get over this nervosity we talked about and also remember themselves, hey, we do have what it takes to beat Zeta Division. We did it before during the challenge season, so we can definitely do that. I did like to see some different picks coming in here as well. Mech didn't work out twice for A&R, so in my eyes, still not the best.
Yeah, I can get behind that statement. I don't think it's too great. I was questioning it during it, and then I was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't question it that much, because it looked decent when it was first played. But the second time, I really just wasn't convinced by it at all. It was a great start of a comeback from A&R, but I'm a little bit sad that they couldn't close it out, because I would like to see, you know, the team with the substitute start strong.
Yeah, well, as we take a look back here at some of the highlights from this first match of the day, any favorite moments for you here, Trav?
I mean, I liked some of the gem grab plays that we saw from A&R, you know, as you see in them now. It was a great start of a turnaround, you know. They made some great plays with the Shelly, which I was questioning as well. Maybe I should just not question things, because honestly, every time I question something, it works. But no, we did see some great stuff from the Shelly there. You know, Rama was just staying patient, staying passive, and letting Shelly do the work, and then making the best of it. And then a little bit of a mistake there from Meow. Maybe could have closed out a little bit earlier if they managed that, but still think it was a really tough matchup there against the Bali anyway.
Now the last set here with Golden Gulch, Zeta Division managing to come back after just losing 2 sets in a row. Definitely a very strong mindset there on their end, which they have proven to have time and time again. So Zeta Division still an opponent to look out for, but so is A&R.
I mean, we also still have many more matches for both of those crews throughout the day. They're going to get a little bit of a rest as we continue on, but they still have some games ahead of them. So nice way to start off for both of these teams, even if A&R wasn't able to close it out in the end, because it was a strong performance across the board for both of them. We'll take a look at some numbers from that last round as well. Check out some of these stats, because like you said, we saw that momentum start to pick up for A&R, Sunny, and then just couldn't quite get there in the last round.
Sadly not, but looking at the stats overall now, it was very close. It reflects and mirrors what we just witnessed as Zeta Division in the end, taking a bit more damage, taking a bit more healing here as well. But yeah, knockout. They had the perfect strategy in the end. They just waited it out, waiting for overtime, and they had to come for it, so they won it.
Yeah, it was a little bit sad for A&R, but at the end of the day, I think Zeta did deserve the win there. They came out the gate swinging. You know, they started so strong, 2 sets in a row. Maybe should have just finished off in the third rather than taking it all the way to the 5th. But as Inso said, maybe a little bit too comfortable.
All right, well, that was an exciting way to kick off all of our Brawl Stars action here at Gamescom for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Phenomenal cast to start as well from the two of you. Very excited to see what happens on the rest of the day, because that is just one of our 6 matches on the schedule. If you're just joining us, don't worry, you didn't miss much. You can go back and check out what happened between Zeta and A&R. It's super fun, but we still have SK and Foot coming up right around the corner. So before we get into that, we're going to send to a quick break, allow our players to get themselves reset and ready to go for match number 2. We'll be right back.
think the rivalry between Foot and SK mainly comes from the fact that Semantic has been a player for SK last year. So he described it himself as a villain arc whenever he defeats SK Gaming. Of course, he's going to be happy.
Obviously, we have a lot of history with SK Gaming now, with me coming from SK Gaming, with UP coming from us now to SK Gaming, and generally the rivalry throughout the years with Drayton and Nane against SK, and now Cologne's home turf is basically Germany, Cologne, while I'm the only German playing, so there's a lot of rivalries going on, and we definitely want to take this home against them.
Foot and SK, they're just so back and forward. You know, they've had roster changes between both of them. Yoshi moved from what was Tribe last year to SK, and then Semantic moved from SK to what's Foot now, and all those roster changes kind of make it so that they've just got such a big rivalry, and they always go back and forward with who wins.
When we talk about our match, our fight against Foot in this event, it's important to know that beating them is not enough, because we need to finish 2 steps above them. So if we are first, then we need them to be third. Or if we are second, we need them to be fourth. So we are really determined to beat them, for sure, but our problem is that don't depend on us. We need them to lose another match or fucked up a bit, so we have that point difference, so we get them in points. So we are determined to beat them, but beside that, we just need to hope.
I also think Foot Esports is going to be fueled by the need for revenge, because they lost to SK Gaming 3-1 in the end in the challenge season. Last monthly finals weren't too good for them as well, but I do feel like they're on the rise. I think they can emerge victorious in this matchup.
I definitely think this rivalry is something to look forward to. The SK Gaming and Foot, they've just got such good players, such good synergy on both of those rosters, that it means that this clash is going to be so good between them. And honestly, I kind of think Foot have got it in the bag at the moment.
It's an important match, important event. We both have a lot to lose here. You more than us, we have a lot to win, but we will be there to win everything.
Let the games begin.
Zeta Division are a bit of a tricky one. You know, they've got such an advantage before even coming into the game with how good their drafting skills are. In my opinion, 60% of the game's won before it even starts, and that's where Zeta thrive. I think that, along with their mechanics, their aggressive gameplay, they've got a leg up on any team here at the Challenge Finals in Gamescom, and I think they're the favourites coming into it. From Zeta's perspective, I think the Clash of the Titans is going to be against Foot Esports. We've seen so many good matchups against SK Gaming, but this time I think Foot Esports have maybe got that upper hand. They're looking so poised coming into this one. Their gameplay's been incredible. But you've got to remember, Zeta defeated them 3-1 in quite a convincing fashion throughout that challenge season. Still think that they're going to be feeling quite confident against any of the teams, but in my eyes, Foot's their biggest opponent.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series live here from Gamescom. It's time for us to start looking towards match number 2 on the day. We've got Ark up on the desk with us now after his phenomenal performance to open the show. How'd you enjoy that first match and playing live in front of everybody?
Yeah, definitely different to be off the desk and on the stage. I really enjoyed that, but what a banger first match that really was. I thought A&R might have been able to claw that back, actually. It was looking very likely, and I'm very pleased that we've just been able to de-escalate the situation on the desk, because prior to the break, there was a spider and glitter was all over the place.
I am not a fan of spiders, and that was coming for me, all right? We're not even going to think about it. We're going to think about match number 2, SK versus Foot here, Sunny. What can we expect out of this match?
This is a rivalry that we have been waiting for already. Our second match, I have to say, our first 2 matches already very huge bangers. So now waiting for the match to start here. They faced each other quite a bit in the monthly finals already, April, June and July monthly finals, and more often than not, SK was the ones to win. For Esports won more in the monthly finals, SK won in the ESL. It's kind of back and forth. We can't really tell what's going on there.
Hugely back and forth all the way through, isn't it? I mean, the beginning of the year, SK got that victory in April against Foot, and then Foot started to claw things back, and in July, that sweep, which was really quite convincing for me. You know, in the challenge season, of course, like you already say, you know, Foot lost actually every single one of their matches against the opposition here today to that 1-3 scoreline. They need to shake that off. That 1-3 scoreline has been on their heads and a bit of a dark cloud that's been bothering them.
All right, well, let's talk about these rosters a little bit, okay? We'll start with SK. Tell me about their players here, Ark.
Yeah, SK Gaming, I mean, they just need so much of a little of an introduction now, don't they, really? Let's be honest. But IKS, Yoshi, and OP coming onto the roster this year, and Gee stepping aside, they've now got that synergy, which is so important. And, of course, the confidence that we know SK always bring to the plate. Pedro in the background, of course, doing wonders when it comes to the drafting and just making sure that everyone is psyched up for a big victory here today. And this is such an important one in that respect, because ultimately, you know, SK Gaming and Foot, they're the most likely candidates for the World Finals in the BSC today. And, you know, for SK Gaming, they've got to be ahead of Foot Esports by at least 2 places.
Sunny, your thoughts here on the squad?
OP also one of those players, and we mentioned this before, that hasn't played in front of such a huge crowd as here at the Gamescom, so definitely gonna look out for him. Maybe he's gonna be a bit nervous in the first few rounds. Let's see if that's gonna be a problem here for SK Gaming in this very first match of the day. They have been playing amazingly well throughout the season, making it to the third spot in the leaderboard. In the end, losing it though to Navi and Zeta Division. They did beat Foot in the ESL challenge. We talked about it before. Monthly finals wasn't going their way. Just the August monthly final itself, they did beat A&R, but then losing against Zeta Division to a reverse sweep, maybe that might be still stuck to their bones.
Yeah, and don't forget too, Ark, that these are teams we talked about how Zeta's super comfortable when it comes to BSC point side of things, but everybody else here is battling to get into that 3rd spot or to maintain it, right? So this match matters.
So much so. I mean, for A&R, it's definitely going to be a mountain to climb, because they've got to get first and hope that Foot Esports get last place. For Foot Esports and SK, this is going to be such an important one when it comes to that seeding going into the day 2 as well, and a back and forth that we've seen a great deal. And of course, we've got to remember, SK Gaming have got that foot in the door. They've got so much of a LAN experience side to them. Of course, Foot Esports do also, so they're not going to be necessarily phased by the crowd and phased by all the glitz and the glam. They're going to be just completely focused on the objective at hand.
All right, well, let's talk about that Foot Esports roster here a little bit, and which one of these players might be able to kind of help them at least get to where they want to be.
Well, for me, Semantic, having been with SK, is going to know how SK come into this kind of event and how their mind space and how their approach is going to be. So bringing that on board to Foot is going to be definitely an advantage for sure. But Drage as well, he's always the calm and collected type. You know, I was saying that in interviews prior to today, he really is something of a bit of a drafting mastermind as well. And Lenan brings that aggression to the plate. So in that respect, you know, Foot Esports really do have it all here. You know, they've got such a great roster and one that has just been thriving at the moment.
Sunny?
A well-rounded roster, definitely. Bringing in Lena, also bringing in one of those French-speaking players here. OP has been playing on Foot Esports, so all the things you said about Semantic also is true for OP, having an insight into how Foot Esports likes to play. But of course, Foot Esports, the whole roster doesn't really need an introduction anyways. Those 3 players have been playing in multiple LAN events before, so definitely are well experienced and are not going to be nervous today whatsoever. Pedro put it perfectly, by the way. They need to be 2 spots above for Esports at all times. So winning this matchup is probably the most crucial match of the whole tournament.
Not to mention, it'll give them potentially, if they are able to do that, that momentum that they need to continue on through a very long day of these matches between some of these teams. And with the way that we saw A&R and Zeta kind of kick off the day, I think both these squads need to make sure they have a strong performance as well to kind of match that level. We'll take a look at some stats for these teams though as well and kind of see where they stand when it comes to that head-to-head situation between SK and Foot. Not only a rivalry, but squads that are going to be pretty evenly matched. I think it's going to be an exciting match number 2 here, Ark. I feel like heading into it, is it going to come down to the draft for these teams?
The draft is so crucial to get right, absolutely so. And certainly if you find yourselves under pressure, if you find yourselves falling behind, a good solid draft can help you get out of that hole. And I think that that's something that Foot Esports can certainly muster up. But you know, in that same idea, Foot Esports are a bit more daring when it comes to their drafts. And sometimes it pays off big time. Other times not. I think for SK, when it comes to that draft, they've got to be really concerned and on the ball when it comes to eradicating the heavy hitters from Lenar. Because if you give Lenar a Carl in the right place or a Sam in the right place, then he is going to go to town and can create space for Foot to really dominate in that respect. I think for SK, looking at, actually, I've seen their scrims as well. And spoiler alert, for Esports were dominant. Absolutely dominating them. But in that same idea, they've had the chance to learn from those mistakes in the scrims and see what they're trying to bring to the table.
All right, well, match number 2 is about to be underway. It's time for us sending it back on over to the stage host to kick it off.
Nun ist es jetzt an der Zeit, das zweite Spiel des Tages anzukündigen. Meine Damen und Herren, liebe Zusehenden, bitte einen großen Applaus für SK Gaming.
Please give a warm welcome to the stage here at Gamescom to SK Gaming.
Ja, da brauchen wir natürlich auch einen entsprechenden Kontrahenten. Und das ist niemand Geringeres als Foot.
And now their opponents also coming on stage for the first time today, trying to hype up the crowd. Look at them. It is Foot.
So, wir sind auf jeden Fall gespannt. Die Spieler werden sich jetzt hier auf der Bühne einfinden, warm machen und dann geht es auch schon in die Begegnung. Und das bedeutet, wir können abgeben an unsere Caster.
I am just hoping that this is going to be as exciting as the match earlier. But for now, let's get it started. Back to the casters.
Well, Sonny, we're about to kick things off. I am so excited to see how this first draft fares. I mean, do you kind of see SK taking risks at this stage? Are they going to play it safe? A Foot going to bring something out of the pocket? How's this going to start?
I mean, SK taking risk is not usually you put together in one sentence. Usually. Maybe today is going to be the day we see some surprises. SK Gaming might be trying something new against Foot Esports. We both watched the scrims going on in the last few weeks. Maybe they were just holding back, you know? Maybe they didn't take out their biggest weapon yet. And as you said before, the biggest weapon on the side of Foot Esports is going to be Lenar, those tanky and aggressive brawlers. Sam comes to mind, Carl as well. If they ban out those brawlers, I feel like they might have a possibility to play the game as controlled as they like it to be. But if not, Foot is going to win.
from the drafts that I saw in scrims, SK were very much going back to their roots, and they were picking things like Sprout, first picking Shooting Star. That is not really kind of what I want to see from them here today. For Esports have really got a grasp on like the new meta that's forming. They know the strength of brawlers like Rosa, and SK just weren't really kind of astute enough to that threat. I'm hoping off the back of those scrims, they're going to be much more cautious when it comes to banning that brawler, because now that Rosa's got the tank trait now to her kit, that addition has really given her a lift forwards. And you know, maps like Hard Rock Mine and Double Swoosh now, really much for me, a really worthy ban to have just outright from the beginning.
It has to be. The balance changes have been happening after the monthly final. SK Gaming went all the way to the very last round, to the grand finals in the end, losing it to Zeta Division. But still, a great run showing us what SK Gaming now is capable of. They had a bit of a rough start at the start of the season. They didn't make it to the first 2 monthly finals even. Foot did make it to the first one, so also for them, getting stronger and stronger throughout the season. Now they're both at the pinnacle of their talent, and I'm so eager to see how well those two teams are going to do with against each other now, especially OP, Symantec. It's kind of switching rosters there, last and this year. Such an interesting matchup.
Yeah, you know, you raise a really important point, because, you know, going back to that most recent monthly finals in the BSC, for Esports exiting in that quarterfinal stage, the earliest possible moment against ANR, you know, that is still going to be in the back of their minds. They've got to shake that off here today. They had such a consistent run in the BSC, you know, always really making the semi-finals. And, you know, I was expecting them actually to go forwards to be in the grand finals, and it wasn't the case. So this is something now which has got to be seen today, to be, you know, having come here today fresh and just ready to take on their biggest opposition today, because this is such a back and forth rivalry, and it has been for years realistically when you look at the rosters that these players have been on in the past. But again, getting it right on the day, so important for both of these two teams, and you know, getting that first win as well can give you such a lift going into the rest of the opposition.
We talked a lot about how nervous players can become when they play on such a huge stage. I feel like SK Gaming not only having OP but also being a bit nervous, because for Esports really is their biggest opponent in this tournament, simply because of the BSC points. Yes, Zeta Division does have the first seed, but in the end, if they beat for Esports, if for Esports is going to be the last place today already, SK Gaming has every chance to make it to Worlds directly, starting into the draft round arc.
Yeah, Ring of Fire, first in, Pam bans on both sides, which means that Poco is banned out as well by Foot. I love that. I didn't quite see it until just then. That's a great start for them. Tara, Squeak, as well as is the Stu, Crow first pick. Amber coming in then for SK Gaming. Control though, Barley still available here. A brawler which could be potentially on the horizons for Foot, but you know, certainly for Ring of Fire, for me the battle is always lost and won on those side lanes. Having that aggressive brawler with the Stu and the Tara banned for that exact reason, I'm curious to see what they're going to bring to the table. Certainly the Sam could be an option for Foot in this position of the draft.
I'm so surprised to see no Sam ban on the side of SK Gaming. Sam has been played before by Foot Esports on this exact map, and it's going to work out great for them if it goes the way it went all the last times. Lola and Ember, of course, a lot of damage output already from the side of SK Gaming. Crow kind of countering Ember though. Interesting to see that draft so far. For Esports now has so many options still open. B could be an option here alongside of Ruffs. We have seen her here before. With the supply drop, he's going to deal out a huge amount of damage. Bell is going to be the option they choose.
Yeah, I really do like that pick as well, and you know, it's just great for control, great for aggression, and just it's not going to do the most DPS, but ultimately going to be something which, you know, if SK do tend to cluster, you know, against the Lola as well, yeah, absolutely going to have a good time all round. The Ego going to be very important for that same idea. I'm curious to see what star power SK are running, because in Southeast Asia they've really come into their own with Silver the Kiss, getting the additional heals of the Ego now. Hasn't really come and drifted over though to the EMEA region yet, but maybe that's the great time for it, and it's a great time for Carl as well. For Esports going for that instead of the Sam, I think is a much safer approach actually.
Especially against the Lola, of course. Her Shadow isn't going to have a great time here against the Bell and the Carl. I feel like Foot Esports so far really countering the comp that SK Gaming is showing us here so far. Let's see what their last pick is. Usually you want something to counter all three of the opponents. I don't really see that single brawler that they could pick up here. They do have a mid already, but maybe they still have to go with something even heavier here, maybe a B, deciding to go with the Griff now, deciding to break up the map a tiny bit. isn't this only gonna help the Bell? I don't know. I am really siding with Foot here. I feel like you can hear it.
Rightly so, though. I mean, to be honest, there's not that many options for SK to have delivered in that final pick, if I'm being completely honest. I mean, Cordelius now really kind of dropping down out of the meta. Shelly as well, still in a very, very good spot, but just kind of in that position where maybe not just perfect to come in now for Ring of Fire as she would normally otherwise be. And I think that Griff is a bit of an underrated brawler. I do quite like it, but whether it's something that SK were already hoping and intending on picking at this stage in the draft, I'm not necessarily convinced.
It kind of reminds me of the time where SK Gaming has been the only roster picking Griff on every single map. It was always Semantic on that brawler. Now they're playing him against his old master. Let's see how well it's gonna go though. Chaos in mid against Rage already, getting tapped up here, of course. Bell against Lolo. An unlikely matchup here. He does need some help from Dan or Yoshi on the left-hand side.
Yeah, Drake now forced out of the mid, and that will allow SK to play a bit of catch-up. But it's Lenan who's really caught my eye on that left-hand side for me. Flying hook in and a takedown of Yoshi, then we'll put pressure onto Chaos as SK now start to tie things up in terms of the objective. And now Lenan starts to push forwards. Great slow as well, and Drage with the connection. OP completely out of position now, and Foot can start to retake.
Lenan going in now as well. Yoshi falling. Team wipe by for Esports, taking over the lead now, as it has been a very close matchup at the start now for Esports with the mid control. SK has to push up as all three together, trying to get some control back. OP against Lenan, trying to get in with a gadget, helps him beating Lenan there. In the end, he does survive it, manages to get into the bushes up top. That's the position where you want to be in. Take down onto Yoshi, take down onto Drage. SK Gaming slowly creeping back up.
Yeah, a couple of missed shots there from Drage were costly, but Lenan went straight into the mid, and I think that's wise, and now swapping over, going to the right-hand side. Keeping on that matchup between himself and Yoshi, I think is wise, as big taps coming from Chaos onto Semantic. Flying hook in, protected pirouette as well, and that is a team wipe for Foot, surely with Semantic on the left-hand side. It is, and that would be the first game then going to Foot.
With two complete team wipes, Foot Esports takes this very first game. Well played by them. The draft, they already kind of hinted towards which of those two teams may reign victorious, but we did see some light for SK Gaming. They did have some great push-ups, especially with the Ember Fuel lying on the floor. Some control was there, but I just really feel like they're missing some range in the mid.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. I feel like as well, I want to see the Griff matchup more on the Carl. I think that would just help out SK a little bit here, as it seems certain that Lenan wants that Amber matchup, as he rightly should. And he is the problem at the moment that's just keeping them out of the mid and in their spawn side. I mean, that is exactly what for Esports want. I want to see a couple more taps from Drake just connecting there, but the Bell pick certainly is already going to give them a huge saving grace here. SK have got the tougher comp, and they've got to start making it work.
Let's see if they manage to do so in the second game. Nothing is lost yet. We're in the very first set of our second match of the day. We did see a very close one in the first one already. Let's see if for Esports versus SK Gaming is going to be just as close. Very good background here too. Kinda SK, the cathedral of Brawl Stars here. Being here in Cologne with the famous dome, all coming together here.
Wow, I want to see the map broken open as well. OP was kind of doing so, but a bit too late on, as I'm not sure what the players are in at the moment. I would assume they are, but we'll wait to see what the feed will say when the spectate comes up, hopefully in just a few moments. Nonetheless though, for Esports certainly looking the more confident at the moment, as they should, again, with this draft being much more in their favor. They just seem to have landed the brawlers that they wanted, leaving little choice realistically for SK to have too much of a response, but this comp can still work, though. I'm not completely, it's not out of my mind that they can still start to make things work more in their favor here. They just got to play it just a bit better, be a bit more cautious in their matchups.
I feel like, honestly, even if they just switch some lanes, maybe getting in the Griff or the Ember in mid, it could work out. Finally getting thrown into the game now. For Esports already in the lead, 9% only left. Okay, trying to get rid of Lenan now. But with 5% only left, for Esports still has to pick up here. It's going to be a very hard task for SK Gaming to hold control for the whole duration of 40 seconds. Let's see. Lenan pushing up, all three members of Foot Esports standing in the zone, getting those last percentages in, and Foot Esports taking this first set.
Yeah, there's no surprises there. I mean, we're not necessarily too far from the stage, but nonetheless, close enough to hear Semantic still screaming above all the crowd noise and the headsets that cover our ears. And, you know, we expected nothing less, didn't we, really? I mean, I hope he reserves a little bit of his voice later for potentially for interviews, but I mean, that's what you want, though. A good solid start, a good solid draft, and some good team morale. It goes a long way.
Now, that's an interesting question here as well. Semantic used to say he's also kind of trying to intimidate the opponents by just screaming at them, kind of getting them a bit more nervous even. Does that work against your own old teammates?
That's the thing. Ultimately, you know, if you've made that known and that is within your, you know, organization at that moment in time, then they're going to be aware to it. And SK have got good composure for sure. It's just simply about how they now recover from this. You know, clearly, you know, in terms of the draft, they maybe just ruled out too many options for themselves, actually, a little bit here. Because when it came back around that Griff final pick, you know, it was just simply the way the draft went down. They were not really open to too much other ideas that were really going to battle the meta in that respect. I think going into this next one, though, that's something where they have to work on realistically here and look really, you know, dive deep into what Foot, you know, strive off, what their strengths are in that respect, but also leaving something open for themselves.
I definitely have to agree with you on that one. I would not have known myself what to pick there as last pick. Griff wasn't the best option, but there weren't a lot of options left for them. Let's see if this draft is going to go down any different now, or if Fuji Esports remains victorious in the draft already. Kaboom Canyon is going to be the next map. We did see some mag action incoming. I don't know if you saw that one.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Did you like to see that?
I wasn't too sold on it at that moment in time, but the map was definitely different. I'm not sure whether we're going to see it again, but the bandsmen are Bonnie, Crow, Carl, Squeak, Eve, and Colette. First pick from Foot is going to be Lola, which is kind of interesting to me. Yeah. But, I mean, I don't necessarily mind it. I mean, you know, again, the meta's been changing up and shifting quite a great deal, but I think, again, with 6 individual brawler bans at play, it's quite a risky thing here, realistically, for SK Gaming, who are going to be going over now to show their first hand of things. But in terms of those bans, I really do like what I'm seeing so far.
Honestly, I would pick a Brock and the Bell now, just going full range, opening up the map now, also countering the Lola Shadow with the Bell bounces. Gonna be kind of a free pick here for SK Gaming. Bell is already incoming now. Let's see if they're actually going to break up the map as well. With Bonnie, Carl out of the way, Colette as well. Brock is also that one brawler that you still have to deal a lot of damage in a short amount of time here. Let's see if they're actually going to go for it. Maybe it was also bait from Esports, so maybe they wanted them to go this comp.
Yeah, it's definitely shaping up better for SK. I feel like they're in a better position now. Bringing in Shelly, though, I mean, it was always a decent brawler to have in Kaboom Canyon, no doubt about that. But I kind of was more with you, actually. I think that Brock was a much safer idea, and certainly now, when the Foot are going to be picking up, the question now is, like, what do Foot bring in terms of aggression to match that kind of ranged matchup? Because, you know, the Carl is out of the mix. Daryl's a potential option, but without the positioning in this draft, it leaves things way open, and then Shelly's already on the table. If SK wants to double down with a potential counter to that, you're not going to do very much at all on the safe, and that's the concern there realistically for me. But Tara, yeah, I was going to say it because I feel like it's still going to get memed in the chat, you know, because Tara's actually not that bad. Trav hates it here. I think it's got a place in Heist. Ultimately, of course, leaving the shadows on the safe cannot be done. Amber, I quite like this from Foot. It's about whether they got the DPS, though, to really manage something which could potentially be a tank coming in from SK now.
I honestly expected Brock to come in now from the side of Foot Esports. I do agree with that Tara and Amber pickup, though. Tara, one of the best counters to the Shelly, actually. So let's see how things are going to go down here. A bit more range on the side of SK so far, simply because of the Bell. Let's see with what they're going to end off and round off their comp in the end. And did you really just say Trev hates Tara somewhere?
Hates it, I know. Who would have thought, right? Exactly. He doesn't necessarily see it in Heist. He doesn't like it in Heist. But yeah, I think Brock had to be the pick for SK. Surprised they went with the Shirley, but they could have actually left that open, because then Foot may have just dug themselves a hole and gone in with something tankier and just didn't necessarily kind of foresee that kind of heavier counter. I mean, Shelly, of course, you know, getting her speed down from very fast to now fast. She's still very mobile. That is what is still safe to say when it comes to that particular brawler. So she hasn't had any DPS nerfs or anything like that. No health states changed. So ultimately, it's still going to be very, very good, especially with the speed gear as well in motion. But that's where the Amber's quite a smart idea from Foot. Just try to eradicate as much of that bush as possible. So Shelly's not necessarily as much as a threat.
Things are going to go down the way they have to. Game starting now. Already the broken wall in mid here, thanks to the Brock. I seem to be a bit more in the head of SK Gaming. They do have the comp that I predicted. The comp of FUT Esports quite experimental. That's exactly what we said. FUT Esports is the team to risk things. Well, let's see if this comp is going to prevail. So far, so good for SK Gaming. Taking over the mid control is not that much of a lead, but still some damage on to save.
Yeah, for me, all those pushes down in the position that they are in, I think it's a great start from FUT. They're going to see the crossover big time, and now the Shades are going to connect with the safe as well, and they get taken down eventually by Yoshi, but not before a decent amount of damage going down, giving FUT Esports a 2% lead now, as again, the battle for the mid will commence.
FUT Esports now with the mid control gone from the side of SK Gaming, trying to come back from spawn now. Chaos' one shot has to heal up first. Pushing up in aggressively now. Semantic falling, finally walking into the shot of Yoshi actually. Open on the left-hand side, rocking those band-aid, surviving that one. Almost a team kill. Rage falling now as well. There's the teammate coming in from SK Gaming, and they're extending their lead.
Yeah, this is much better from SK, and what I wanted to see from them, just recovering from that previous set and starting to really get their heels dug in deep. Lenan, though, damage gear inbound, going to drop some shades for just healing purposes, I feel, there, but goes down eventually to OP regardless, and that's going to be a tough situation for FUT, especially with Drake completely out of position now, with 1 minute on the clock. If SK keep this control, FUT might be in trouble.
So far, SK Gaming seems to be in trouble now. Semantic finally on save, getting in some huge damage percentages and taking over the lead for his team now. 70-70, never mind, not the lead yet. Let's wait another second. But yeah, so far, mid control for FUT Esports, trying to not give it back to SK Gaming. OP struggling to find a connection. He doesn't have the range to go up to close and comfy with the Terra. Does get taken out there. Great pinch by Rach and Lenan. There's some damage for FUT Esports, taking over the lead now.
Lenan at the 24 HP, and that huge rocket from Yoshi will seal it. Drake on the left-hand side is low, but as is Chaos, but OP coming now into position. Should be able to get maybe even a double here, and he does, pushing up the left-hand side now. Lenana's got to come in and clear it, but it's not enough time for a counter push, and FUT Esports already in the lead by 1% now. SK take it over. Lenana's pushing forwards, but he's too low to realistically do much here. Drake on the right is going to get body blocks, and I just don't see FUT getting it, and they don't.
Great last push there from SK Gaming, turning things around now in the second set, taking over the lead in the first one. I did like the control they had at the start of the set. FUT Esports taking over throughout the whole mid-section of it, but didn't manage to get some damage in, and that's exactly where the missing range coming in from all of them, really. Lola doesn't really have the range to connect to save when she's still in mid, so does Terra. Semantic really the only one that can deal some damage from the 4.
Yeah, FUT Esports just weren't really given a chance to heal more often than not, and those bell shots really were costly. Drage falls, Semantic low as well. Lenan is pushing up the right-hand side here and might get a great opportunity now. The Shadows coming in. OP will take care of a couple, but they are going to get some good early damage here for FUT, continuing to do so. 16% is not too shabby.
How did those Terror Shadows manage to get so much damage in already for Esports with a whopping lead here? Finally, SK Gaming trying to get some controlling, getting another team wipe here. Lenan just coming out of spawn here as well. Whoopit trying to hold up some control, pushing up a bit too aggressively in my opinion, but still SK Gaming taking over the lead.
Very back and forth, but one more gadget for Lenan. He's already used 2. The connection not quite there. OP found the wall. Oh, and that shot from Yoshi was perfect as well, which is going to deflate so much of what FUT we're going to bring to the table here. Yoshi should be able to heal, and Chaos as well. SK on the back spawn side, but nonetheless, they got the HP, and now FUT might be overly aggressive here. They've got to be very cautious with this push now. The heals, though, coming from Drake. They are running that Silver Kiss star power on the loader as well, so that'll be definitely a helping hand, but nonetheless, they're struggling to find the momentum.
FUT Esports just so relentless, trying to get the connection and to save again and again. SK Gaming just defending, but they managed to do so quite well again. FUT Esports just not with the range they need to actually get some damage in. Another Terra Super not connecting. OP being a monster at dodging those, now using the water instead of a wall, but still 50 seconds left on the clock. FUT Esports still is the chance to turn things around, but SK Gaming looking so strong at the moment, just completely closing off that mid.
Huge taps into the mid. Lenan's the last one standing yet again, and I don't like his chances, not with the way this one's going. OP doesn't actually connect them with the super, and Lenan survives on until IKS gets the pickup. But again, with this amount of control of SK, I just don't see FUT pushing through. Semantic's too low on the right-hand side. Drake tried to get the mid, and he does now. And now to OP, there is still a chance, a glimmer here for FUT. Now the damage starts to rain in.
Great with the Lola Shadows on this save. This is going to be a huge amount of damage. 14 seconds left on the clock for Esports, collapsing onto safe. It's 10% left for them to take. This game isn't going to be enough though. Now with another super onto safe. Terra Shadow doing the rest here for Esports, taking over the lead. There's Yoshi at the top though, doing more damage. 3% was all it took. SK Gaming taking the second set, equalizing the scoreline 1-1 now.
It was a decent push for Foot, but at the top of the map, SK were connecting, and it was a desperate attempt from Lenan to connect with the Shade, and he did manage to do just that, but nonetheless, not enough. And going into this next set then, that is something that Foot are gonna have to take with them now, or rather not, they're gonna have to leave it far in the past. My goodness me, what a way to end that, because that could have easily led to a third game. But now, SK will take the momentum forwards into this one. Again, what a difference a draft makes.
And that's where the mindset is coming in. Who is the stronger mental game now? Both of them with a lost set on their back. But Fuji Esports definitely didn't think they would lose this one. Finally, SK Gaming coming back here. Double swoosh is going to be the next map. We did see that one before as well. Maybe we see another gray incoming. Squeak I quite liked here, despite being very annoying. He's one of the best brawlers on this map. But let's see what those two teams are showing us. So far, we did see Foot Esports with a few more experimental comps. As SK Gaming just showing us the usual stuff.
Yeah, and I think that's where Foot need to go back to be completely honest. I mean, I want to see a Rosaban here as well myself, as that was a brawler which was giving SK so many problems in their scrims against Foot. But nonetheless, I didn't like how Foot approached things in the past. I mean, bringing in Jesse as well, times in the past, like they do in North America, which gets a lot of success, but not necessarily my kind of choice here. I mean, Amber for sure is going to work. Shelly got to be considered here quite cautiously so. Crow, Tara as well. I think Tara can really alleviate so much pressure when you need to, and also go on the offensive, get that side lane taken care of, and then the gem carry is forced back. And the draft coming in now, and it is going to be a Rosaban for SK, so that is very good for me to see, and the Tara ban and the Crow ban, really like that. Squeak, Ems, and Amber for Foot, and the first pick of Shelly. Really like the starting hand, not going to go for the mid just yet on the side of Foot, wait to see what SK bring, and then figure out whether it's going to be something along the lines of a Jean or a Bo or something else, maybe even a Stu, potentially if they want to go with that aggressive idea.
Kind of sketch for SK Gaming, and now seeing the strategy forming for Foot Esports, banning out the Ems, then going with the Shelly as first pickup here. Foot Esports has the possibility to still come in with that Sam later on, with that Carl, some aggression, and this is where Foot Esports starts to shine. SK Gaming deciding to go with the Stu for now. Of course, one of the best mids, but he also doesn't have the damage output they need to go up against the mentioned tank. Nita does, however. She can cycle her supers very well against any tanks, so that's going to be a good pickup here from SK Gaming. Is it enough though?
It's a tough one to make work. I mean, Carl available, Sam of course as well, could be combined with a poker potential mid here for Foot. That's kind of my approach. Have something of a healer in that mid to really support the side lanes and let Lenan do what Lenan does best. Let's see though, as they come in with their picks. It's gonna be Sandy. It's a bit of an underrated one. I don't necessarily mind it at all. The Sandstorm, of course, can really cause a great deal of pushback, actually, and SK will be treading cautiously into the wind in that respect. But again, it's not gonna be enough. They've got to have that aggressive idea, which is certainly lacking. The Shelly, no doubt about it, aggressive, but Sandy mid, I'm assuming. So Ota's going to come in very much to the flavor of Foot. They do think about it more often than not, and I think in this hand of the draft, it makes a lot of sense to just cover their bases in the potential of something of a tankier idea from SK.
I'm surprised to see that there's no aggression whatsoever from the side of Foot Esports.
Yeah.
A bit of Shelly and Sandy maybe, but other than that, not really. At the same time, we didn't see Sandy in a while. Another experimental pick, you could say, but at the same time, Sandy has been one of the best brawlers here on the map for a very long time, especially against the Stu. When Stu first came out, he was the #1 pick brawler here on the map, reigning, absolutely wrecking everything else as a mid pick here. Up until the point where players find out that Sandy is actually working quite well into that brawler, so definitely good pickup here for Foot Esports. Pam's going to be the last pickup here from SK Gaming. I do like both of those drafts. Again, I feel like SK Gaming has a bit more range, and Foot Esports didn't really go off on the fact that they could go with a tank, seeing that Stu mid. I don't know. I kind of side with SK Gaming's comp here.
Yeah, I do tend to feel the same, especially with that Pam coming in for SK, and that is a great brawler to have. Heals on this map against the Sandstorm as well. Will go a long way here. And SK do like it more often than not than most other teams in this region now. Let's see how they start though. Fat Splatter early on from Semantic on the left-hand side to see the crossover from Chaos as Drage in the mid dancing there and gets the upper hand, gets the takedown. So 3 gems to him early on will go a long way to get a good starting hand. So Chaos is low as well. Semantic can't quite find him. But the one behind this gets a big smash and Drage with the pickup as well. Gonna get contested by OP. A nice stun though, just to get away from harm.
OP trying to get revenge, getting taken out twice in a row though by Drage instead. 6 gems already undecided for the Esports. SK Gaming needs to come back from this one, but it's gonna be a hard task here against the Sandy Super here as well. And now just waiting with the Shelly Super in mid as well. It's so tough for SK Gaming. And now I'm not sure if I sided with the correct comp here, but Esports makes this Sandy-Shelly combination work so beautifully. Otis on the right-hand side clearing out his lane now with some help from Drage as well. Yoshi so far not really pushing up on the right-hand side. Chaos on the left-hand side finally getting some connection onto Laz. Still falling though here. Clay Pigeons coming in clutch.
I still feel like SK could get a takedown at just the right moment in time because Drake's been low quite frequently here. And continuing to survive, and most importantly, got a 9-gem lead. That is what's going to buy valuable time to heal up and to go back on the aggressive. But SK are responding pretty well under the circumstances, and these aggressive healing stations there from Yoshi. OP comes in exactly that. That's what I was worried about. Those aggressive ideas paying off, and OPE is running away, stealing it from the clutches of Foot.
You were calling it. OP got it. Rage with no more gadgets. Can't save himself, and that's 5 seconds on the clock for SK Gaming. For Esports needs to take down onto OP, but it's not going to be possible in that short amount of time. SK Gaming running away with the first game, following up with the set they just won. Is it a mental thing, or how did they get Rage there?
I think just it's a very tough brawler to have work because you just got such limited range. You're really dependent on that super. So in those moments of time where you haven't earned it, then SK can just be cautious to not feed into it. Lay down the utility, have the healing station there as well, and that's always going to show up with the Mama's Squeeze, rather, star power, just to be able to just whittle Drage down in terms of his damage. But as we go in again, we'll have learned from that because ultimately OPE, as we've seen, is such a threat in that regard. They just cannot underestimate him.
What a connection there from another Clay Pigeons finding a goal. OP falling right at the start. Again, Drage with 4 gems. And now Yoshi with a great push up there on the right-hand side. Still doesn't confirm any kills. They're all surviving. That's about to be another team wipe here for Esports. Another Clay Pigeons. What is Lena doing on that Shelly?
Going to town, getting the wall taken down, and also the healing station with it, and I think that's the right move. But as time goes on, things start to go against Foot in that regard, and SK will have a bit more of an upper hand and just focus on this left-hand side. So as long as Semantic stays firm as well, which she is, and a great connection as well from Drage into the mid onto Chaos, we'll see him very, very low, and that's going to reset the healing as well. That little tippy tap on the left-hand side. OP though goes into the mid, goes in the aggressive, comes back and wastes the gadget. I think Drage used one there, so one less for later.
OP getting muted there on the left-hand side by Semantic. That absolutely dominates his left-hand side lane here. Chaos trying to go back now. Takedown onto OP once again. Chaos manages to get the takedown onto Semantic. That's the opportunity for SK Gaming to come up here. For Esports only needs 1 more gem if SK Gaming manages to hold on control for that mid for the next few seconds. It's gonna be enough for them to still win the round. Maybe another takedown onto Drage. For Esports, all of the sudden pushback all the way into spawn. Now with Sandy Super though pushing up again.
Yeah, Rude stands as well on that Sandy star power, so just going to do the damage, not provide any healing, and that's why SK now are just doing so well in the mid. They're just asserting themselves at full HP and just avoiding these shots, but Lannan is there, still much of a threat. But in the meanwhile, look at this. SK have bought so much time, and the gems with it. Now, just 1 gem away from tying things up.
What a great dodge here from OP. Drage doesn't get the stun off. At the same time, they do manage to pick up the last gem. Countdown for them now. An opportunity for SK Gaming to equalize the score here. They need to take down onto Drage. And Foot Esports know that. Never mind. There weren't 8 gems already. 2 gems spawn in time. Why did Foot Esports fall back so far? That made me overthink the whole thing. SK Gaming manages to equalize and now taking over the countdown themselves. Not falling back too quickly. They know they need to pick up another gem and they're secure.
So much aggression. Foot couldn't handle it. They were just forced back in their respect. And now that gem goes into the pocket of OPE and all the time in the world to retreat back into the spawn. Foot Esports now fall behind as the SK pick up the momentum.
2-1 now for SK Gaming. Well played by them. 2 sets in a row now. That is going to help them, and they might be able to take this momentum also all the way. We didn't talk about predictions, by the way, at the start of the thing. I felt like we're both a bit more siding towards FUT, but just looking at the scrims in the last few days. But now, SK Gaming looks very convincing.
Yeah, just getting warmed up to the plate, and again, that first draft didn't really go their way. Now looking a lot better, as some of those experimental ideas in that second set from FUT didn't really cut it for me. Now, a bit more of a safer idea, but nonetheless, I think some ideas that were lacking still. And going into our, I think it's Brawl up next for Pinball Dreams, they've got to go back to some of their basics. Some of their roots, I feel, is what's lacking here a little bit from FUT. And again, that Rosa ban, such an important one from SK, and one that was certainly learned through the scrims, because that was so much more sided towards FUT in that regard. But now, where it matters most on the stage, is where SK are starting to thrive now. And if they give up one more game on the side of FUT and SK move on to a match point, I mean, they've got to recover from that. That could be too much to recover from.
Let's see, both those teams have deserved their spot here, definitely. 2 of the strongest teams we have in the region. Both of them can still make it directly into World Finals. For SK Gaming, for that to happen, they need for the Esports to get either 3rd or 4th spot. So definitely an important match to win here. The first match of the day as well. As we said, it's a round robin. They do have to face off against each and every one of the teams they face over this weekend. So yeah, if they win this one, they're off to a good start here. For FUT Esports, they need to make it to day 2. They need to make it to the finals, and they would be secure for Worlds.
Well, Brawl certainly one of those modes where SK thrive because they're just so defensive by nature. They get a goal and they will hold firm, and the draft is in. Ban again of the Rosa from SK. That scrim has actually worked more in their favor. They're just kind of wanting to see what FUT would bring to the plate. Banning out also the Crow, the Tara, the Squeak, the Ems, the Amber, and now going to be resetting it as that was previously on that set. Fair enough. Fair enough, and we'll see what the draft is when it comes in. But I mean, ultimately, again, you've got to come prepared and taking that knowledge from those scrims. That's why I always like to look at them when it comes to how the teams will fare coming into today. And so far for SK, starting to gain back what they were lacking at the beginning of the day, and FUT haven't really looked the same since that first set went down. So Semantic been very quiet in that respect, and has got to bring some life back into his team.
Pinball Dreams, we can talk a bit about the draft already before the teams are even starting it. We have some throwers that are really good on this map. We did see Barley here before, here banned out by FUT Esports, as well as the Rosa and Danita. I do see Carl is still open here. B, both of those are picked very often here, playing very well. Dynamic banned on the side of SK Gaming, as well as Willow. All of the throwers out of the way. Bonnie banned out here as well. SK Gaming does not want FUT Esports to go too aggressive with that Bonnie pick, but I still see some favorites open for FUT Esports.
Squeak first pick is a very, very good first pick for me. That's going to shut down the mid entirely. For FUT, having some range would go a long way to be able to have something of a Squeak counter into the mid. But I think Carl as well has got to be high up on their list of thoughts. Shelly potentially as well. Those are ideas that they can certainly float around here, but they would love to have got their hands on the Barley, but they've chosen to ban it out simply because they know that in the hands of SK, it's just equally as good. It's certainly more of a FUT kind of pick. So, for me, Stu coming in, don't mind that at all. Speed Zone would probably be my preferred gadget, but the breakthrough as well, not too bad of an idea, and that Shilly as well. I think that's a wise way to start for me from FUT, and they can just kind of wait and see what SK want to respond with.
Again, they cover something of everything, going a tanky counter here with the Shelly, and then also the Stu just with the mobility, the possibility to open up the map if they decide to do go with something more long-rangey. And with the Shelly out of the way, I do see a Sam maybe still coming in. Finally, we have been talking about him so often already. SK Gaming with the Squeak only so far, doesn't really have anything to go up against the tank. Let's see if they find some other options here. As I said, B would still be an option here. Terra, true, one of the best options here for lane. Can do very well into the Stu, especially as well. Need to band out here, so not really a counter to the Terra too. I do like that pickup from SK Gaming.
I really love that pick. Honestly, Tara here can get a great deal of value, and the Shelly's going to have to wall break so much realistically here to alleviate some of the pressure that Tara can bring. And FUT will have to play a lot more cautiously. That utility as well over time will dwindle, and that's where Tara has more of the weakness. Cordelius as well is a great pairing. I mean, you know, that's realistically the best thing that SK can hope for. It's hard for me not to side with SK already, to be honest. I mean, you know, Cordelius is still viable, just not necessarily absolutely everywhere. Certainly in Brawl Ball is one of the stronger modes for it, and Tara, you know, it's looking very good for SK, I'm not gonna lie.
I do think the best modes for Cordelius are probably Hot Sun and Brawl Ball, so I do like to pick up there as the last one. Shelly and Cordelius have been banned out throughout the whole last season. Before the balance changes were happening, now they got nerfed a tiny bit, so they're just not good enough to ban them out, but still good enough to get picked. So I love to see that both of them on the field now for Esports, with the last pick deciding to go with the M's. I do not know if that was the pick here, honestly. It's good against tanks. Terra usually winning against the M's if they're just running at each other. Of course, M's with the friend zoner is gonna win one or two of the first interactions, but after that, Terra should win that one. Squeak, great matchup here into the M's as well. I don't really see why that was the pick that is supposed to be good into all of SK Gamescom.
Ems is great on defense if you've got super. You know, if you haven't got that super and the walls are realistically all where they are supposed to be, it's going to be a very tough defense. I mean, because the amount of walls on this map, Acid Spray is not actually a bad choice of gadget, but likely, you know, having the friend zone is better to have that knockback to deflate a potential goal scoring opportunity. And, you know, I worry for Foot here, but maybe I shouldn't be. They're going completely on the aggressive early on, and they've cleared up a lot of space for themselves. Lenan is alone, he's going to have to wait for his teammates to come forwards, but they obviously had a bit of a back and forth in those first opening 10 seconds, which was in favor of them, and I think that is going to help out tremendously more. But need to have a good early start here to be able to assert this kind of pressure.
Good defense so far for SK Gaming. Yoshi taking Lenan to the Shadow Realms, getting the takedown there. Rage. Was that not an opportunity to score there? Maybe the super Semantic tries to follow up on that one, doesn't get it in the end. SK Gaming successfully defended that one for Esports with the first goal opportunity here. Looking at those comps, honestly, I would have picked up the Sandy again instead of the M's, doing a very good job at also bringing Shelly closer to the opponents whenever she has super.
Well, Semantic is doing wondrous work here. Got a super off the back of it as well, and continuing the aggression now. Ball there, it's going to remain in that mid. And SK will try to recover themselves from it. Great dashing from Drage, gets to pick up onto IKaos there, leaving just OP and Yoshi. They can just try to bait out this Tara super as well. It's going to actually connect very heavily so onto Semantic, and that is a good clear up of the left-hand side. 2 out of the 3 members of Foot are down, and now SK taking an affirming position in the mid.
We don't have a single brawler on the map that is considered to have a long range, but yet the map is completely open up already. Yoshi jumping over that wall there, getting a takedown onto Luna once again. Semantic and Drage trying to defend off OP from passing the ball to Yoshi, but that has to be a goal here. Friendzoner is going to play a huge role here. Luna does clear the ball there. Great defense here from Foot Esports. Still 0-0 and 30 seconds only left on the clock.
Perfect M's defense there, and that's what Foot Esports going to have to hope on having later on again, because, you know, ultimately they've gone for the friend zone. It works perfectly well, but without super now, this is the time that SK can strike, and Yoshi's going straight for the jugular, jumps over the wall, gets the takedown as well. Drage, they're staying alive here, is so crucial because the pass could come through. There it is. Oh, what a takedown just in the nick of time. Drage comes out on top and keeps things alive for Foot.
Open out, pushing up again. He does have a super. Does looking into getting the super onto Semantic. Maybe even Lena. Does get Semantic. Find the connection there. Pinch by Yoshi. So SK Gaming is pushing up once again. 50 seconds to score, but they don't need that. Chaos with a super, trying to slot it in, but Drage there as goalie of the year, catching him in the act. Yoshi now again passing back to Chaos. Both of them are one shot though. Can they manage to find that goal? So far not.
Oh, that was a close one. I thought that should have been a goal realistically there for SK, but Chaos and his squad just really wanted to wait for, you know, Drage to not have a super to dash around things, but then they shot, it was straight into the hands of Drage. Pushing forwards now with a great amount of aggression. The ball could get passed through here, and Drage is still alive for it, so his shot was not there, but nonetheless, the goal is, and Foot starts to fight back.
For Esports, 1-0 up in Brawl Ball now. SK Gaming with 2 goal opportunities that they didn't find a connection with. For the Esports had also a great opportunity at the start, also didn't manage to do so. Overtime was where it all came down to. For the Esports leading now, maybe they found their mental back. That missed Terra Super in the end. That hurts to see.
Yeah, but the opportunities that led up to that overtime for me were much more of SK, and Foot with some great defenses for sure, but at the wrong time, if that occurs in the next game, it's going to certainly evade to a goal. They were lucky to have the utility that they had at the time to defend it as well as they did, but if that wasn't there, certainly not. So they've got to be cautious. Good takedowns there all round, just leaving IKEOS as the last one standing. Here finds Samantha with a lovely shot as well. Wasted super there as a result of it, but nonetheless takes care of house. Drake just thinking about moving forward here, gets a lovely few taps and dancing around things, really working things well with that ping. Great pass through, oh my word! What an incredible piece of footwork! And it finds the last feet, wonderful stuff.
What a pass there, Drake managing to hand over the ball to Lena, slotting it in. It only took them 1 minute and they're already reigning this set and also the game here. Drake with another opportunity here. Chaos the last man standing. Yoshi just coming out of spawn. They defend this one here, but they only have 1 minute 25 to equalize the score here to still keep this Brawl Ball set alive. Maybe still getting their match point. After all, SK Gaming, they had 3 chances in the monthly finals to close things off, didn't manage to do so against Zeta Division. Is it the fate now for them again? LP scoring this one, well played for him. SK Gaming finally managing to push up here, but for Esports, so much aggression every single time with Semantic on that Chally. Drake on this too, once again.
Great response there from SK, but Foot are wasting no time in getting back into the thick of things. OPE low, good connection from Yoshi, does take care of that left-hand side, and then follows on to Drake. It's just a Lenan, and things are open to the slow. It's not enough. IKEOS will defend it, puts the ball in the corner for safekeeping, and why not? There's 40 seconds on the clock still remaining, and they can just move up the map, take care of this mid, and put Foot back in the defensive position.
He is so strong in that squeak, finding the connection with Semantic, now also with Drake. Surviving that interaction even. Drake just one shot here. Has to fall back, but so is OP. Yoshi finds the connection onto Semantic, but he just in the nick of time got the takedown he needed on to that Terra looking into scoring. 14 seconds left on the clock. We're gonna head into another overtime.
So close, so back and forth, but Foot have survived this. Can they make an opportunity for themselves? They're pushing forwards, ball past the Lenar, super shot available, waits for the walls to go down, but it goes to the hands of OPE, and he will go down the left-hand side, leaving Drake all alone. It's gonna be a reset, a successful defense for SK.
Chaos hitting every single shot with that squeak. Team wipe from SK Gaming here, pushing up the map now, open with the super available. This has to be a score, surely. They're looking into getting their match point for Esports, wants to prolong the game going into set for potentially for Esports pushing up again. They do have to mid control. Connection finds with Lena here. Chaos pushing up the map. 2v1. Can Semantic defend this one? Yoshi gets the ball. Never mind.
Straight to the feet, straight to the heel. Leonardo played each other's bluffs, and Foot came out on top of things yet again. How many opportunities will it take for SK to prevail in that regard? But that was certainly a goal, but it was just the way that it was baited. Foot played it so well. Samantha couldn't go too on the aggressive, didn't want to feed the super, and Yoshi was just not able to just make an advantage of the situation. It's reset, it's a tie. We're gonna play it out again. But that should have been, I mean, on both sides of the coin, let's be honest, because Foot had opportunities as well that they missed. They're just not able to find the space for these shots.
We had some great goal opportunities from both of those teams, both of them not always making it actually to score in the end, but you saw the confusion on my face. What was happening there in the last few seconds? Still one up in this set. This put Esports now. They had 2 great starts in the last 2 rounds. SK Gaming now pushing up a bit more aggressively. Yoshi looking into jumping over the wall maybe. He does have a super connecting with Drake there. Gets the takedown. Revenge though by Chaos immediately. 2v2.
Well, Semantic can just wait out things on the left-hand side here, has super to hand, now he connects with it and a follow-up with the gadget as well, but the Shadow's still coming in, will be a problem, it will stop him healing as well. And OP has still got that connection for the super, and Drake is the one who will go desperately down for it. Now, a chance here for SK, pushing forwards yet again. IKEOS full health, and Yoshi healing the right-hand side. Almost a shot on goal! Leland finds the position as well, just to get it into safety. But that was a very good attempt from SK, I'm not gonna lie.
Shots coming from Chaos once again. Rage falls low, still decides to push up here along with his teammates. They've got some great control at the moment for Esports. Getting the takedown to Yoshi is so crucial now. OP and Chaos have to defend on their own. OP with the super though, looking into finding a connection with Semantic once again, maybe breaking up the map again. Let's see later on connection with Lena here from Chaos' super, using second star power here, just dealing more damage. Yoshi finds the connection onto Lena, gets a takedown. Does he get Rage as well? Never mind. Traded Yoshi here. 2v2.
Well, Semantic survives to the right-hand side. Low HP, but broken some space open in the meanwhile. And Lenan didn't waste super, kept hold of it, stayed calm, took the death as he probably should in that situation. Now, for Esports, getting themselves dug in deep again on the offensive. SK on the ropes now, but OPE will have a bit of a life-saving super there as well to hand. IKEOS, though, no more sticky residue for him, no more gadgets. So some utility gone down now. And no, this is their time to strike.
But Esports have been having the mid control throughout that whole game. Still not managing to score so far, but SK Gaming push back into spawn at all times. Great super coming out from OP. OP falling. Chaos. And Yoshi, the last two standing here. Yoshi gets the takedown onto Lena. Semantic doesn't find the ball there. 13 seconds left on the clock until we head into the third overtime in a row.
Another golden opportunity there, honestly, for Foot. And it should have really been a goal. SK defend yet again. We're going into yet another overtime. OP's got super on the left-hand side. All three members of SK have got super. No one for Foot does. A huge connection from IKEOS. OPE, will he connect with this? He will. Semantic's going to go down. The pass-through is just strange. 43 HP. Oh, he gets it! He actually gets it! How?
What is going on here? Not a single goal opportunity actually taken here. SK Gaming once again not scoring. 30 seconds left on the clock now for Foot Esports to return the favor. Rage with the super, trying to connect the Yoshi, catching that one. Though we head into another one here. Again, a 0-0. Let's see. OP connects the super with Semantic. Semantic still surviving though. Chaos and Yoshi both one shot. This is going to be Foot Esports taking away Brawl here. Both of those teams seem to be better at defending as at scoring, let's put it that way.
Or equally as terrible at scoring. Yeah, I'm struggling to think now as to whether it was just great defensiveness or just terrible shots.
What is going on?
Nonetheless, what a defense in that later stage. I thought that was a game for SK in the bag, no doubt about it, but just a slither of HP for Drage, who was playing out of his mind during that set. I've got to say, MVP for me. But, I mean, what a time just to catch the ball before going down. I mean, that's why it didn't go in. If he was gone, that was a walk-in, a free goal. And I rarely say the word free, but that would have been it.
It was kind of also miscalculation by Chaos there. He thought he would go down with that single shot. And then wanting to go into the left-hand side instead of the wide-open right-hand side, just to make a cool play, getting the takedown onto Drage right after shooting the ball in. But yeah, Drage survived. I don't know, 50 HP or what it was enough to catch that ball. That means it's our second match that is going all the way. We're heading into the last set now. Goldarm Gaunt is going to be our fifth and last map here. And Eork, I don't know what to expect anymore. SK Gaming or for the Esports, who do you think has it today?
Both sides have shown great signs of resolve. That's the thing, and a great awareness when it comes to draft, honestly. And that is why they're just both such on an even playing field at the moment. You know, SK got the lead, Foot took it back. We're now back to being level. It's so back and forth. Bans are in. Bonnie, Squeak, and Tick for SK. For Foot, Ruffs, Gray, and Brock. First pick, Gene as well. I don't mind it. Grom, though, still available. RT as well. There it is from SK. You'd love to see it. Certainly, I do like the bans. I like the way that things are shaping up to be, but the Gene, no doubt about it, going to provide a lot of healing on the side for Esports, but the RT, you know, that is a great brawler to have as your first pick, and probably my preferred, to be honest.
Especially against the Gene, it's gonna do great even when the Gene gets a pull onto him or a Shelly as to that. He's not gonna have the best time taking him down actually with the After Super. We have a lot of throwers options here open as well. Grom and Sprout both are still shining on this map. Let's see if one of those two are gonna be picked up anytime soon. I do believe for the Esports spending out two options that can break walls, and then Gray that is just great overall with his teleport against any throwers. They are looking into getting a thrower. Doss is open here as well, one of the best picks here. Bonnie bend out. Usually the to-go brawler here for the Esports, let's see, Otis. They did like him on double swoosh already, didn't work out for them quite as much as they would have liked to. Trying him again here. But yeah, it's okay against the Shelly, I assume.
I'm not a huge fan of Otis. I know that Foot love to bring it in more often than not, but I'm just not really feeling it more than often. And Gus, Bell, Mr. P. I mean, they're all still around, potentially here to be picked, and FUT are cautious around something, but I think that SK are more likely to go control as their final pick than they are going to be going tank. But tank is what FUT are feeling, and that explains it. I mean, it's definitely high risk, high reward stuff coming in, and again, that kind of creative flow. But I mean, Cordelius is the biggest counter to Daryl on the majority of maps. I don't know whether it's really on the minds of SK. It might be forcing their hand a little bit in terms of the pick, but they're obviously not scared of the Shelly. So SK might want to double down with a bit of a counter now that they've seen the Daryl show its face.
Quite surprising to see that, picking a tank into a Shelly. Maybe the nerf have hit her more than what we believed. Let's see if it's going to be the last pickup here. Of course, one of the best pickups into a Gene, simply because of the hatchling spawning in, defending themselves for that super. But is it enough to go up against the Daryl? They do have the Shelly. Other than that, they don't really have anything to go up against this tanky brawler. We do know how well FUT Esports is at playing those comps like they have one right now.
It makes a lot of sense though from FUT. I mean, because the Daryl pick is certainly one that OP would love to have got his hands on. So by going with the Otis and doubling down to have that to hand, if SK wants to double down with something, Otis is a pretty good shout to have alongside that Shelly. I mean, certainly better than the Cordelius, but I mean, they've gone with Eve. There's a much better approach for sure. Hatchlings will be an issue that they'll have to take care of. Fat Spazza early down, OP low already. Semantic though as well is playing a carefully calculated game, I guess, but was low himself. Going to heal up faster, though, and for FUT, they've got to play until the late game. This is the thing, they cannot go too aggressive too soon. This Daryl has got to survive into the time when the gas starts to close, and then Lenan can really start to pop off.
Left to right, both those teams playing it like we're used to see on this map. Rage just trying to get his Gene super. They're already waiting with his. Lena, of course, on this brawler. And Semantic with Otis against Chaos on the bottom half of the map. I'm really interested to see how things are going to play out. Here is the very last set we're going to watch between SK Gaming and FUT Esports. It looked like FUT Esports headed off the road first set. SK Gaming then sweeping 2 in a row. And now FUT Esports equalizing. In the end, Lena has to use a super just to get out of that way. Doesn't want OP to get him taken out here. OP falling himself now. 3v2 situation here in the end. Yoshi gets a takedown onto Lena. 2v1 now. Yoshi against the rest of the world doesn't get it. FUT Esports taking the first round.
I thought that was going the way of SK, I'm not going to lie. I thought that Yoshi had that. What a close one. And it was really smart, realistically, there to really bait the super from Lenan, because that is the perfect time to eradicate that from the Daryl as the gas is closing in, and FUT played it perfect, eradicated the Shelly from the mix, and that allowed them space to be able to maneuver. Now that first round in the pocket, the best start they could hope for now, as SK will certainly give it their best to be able to respond. 3 consecutive taps there from Yoshi, but a great pull from Drage. Sees to IKS, leaving OP and Yoshi alone, and this is not looking good for SK.
Chaos doesn't manage to find the catch it in time and gets taken out here. 2v3 situation. SK Gaming looking into handing that match point to FUT Esports. Now the match point that they have been waiting for 2 rounds already. Lena with a great roll gets a takedown onto Shelly. OP falling. Yoshi again. 1v3 situation here. All 3 members of FUT Esports with a super. This is close to impossible here for him. It looked like he died before his legs, but he died in the end. FUT Esports taking the match point here. 1-0 up in the set.
I love that towards the end. Use Drage as bait. They want to get rid of the Shelly, and they are doing just that. SK have got to be more cautious around retaining that particular brawler into the later stages. It can get so much value, and it's the best counter to the Daryl that they've got. But FUT are just really landing these gene pools, and there's nothing so far that SK have shown to be able to counter that and just juke and dodge them and just bait those things out. And got to take some learnings from that last game. It's match point now for FUT, and what a position for them to find themselves in.
And Chaos dodging that Gene gadget. Vengeful Spirits just in time, not going down here. Drage level. Drage is falling. So is Lena. Semantic 1v3 situation now for him. That was a quick round. The strategy didn't work out for the Esports. They decide to go back to their left-hand side lane, right-hand side for us, of course. And we're back at playing from left to right here.
That was the most convincing round for SK, and that is the way to play it. They've got to go on the aggressive early on. They do not want to allow FUT to have those later stage moments that they've shown they can win time and time again. Pushing forwards now. trying to base out the pull, but it connects and OP instantly goes down. No time for Super. 3 versus 2, and a great chance now to pull this one back.
SK Gaming picking up that Shelly, hoping it would be enough to stop that Gene Super, but if they get to take down as quickly as they just did, it's impossible for SK Gaming to win this one. Rage connecting every single Gene shot so far. Gene Super. 2v3 situation now. SK Gaming push back all the way into spawn, and for Esports just trying to get some supers out of that situation. SK Gaming deciding to head into the smoke, not giving them any charge.
1 round away for Foot, and they will take it in what is arguably their most important matchup today. What a way this will go. SK do not claim back around. It's match point for Foot, 1 round away from SK from alleviating the pressure and bringing things back to tie. And it's a tough spot for SK now, because they'd like to go on the aggressive and get this in the bag before overtime hits, but they're forced to play passively because of the position that Foot put themselves in.
All 3 members on the side of SK Gaming with Super now. Rage is still looking to get his as well. If we hit overtime though, with the Otis Super and Daryl, it's gonna be an easier task for Esports, I feel like, than for SK Gaming to win this one. And they do only need this very last round to get the win overall. Just playing very slowly at the moment. Both sides trying to get their supers. Drake at least is still.
Yeah, Drake needs it for sure, but now Chaos percent of the hatchlings, and they are a great thing to have now as the pool connects though, and that is bad news for SK. But now 2 versus 2, a chance to glimmer. Lena rolling in. IKS low, OP is low, Drake survives on, and it's not going to be enough. SK bring it back. It's match point, match point.
Double match point. Now I get to say the sentence. This cannot be any closer between SK Gaming and for Esports. Both of them looking into getting their very first win of the day. Maybe some more to follow later on. We're about to find out. First, I'm really eager to see who's going to take this one away. Those 2 teams are really 2 of the best we have in the regions. They're proving it time and time again.
Wow, SK are showing more signs of life this time around. A very early gadget from OP in. Drage instantly goes down, and here's their best form of defense. Let's be honest, he's been landing so many pools and making so much space, and he's gone. Lenan rolls in aggressively. We'll find OPE, he comes back, but he will get taken care of by Yoshi. It's Semantic all alone. 1 versus 1. Oh my word, now a chance to heal, and this is now very, very interesting.
1v1 between Yoshi and Semantic RT versus Otis. I feel like if Otis had a super, it would be a clear win for him, but simply because of the range of Yoshi like this, I do feel like Yoshi should take that one. They're both gonna play it very slowly here. Yoshi popping a gadget even, Semantic just healing up in the meantime. Yoshi with a super. Can't just hawk the wall really and not give Semantic enough space to come back into that game.
Oh, not the best gadget there for Semantic. Would like to have got a bit more depth to it, and now being forced away from the gas. A huge hit from Yoshi will seal it. SK stay composed. They keep control, and 1 round away now from them taking it all.
Just up for Esports was 1 round away. It's now SK Gaming taking over that lead and not giving for Esports any room to get their supers even. Rage hitting every single Gene super so far, definitely does not want to be feeded, or SK Gaming does not want him to be feeded here. Trying to focus more on Semantic and Lena to start off this round.
Well, IKS would definitely love to have the hatchlings for this round, no doubt about that. But none can't really do too much until the later stages, and Drage without pull, it's going to be a tough thing to make work. But in the top side of the map, Semantic gets some tabs into Chaos, and that's going to feed him towards then the Mute, and we know what that can do in the later stages. Gas not too far away now, and that is actually spelling a good sign here from Foot.
Chaos now placing down his hatchlings. Let's see if they get some pressure in later on. Semantic gets rid of it right away. Open with another clay pitch, and it rages on 120 HP, but it's still not falling. Finally, it is 3v2 situation here, and SK Gaming takes it. They take knockout, and they take the win over their very first match of the day. 3v2 against for Esports.
I mean, that is how you do it. SK were not deterred by the serious amount of pressure that Foot were able to place upon them, because Foot were playing that round perfect. That set was looking like a clean sheet for me from Foot, and they bounced back from it against all the odds, right when it mattered most. Well, we're going to head over to the stage. We're going to be interviewing the players in just a minute as well to see what they had to say about it. But what an exciting one that really was.
So sieht's aus. Nochmal einen großen Applaus für SK Gaming! What a match then, what a match.
What a match indeed. Once again went down right to the final few moments, but SK were able to take it down in what was a very important match for them. In fact, let's jump straight into this. This tournament is really important for you guys as you're trying to get your slot at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Dieses Turnier ist unendlich wichtig für euch, weil ihr kämpft natürlich um den Einstieg ins World Final.
Yeah, it's really important for us since we want not to need to go to LCQ. But yeah, every match is important, but against these guys, because we don't depend on ourselves to get to that achievement. So we need them to lose. So every map in regular league is important, but this one was really, really important.
Ja, es ist ein wahnsinnig wichtiges Spiel, weil wir natürlich auch ein Stück weit darauf angewiesen sind, dass die Jungs tatsächlich verlieren, damit wir advancen. Aber ich meine, der erste Schritt ist getan.
How does it feel to be playing here at Gamescom? Not just Gamescom, but in Germany, in SK's home turf.
Wie fühlt es sich an, hier auf der Gamescom zu spielen und nicht nur auf der Gamescom, sondern natürlich ja im Vorgarten von der SK Gaming und besonders hier in Köln?
Yeah, it's really important to play here for us. We were here last year in the same situation, and we only make it into grand finals, and we lost there. So yeah, this year we hope it's different.
Ja. Es ist wahnsinnig wichtig, weil auch letztes Jahr haben wir genau hier in dieser Situation gewonnen und haben es zu den Finals geschafft, aber dort natürlich leider vor Ort verloren und ich hoffe, dass es diesmal besser wird.
One more time, Gamescom. Let's have a big round of applause for
Applaus
SK Gaming!
Für SK Gaming! Thank you so much and congratulations once again, Dan. I mean, wow, what a match. It was really for a Herzbreath. Was für ein unfassbar enges Match, wirklich um eine Haaresbreite ging es hier und ja, ich glaube, es
a great match and now to break it down, let's go back to the casters.
Zurück zu den Castern.
All right, we knew match number 2 was going to be close. Yet again, it goes the full 5. I don't know how these teams are going to be able to sustain this type of play throughout the rest of the day because they still have a few more matches ahead of them. 2 matches down, 4 more left. I mean, this has been fantastic so far.
Every single team has played so far one of their matches, 2 more to go now. It's going to be a long day for them. And honestly, for SK Gaming, this one has to be a very swatty one. For the Esports, obviously played out of their minds today. I really like what I saw here. SK Gaming now pulling their weight in a way because they want for the Esports to become 4th, maybe 3rd if they win it all. But if they win this one, and they manage to do so, they are clear to go already for the Esports by now, down to the last spot.
Yeah, and Ark, I mean, obviously heard you getting hyped during these casts. Okay, we'll take a look back at some of these highlights, but walk me through some of your favorite moments as well.
So there was so many great moments from both sides. This is where SK really started to bring things back again, just getting that favorable drop that they just lacked in that first set. And Foot had a great start, but they did start to dwindle, making some errors of judgment as well. And this is where SK Gaming, really did show them they're just not ever safe in that regard, and just kept things just a bit cleaner on the draft side for me, and just had more survivability. But then that's where things really did start to get interesting going into Brawl, because oh my word, the amount of defense is there, the amount of missed opportunities, but also that huge defense from Drage that was just honestly insane.
I mean, and this was a massive win for SK when it comes to kind of paying attention to that BSC overall leaderboard as well, because we talked about how that 3rd spot's not set in stone for anybody yet. All these teams are going to be fighting for that, Sunny.
Yeah, exactly, and SK Gaming, as I said, has been pulling their own weights. That was the moment that Ark was just talking about here. Winning this match was so important for them, because if Foot Esports loses every single one of the matches today, ANR and SK are in the best spots possible. That would be the best possible outcome for them. Golden Gulch now in the end, a lot of a better set overall than Brawl Ball. Honestly, those 2 teams are looking a bit stronger usually on Brawl Ball than they did just now.
I feel like Brawl Ball has really kind of turned the tables today so far in our matches. I mean, I wasn't prepared to have a tie already. That we just started the day. I thought we could at least get a little bit past it before that happened, but we've got our stats here from the last knockout round here. Ark, talk me through it.
Yeah, SK just played the better game towards the end and just got more DPS as a result, just playing it slower. But again, when they played it aggressively, they did make it pay off better than not. But the heals there, much on the side of foot, of course, that's what happens when you got that Gene with the Magic Puff star power, really just keeping everyone alive and in the action. About the same number of supers actually on both sides. It was very, very even actually as a set, as we saw, great aggressiveness from both sides. But SK just really struck when the iron was hot and just able to keep control under such scrutiny because Foot placed them in quite the spot.
And to be fair, across the board, obviously we've got 2 matches down, but that means all 4 of our teams here have now played at least 1 match under their belt, and they've not been easy what happens. But everybody at home, we want to hear from you as well. We've made it through our first 2 matches. We want to know who you think is going to be taking home match number 3, okay? What are your predictions? You can give us your vote now. You can head on over to event.brawlstars.com. Let us know how you think that's going to play out, and we'll show the poll results before we head into match number 3 and see just how right you guys are at home. But like I said, match number 3 is coming up around the corner. We'll take a look at the leaderboard now that we're starting to get some results, kind of talk through that because things will continue to change as we get more matches completed. But right now, as it stands, it's Zeta and it will be SK at the top. Sunny, is this what you expected so far?
I mean, Zeta Division, nearly everybody expected them to be top 1 here, looking at them as the top 1 seed within the region, also in the BSC. SK Gaming and for the Esports, both of them could have taken it from you here. ANR, they play with different circumstances. They play with a new player. I did feel like they might not be at the top of the leaderboard right from the get-go.
All right, well, we're talking about ANR, we're talking about Zeta, we've got Foot, we've got more matches, okay? It's going to be ANR and Foot coming up for match number 3. ANR having a little bit of time to rest, I guess, between these 2 matches, where Foot's gonna have to come straight off their game and go straight into the next match. It should be interesting, Ark. Any predictions from you on how you think it might go? Nothing concrete yet. We've got time.
I mean, honestly, from that first game today, I did not expect ANR to bounce back. And again, like you say, Foot having no chance to rest. And I did expect them to get the win against SK myself. And, it could have easily been the case. But now they're coming in at the back of a loss into a team that have really shown that they're able to stand the heat. I'm not sure how this next one's going to go. I'm still going to say Foot, but honestly, from what we've seen today, you just can see how clear it is that everyone wants this.
Do you look like you agree? I can't tell from your face there, Sonny.
I mean, I kind of do. I feel like ANR with that break for the Esports coming out of that match just now, being still sweaty and shaky probably after that very last round. And honestly, I'm just betting for another 3-2. I'm always amazingly happy if we see very close matches, and the challenge season already promised us some reverse sweeps, not 3-0 sweeps, and it's continuing. I'm happy.
I mean, honestly, at the rate we're going, I wouldn't be surprised if we get another full 5. But before we get there, we've got to give the players a little bit of a rest. So we will be sending it to another short break, and when we return, match number 3 right around the corner. Don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we're playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach.
We have to talk about the underdogs, ultimately, because they are the storytellers of this competition. When an underdog rises up from the ashes and causes a huge upset, that's going to resonate throughout the regions. That's what makes this competition so exciting, because anyone has a chance.
Well, underdogs can have different meanings. For example, for Esports coming out of week 2, having lost already 3 of their matches, now winning the last 4 ones, they could have been seen as underdogs after that week 2.
Personally, I think A&R are the big underdogs coming into this one, mainly because they've got that big substitute coming in. KC's going to be here, and that's not their usual roster. Synergy can take a hit, and I think that's quite a big thing in Brawl Stars.
For me, I think it's fair to say the biggest underdog in terms of a player in this competition has got to be KC coming on board the A&R roster, because he hasn't been competing with that unit throughout the course of this season. Now, KC is an immensely experienced player and has got a wealth of LAN experience, most importantly, behind him. But when you're bringing in any player onto a roster, it's a new format, you know, in terms of the playing chemistry that takes time to build, and they haven't got that time.
He is a great player. He's played at the biggest competitions in the world, but I think synergy is just such a big thing when it comes to Brawl.
We could consider Mebius and also OP maybe as the underdog, simply because they doesn't have as much LAN experience as the other players. Again, underdogs can have different meanings, but I do feel like underdogs are usually the ones that can surprise us the most, right? They always make for a great story. My heart is always beating for them, of course. And I do feel like they can surprise us maybe. They can bring some fresh wins, some new comps, some new strategies, and maybe that's how they win.
They do have quite a big chance of winning Gamescom in the Challenge Finals, purely because of how much is on the line for them. All that cash and the points to go to the Brawl Stars World Finals as well. It means so much to them that they just can't mess up.
Zeta managed to pick up the strongest rosters in the world, winning 2 World Finals consecutively. Now this year, they're continuing to prove their great insight with signing the #1 seed in EMEA as well.
From Nobber landing every single time, and look at that! It's 84% on each side of the coin!
I really like the game closure in this clip. It felt like a last stand for A&R, and they achieved the miracle comeback, but most importantly, it was the start of their revenge. After that game seemed lost already, this moment set up the dynamic for the sets to come. A&R did win this one 3-0 in the end against Zeta Division. They believe that no matter how dire the scenario is, they can win this one.
See, it's moments like that where I stand by my words, because A&R
and that was the game where they knew that winning against them was possible, and this closure moment was when it became true for them. And that's why this moment was, to me, the true showing of the Clash of Titans.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series live from Gamescom here in Cologne, Germany. It's been a fantastic day of Brawl Stars action here so far. 2 of our 6 matches today are in the books, and it's time for us to turn our attention to match number 3. My name is Glitter Explosion. We've got Trav back up here on the desk now with Arc, so we can start talking about this matchup. It's going to be between A&R and Foot. Both teams having had some pretty decent performances so far. Now they have to face off here, Trav.
Yeah, it's a really, really tough one for both of those to take a loss and have it to spring back, especially for Esports who've got to play directly after they've just taken such a devastating loss to SK Gaming, and they played so well. They just need to kind of reset the mentality and come back a bit stronger, because A&R, they're not at the strongest at the moment right now, and I think FUT need to exploit that.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting because, like you said, Trev, mental for both of them. Have to bounce back from a little bit of a lost FUT. We just mentioned it, ARC coming off of their game immediately. So they had the time that we had here on the break to recover, but not as much of A&R as the time, or not much of time as A&R has had for them to kind of recap and go over what happened.
Exactly, and that was probably the match that I imagine they put the most amount of preparation into. So when you come victim to a loss in that regard, you know, this was supposed to be the match that they were probably feeling the least, you know, threatened by. Let's be honest, because you know, when you haven't got your full roster, you've got a chance to strike and a weakness to be had there. And for FUT now coming in, they can't underestimate A&R at all, and maybe they didn't put as much prep into this one.
We'll have to see, and I'm sure we'll find out nice and soon here. But let's start talking about these teams on a more individual level. Talk to me about the roster of A&R and how we thought initially that potential roster swap was going to affect them in the first match, and then they were able to kind of bounce back from that a little bit.
Yeah, which to me shows some great resolve. And again, I think that's why it's a great thing to have Casey come onto that roster, because he brings that LAN experience. He has got so much knowledge when it comes to Brawl Esports. He's been here since the very beginning. And, you know, when some of the other players in the roster haven't got that same experience, he can kind of give some guidance in that respect as well. And, you know, Mavis as well, so aggressive in his nature, isn't he, really? And, you know, regardless of not here, you know, I think that, you know, they still got a firm pair of hands and aggression from him. And, you know, I mean, when it comes to Rama, I mean, just, you know, the ego is all he needs, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Trav.
Too confident in himself, he doesn't need anybody else's.
Yeah.
He doesn't need anybody else.
He can just do a 1v3 as far as he's concerned.
But no, I agree. You know, he's the best person they could have brought on in terms of like anybody that could sub in Casey, because as you say, he's got that experience required. He competed in 2019, almost made Worlds then. 2020, he was playing on Code Magic, which was a team that was dominating so much throughout that year, and he's just got the experience required to be able to lift this team up. And, you know, bringing in a player and taking Zeta Division to 3-2, that's a big thing in itself. And I think that's something FUT need to be careful of, because Inso said it himself in that interview. They just felt too confident, and that's something that FUT Esports just can't do, or is they're going to be caught off guard.
Well, on the flip side of that, we have to, let's talk about FUT Esports on the individual side of things. So talk to me about the roster here, Trav.
I mean, it's a solid roster, and how well did Rage play? I had to say this because he played so well. The Stu in Brawl Ball, the Gene, and they just couldn't get it back. I felt so bad, but at the same time, SK thoroughly deserved that win. FUT, they need to come back, and I said they need to reset the mentality. They haven't had a lot of time to do just that, so it's going to be very, very difficult for them. But I think if they could have picked any team to face after a devastating loss like that, it would have been A&R.
What are your thoughts on FUT here, Ark?
Yeah, I agree with Trav in every respect, because, you know, coming into this one off the back of that loss is going to be a tough one. But, you know, Zeta are the top of the region. Now, we cannot understate just how well Zeta have been playing all year long. So few teams have ever taken Zeta all the way, and A&R coming in today with, you know, a roster which is not their main roster to do just that as the first match. That's a powerful statement to start things off. And, you know, FUT today now, you know, under what is, they've got to reset, like Trav says. They've really got to just shake it off entirely. And, you know, when it comes to those drafts, maybe drop some of the experimental ideas, try and get Lenan on a Brawl which he can really pop off on.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm just watching these player videos. These are pretty sick. They looked awesome. Did you like the first?
It's great. Name. But no, it was great. I mean, it's going to be an incredible match, and I think all the games are. We've already had a glimpse of what to expect throughout the rest of today and tomorrow as well. 2 3-2s in a row, and how close both of them were.
We'll have to see if we continue to get some of those 3-2s, or if kind of teams start to find their groove, pick things up, and if these matchups kind of change their play styles at all, or their success that they're finding here in this round robin portion of our weekend. Because don't forget, after today, it will kind of change into that bracket style play where teams will start to get eliminated and things will really come to a head then, because these teams are relying on getting into that third spot when it comes to those BSC points and making their way through to Worlds. But we asked you at home for your predictions on how match 3 was going to go. Well, we have those results. I'd like to see those pulled up and kind of see how you guys feel, if you agree with what our casters are saying. All right, we've got 61% going to foot, ANR at 39. Trav, how do you feel about this? Is that kind of where you expected it?
I actually think that's a very good prediction. I mean, you know, the community never fails to amaze me with their predictions. Occasionally they do, but at the end of the day, 61 to 39, I think that's pretty bang on for me.
And if the predictions master is saying that, you know, then, I mean, who are we?
Wow.
Who are we to judge, right? I mean, if he says it's good, it's good.
You've given him the official title of...
No, I'm just feeding his ego. He loves it too much to not.
I crown myself that. I crown myself.
I cannot. Well, now that's this here the whole weekend. You've done this. You've created a monster.
I didn't create the monster. The monster created itself. Let's be honest.
So does that mean your official prediction then is you think it's going to be towards foot as well, Trav?
I mean, my prediction is that my predictions are always right, but I think, yeah, foot. I think they've got it. It's going to be a 3-1 foot, I think.
I would say the same, and I'm not copying you. Just to say, he always says
it's a common thing.
It's not. It's really not. I think that, you know, for Foot coming into this one, they know that now they've had their kind of one shot, and you know, they've got a grace almost to redeem themselves. That's what they've got to do here, because if they don't redeem themselves here now, then what chance do they have tomorrow?
All right, well, we are moments away from finding out how exactly this is going to play out. Our teams are lined up and ready to go, so it's time yet again for us to send it on over to the stage to do match number 3.
They can't wait for it to happen then.
We are almost halfway through the day. This is going to be the third match. And I believe we have 2 teams that have been struggling a little bit today so far.
Ganz genau. 2 Teams, die es bis jetzt doch ein bisschen härter getroffen hat, als sie es sich gewünscht hätten. Aber liebe Leute, begrüßt zusammen mit mir ANR!
Give a big welcome to the stage to ANR!
Natürlich braucht ein Team wie ANR auch einen entsprechenden Kontrahenten. Und deswegen freuen wir uns hier auf der Bühne abermals zu begrüßen Foot!
And their opponents still competing for their opportunity to face off at the Brawl Stars World Finals. It's Foot!
Werden sie es schaffen, das Ticket für die Brawl Stars World Finals zu lösen? Wir werden es gleich in diesem Match herausfinden, denn es ist unendlich wichtig. This game has so much of an importance for Foot that we can barely handle the tension between the teams, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of fierce competition today, but let's waste no more time. Casters, let's get this one started.
Und los geht's mit der Begegnung. Viel Spaß mit ANR versus Foot. Ab zu den Castern.
A very important one, no doubt about it, for Foot. Previously, SK was their biggest competition, but now the competition has changed. ANR stand in their way now, and they cannot falter this time around. It was so close with SK. This cannot be that affair. It's got to be a sweep or a 3-1. I mean, if it's a close affair, then they're looking like on par with Zeta still. But I mean, SK are looking to me today to be quite fierce.
Yeah, I mean, SK are absolutely a dangerous team all year round, but today specifically, they're looking so good. And, you know, we were kind of unsure whether OP would be able to keep up with that LAN environment, but at the moment, he seems to be doing just all right, being able to take down their opponents for Esports in that previous game. ANR, they started weak, but they came back a bit stronger, and we need to see that strong team that we saw through sets 3 and 4.
And against a team like Zeta, you know, when ANR were in that position of looking like they were just going to be swept, they dug deep. I think that says so much about them coming in today and their mental, because when you're coming in with your roster and it's not your normal lineup, when you're looking down the face of the barrel and it is that 2-0, it's very easy just to be submissive to it and just accept that, you know, we haven't got a chance here, we're outmatched. And they didn't. They bounced back so well, and I think it's that final set of knockout, it could have gone either way, to be completely honest, and it almost did. But, you know, I think both of these 2 teams now are going to be taking this very, very seriously because, you know, for Foot, they want to keep face. They've got to stay as close to SK in the running as possible to be in with those BSC points to secure their place for the World Finals this year. For A&R, it's a much higher mountain to climb. They've got to be first and hope that Foot Esports are last. I mean, if that's to happen, they've got to prove they're able to beat them here now to even get to that stage later.
I mean, the thing is, this is the perfect game to win to set Foot Esports up for failure. If they put them down 0-2, they want to knock them down to that 4th seed, so the team who's playing the best will face them in that first round, knock them straight down to lower bracket, and then might even have the chance of sealing their fate themselves. So that's a big game for A&R to win, in my eyes, at least against Foot Esports here, and they need to make it happen. In my eyes, Foot are the favourites, and I think that's pretty fair to say. They've got their normal roster, they played very, very well, but I can't count A&R out.
I mean, Foot won't be counting them out, that's for sure. And again, with the drafts today, I liked some of the experimental ideas, others not so much. Again, I'll reiterate what I said prior to coming on. I want to see Lenan get those brawlers that he's able to really pop off with. And, you know, when he brings that real aggressive nature, that's when Foot just are able to create so much of an opportunity to retake that objective. And we haven't really seen him land that coal pick or, you know, land that sound pick yet here today. And I'm hoping to see more of that coming forwards. But Drage, like you said, really did play out of his mind earlier today. And no doubt he'll be bringing that same fire forwards. But, you know, I just want to see Foot really dominate this time round.
Yeah, that's the thing. We need to see Linane on these aggressive brawlers because Drage is making the moves on a brawler like Gene, who you don't expect to be able to do it right. He's got his pull, but you don't expect him to be the difference maker. I feel like Linane needs to kind of take some of the weight off Drage's shoulders here. You know, we know Semantic's a great player, but he's always just been the glue, the rock, the guy who just always plays consistently well and allows the teammates to pop off rather than him doing all of that hard work himself. And I feel like Linane needs to take some of the weight off Drage's shoulders here.
That's going to come down to draft, of course, and, you know, I'm curious to see whether we'll see a bit of a lapse in judgment from A&R in that regard, because Foot Esports really have just dived in so deep with the new meta as it's been forming in and know how much of a threat things like Rosa are now. But going to Flaring Phoenix, of course, not going to see that one. Bans are Bonnie, Shelly and Squeak for A&R, Bonnie, Tick and Gene for Foot Esports. And already a comp lined up for A&R of RT, Max and Carl, and Pam, Barley and Daryl for Foot Esports.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think that Barley's pretty dangerous, especially when you've got a thrower on this map. But at the same time, you know, Carl with Flying Hook, the max speed, RT being able to plant that behind the wall in those closing seconds, it's dangerous in itself. I think, in my eyes, Foot Esports might have a bit of a better comp here just because of that thrower, and we know how scary it can be.
Yeah, the max as well is still good. I mean, we see it in East Asia and it can pop off, but in knockout, it can be a bit of a hindrance, actually, because you're just kind of trying to keep yourself mobile to earn that super over time, more often than not, depending, of course, on the star powers, but that is what we tend to see in knockout. And, you know, if Foot respond with just sheer aggression straight out the gates, and they just try to eliminate that idea of just, you know, gaining that utility over time, then, you know, then A&R could be in trouble here, but we'll see how both sides want to play it. Drage on the Barley, going to be Semantic then on the Pam, and Lenan on the Daryl. So, you know, it's always been Casey on Max, let's be honest, we knew that one. Rama on the RT and maybe it's on the Carl.
Yeah, you kind of expect it to be dragged in as one of his comfort picks here, and now Drage getting hit quite hard, but Semantic having to force them to back off. Linane comes in with the roll, Flying Hook still available, going to get away, and Linane's in a tough spot here as well, but also got that healing tonic, didn't actually land on him because he had to retreat a bit further back. Casey with a phase shift away. I like it, but it does put them in a tough position. They've pretty much pinned in completely, and Drage on the Barley here should be able to shot off the left.
Yeah, and in scrims as well, A&R certainly did not have the best of times. They were self-confessed to it. Casey pushing in some speed here, and Foot were very comfortable in the majority of the matchup. Casey goes down, 3 versus 2, and Foot are still holding firm in the mid. Robert's conceding a lot of damage from these Barley shots. Maybe it's around the wall. Might have a super to hand, damage gear as well, but he is still taking these shots from Drage. 3 versus 1 now, and Foot should be able to steal this first round.
Yeah, I mean, Rama heads into the gas. Foot played it well, but all of them do have their supers, which is dangerous for A&R in itself as well. Casey doesn't have his, but Drage is going to have to be a little bit cautious about this Flying Hook and the spin with Mebius over this left-hand side. Stay out of harm's way there, but they do have that Pam turret to be able to defend. Can't really place it too heavily behind a wall, though, as Rama will be able to eradicate that quite fast.
Little cheeky tap from the mid onto then Foot from Rama. They do just need to whittle down the HP and just keep themselves able to judge when it's time to strike. Semantic with the healing station, though, is not going to be necessarily moving away from it anytime soon. We've already all 3 members, well, Casey's just behind, but 2 members of A&R are super. There's not really much to gain from these little tippy taps in the mid. They've got to just try to whittle down the HP or just try to get towards that healing station to eradicate it, and then they can exert some real pressure.
Yeah, well, I like Drage holding his last call here. Obviously could zone him out in this situation, but at the same time, he wants it for that late game. Now it comes down. Casey's in a tough spot. Just wants to kind of zone them out, but a great shot from Mebius there. Got a lot of damage in. Instantly, though, heals from the turret and the healing tonic come through. Samantha's going to be able to scrap a few shots off Rama. Aggressive turret to tank some shots. Drage coming in behind that as well to try and help out. Flying hook goes in, but Mebius gets taken down quick. Rama's there as well, but the healing turret is too. Casey surely can't do this. And Foot take game number 1.
Nicely done towards the end. Got a bit close for my liking, but Foot did seem in control and sure of themselves, most importantly. They weren't making any rash decisions too quickly there, and that is what made the game go their way. Can they make it a set now? I think for me, from A&R, they kind of got to just try and go on the aggressive a bit sooner. But again, with that max pick taking time to earn the speed, that's why Casey needs to go in here, get some early taps into Lenan, and this is much better from A&R so far.
Yeah, but is it though? They get pushed back so heavily as well, and he obviously gets some super, but Mebius, where's he going to go? Flying up. You're not going to escape that, buddy. You're now getting pinched down. Samantha's going to try and get him. Mebius spinning, and that might even be a waste of a super as well as the death. Drage is getting low, but he does survive. Casey with the speed, but Rama has his super as well. But 3v2 in this situation against a Barley, a Pam, and a Daryl, I don't like their odds.
I would like to see Mebius come back, heal up, and then utilize their max speed as a unit, but now 3 versus 2 is not a position. I mean, there's certainly a great amount of, well, everyone on the map has super here, so, I mean, not really going to be the easiest of matchups for anyone on the side of A&R here to really make this count. I mean, that's why Furt is playing so passive. They can just afford to wait this timer down, and A&R are going to go for it. I don't mind it, but if they waste supers that could be used for the next round, that's why I'm just a bit unsure that, you know, there's going to be nothing coming for this next round, because Casey can't do anything now.
Yeah, heading towards that gas. Barley shot going to hit as well, and Foot still have 3 supers and a game and back in the bag with a round in this one as well. Not looking good for A&R at the moment. Healing station established early on, and now it's just a waiting game, waiting for Daryl to get a perfect roll, and that surely should put Foot in the lead.
Yeah, A&R now got to conserve some of this pressure and not waste it for the next rounds. Trying to get it back now as Lennon rolls in. Very early tar barrel here as Robert pops his super as well. Tanks it. Mavis comes in. Gets something for his time as well to Lenan. It's a 2 versus 3. But, Semantic falls. 3 versus 1 now. The best shots that A&R have had so far.
I mean, it's this over-aggression that kind of punished Zeta. And now it seemed to be punishing Lenane as well, as he went in against 2 of them pretty much. Rama, especially when he had that leg drop available, was not the target that he wanted, but he gets his super back. But Semantic and Drage not looking the best in terms of theirs.
Wow, if A&R can just keep their composure here, they can level out this set. For Foot Esports, it could be their set if they play this one right. Semantic marked up, but not going to worry too much about it, as Dre's trying to connect onto KC and can't find it. That last call is going to be very important to hang on to. Those aggressive moments from Lenan. Got to really land the right timing to defend if needed. 3 members of Foot all have super now. No healing station for Semantic, wasn't for the late game, and I don't blame him.
I think Lenane maybe flew under the radar there, but he's going to go in again, the same mistake as last time, but this time he doesn't get punished for it. Healing tonic came down and a healing station to keep him in the mix as well. Now they're established well, and Mebius has still got this flying hook activated. None left after this one, so he might have to save it for the pristine moment, but at the same time, he needs to help his team.
Casey whistling down the healing station is such a good time for it as the gas now starts to close in, but he is out of position now on the top, and Semantic really going in and punishing for it. Mavis comes in, gets some great value for it. 2 versus 2, 1 versus 1. Will it be Lenan? Will it be Rama? Super pops the roll in as well. Rama gets the kill.
Rolled straight into the crossover between the turret and the Rama. Not the best place to end up. I think maybe just retreat a little bit more, try and wait that one out, but at the same time, not a lot Lenane can do when those legs are available. We saw it earlier on. That's what gave him the first round, and now it's what gave him the game.
We are all level. Foot was so close to just securing that set then. And now they've got to come out. Oh my gosh, an alarm there. So low and has super out. Trying to heal up, but he almost went down. That would have been an absolutely disastrous start there for Foot Esports. Both sides now just kind of taking things slower as the thing is wise, but that was very scary.
I mean, I don't know if it's Foot being ridiculously overconfident or what, but it seems like the game's completely changed from them being firmly in control to now A&R being the ones on top. Dre's just trying to throw a few shots on this left-hand side towards KC and get his super, because that last call was so influential on the rounds that they did win. The ones that they didn't, it really didn't do too much for them. Rama's got his legs available to drop, KC with speed as well, and Foot just being backed off over and over and over, and they're just avoiding Drage the best they can.
Yeah, I worry if Mavis gets super. He's so dangerous with it, and he can't be far away, and there it is. Speed from KC coming in just to keep everyone moving and getting away from these Barley shots, and he'll continue to aggress the mid here. It's going to be scrutinized as now Rama and Mavis coming around the top here. Rama pops super, gets one, gets two, and Lana rolls in again in a 2 versus 1 situation, but he comes out on top! Wow!
This time Linane angles it right and gets the kills, brings it back for Foot in a 2v1. That's beautiful from him. Has the super available again and just needs to pick the right opponents once more for the set to be Foot's.
Oh, KC there, bit close for comfort, phase shifts away, lives to fight another day. But that was a bit touch and go. I'm sure he was not feeling as... I'm sure he's feeling confident about it more so than I, but nonetheless, wants to get that super, wants to keep his team mobile in those times when Foot go on the aggressive. And if Rama and Mavis can just get a couple of taps, but Mavis is on the right-hand side, not really feeling like he's finding anything because he's not. They're all on the left-hand side, mate, and that was obviously not communicated.
Yeah, tough one now, though, but Linane not in the worst of spots here, has his role. Drage has got his super as well, and still seeing a bit dry on the super sides from A&R here. They're going to need a miracle to win these ones. They can't be too far off either. Mebius might have cycled a decent amount. Last call comes out to force Rama out of the equation, and now it's going to be Mebius who Linane wants. Flying hook towards Drage. Perfect play, gets one. Semantic's still there, throws that healing station forward, but Rama pursues Linane, brings him down, and this round decides it all.
Why close first set this really is. Foot just didn't really seem to have the chemistry there towards the later stages, and credit to Mebius really focusing his time onto Drage is the best counter that he can really go for there. And Foot was just all out of position in his final moments. Now a great opportunity for A&R, because if they get this one right, they'll put Foot on the back foot at the earliest possible moment.
Yeah, it's the same for Foot, though. They just need this one round and it's going to be theirs. This will decide everything in the first set and put someone, or at least a team, with a lot of momentum, a lot of wind in the sail. Linane trying to avoid these shots perfectly from Mebius, but he does get his super along the way. Going to have that be able to evade and get out of that Daryl super if it does get used. Casey's going to get the super. Rama surely got to focus that turret. Not sure if it's misplaced or just using it to tank a few shots, but Mebius has got this flying hook available. Marked up with Semantic, and now he takes a lot of fire. Linane looking for that, but the last call comes out. That's going to keep Casey alone. 3 versus 1 in this mid, but Rama and Mebius still alive.
Casey has to use speed for himself here. Mebius rolls in, but Lana sees it coming. Oh, it's so close. Both go down to the gas. But now a 2 versus 1. Foot with the healing station should be able to secure this pretty comfortably. And they do. They take the first set.
I mean, this is so close. How dominating Foot looked off the start, but eventually A&R got something going, realized what was going wrong, fixed it, and played for that late game where Rama can dominate. Once they did that, they started coming back. Maybe it was just too little too late.
Such a close one, though. Again, this is why Foot just cannot take their opposition for granted. They've got to make sure that they get this right. You can see just how well, they're faring with KC. It just, with so little time to really build that chemistry, but they've built it. And they are a real threat to Foot, who have got, out of all the teams, the best odds of securing themselves in for the World Finals in the BSC as a result of getting a good result here and tomorrow. But at the moment, it's still looking like it's a bit far away. They've just got to iron out some of these mistakes, and that is a little bit of a concern, but better this than being 1 step behind, no doubt about that, and they were able to survive it through, and that might as well be enough to get things started for them.
Yeah, but let's not forget, A&R, they're not too bad from behind. They brought 2 back against Zeta Division in that dominating position that Zeta did have, and Foot only just narrowly scraped this set in comparison to Zeta being a bit more confident with them as well. So my faith still quite firmly with A&R here as well, having a lot of opportunities to close that one. But in the end, it was Foot Esports who did come out on top. Nice Daryl rolls from Linane, kind of take him out of the mix, but they both got traded out by the gas, which is a bit unfortunate for both of them, to be fair. But I mean, I guess it kind of evens itself out.
Well, moving on to our next set then. Crystal Arcade for Gem Group is what I believe it will be, and it is. Rosa banned out from A&R, so again, they are astute to that fact. A first pick Tara as well, to me, says a lot about their knowledge of drafts. Ems, Nita, and Rosa banned for A&R. Stu, Crow, and Squeak banned for Foot. And the Sandy coming back out for them. They're really feeling Sandy today in Gem Grab as a mode and the shades of match with it. I don't mind it, but Tara is scary, Trav.
Yeah, I do like a Sandy though. Obviously, if we see Tara coming in with support from beyond, she go back to that quite quickly with one Sandy shot, cleans them up quite nicely. And obviously, once you get that Sandstorm, the game can flip on its head, especially with a Shelly running towards your face. That can be quite dangerous. But it's all about, you know, establishing themselves on that side, I think. And the same for A&R. Once the Tara super comes along, then it's going to be pretty dangerous. They're going to pair a Gus with that as well. I do like that pick. Always been a very, very solid mid.
I really love Gus here. For me, it's a very solid pair of hands, no doubt about that. I don't mind necessarily if they want to bring a Carl in for it. I mean, maybe as we know what he can do with it. It's great to kind of pick towards those left and right hand side lanes and just kind of see out where your opposition might be. But for sure, I mean, this is actually a bit of a Jesse map for Foot, and I worry in that regard whether they are thinking it.
I don't mind it now. You bring a Jesse in against the Tara and a Ruffs, I wouldn't mind it, to be honest with you. Bring Sandbagged and support from beyond, but you kind of complete. Expect the complete opposite kits if that's the case. But, you know, I actually don't really mind a Jesse too much here, but I know you really dislike it. So, and I mean, it didn't work in the first game either that we saw coming through. That's where A&R started their comeback, so maybe they just have something that just works against Jesse, that kind of mentality. But Foot Esports still have this last pick. They're going to need... Oh, they're going to play that Sandy through the mid. Wasn't expecting that on Crystal Arcade, but Carl comes in, and I don't hate it.
Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, I'm surprised that A&R didn't pick it because it is definitely more their kind of brawler, but I mean, it's Lenan all over, and I've been waiting to see it because in Gem Grab, time and time again, he is that guy. He just is that guy. He'll steal the gems, that Carl pick, no doubt about it, and that's something that A&R will be very cautious around. Quite closely matched drops, I've got to say. I like things from both sides, but again, I'm just worried for A&R if that Carl starts to prevail.
But the same thing is, I worry about the Sandy pick in the mid. It just doesn't have the range to kind of have that one-on-one duel against the Gus. I feel like you're going to have to just pinch down on the side so heavily. They're probably going to double the side off the start. But Shelly through the mid? I'm not sure I feel about that.
I'm not sure either. But, I mean, again, Foot being more experimental than most, feel like it's an idea. It's certainly an idea, but as time goes on, no clay pigeons are going to be there for Semantics. It's used, I think that's the second one already, maybe the first, but, I mean, over time, it will give things over to A&R more and more, and that's why Foot are getting stuck in quick. And look at that. So much aggression, so much dominance of the mid, and 6 gems in the pocket. A great start for them.
I mean, with last K pigeon going to be used though, but Lenane just rotating over to the left-hand side. Picked up one along the way as well, so might be able to provide that over to the side of A&R. Shots come through. Good stun onto Mebius there. Kept him out of the way, and Lenane's going to pick one up down the bottom as well. Rama's low, but Semantic just on the hunt for Mebius at the moment. Gets rid of those support from beyond quite quick, and Lenane pinches beautifully and drops the gem to Semantic. Doesn't get much better than that.
I mean, that's where you want the gems to be, realistically. I mean, there's nothing on the side of A&R, and therefore no steal to be found from Lenan. It's looking very convincing. Now maybe this is the threat, but Lenan goes for Rama, and I don't mind it, pops the shield, but he actually should get the takedown here, go down himself, but nonetheless, that's taking care of the threat, and maybe it's now in pursuit of Semantic, can't find the distance for it, and Lenan comes in for safety. Foot looked very comfortable in that game.
But should they? But should they feel like should they look that good? That's the thing. I don't feel like they should really. I feel like that start from Foot was absolutely incredible, and they just kept control from there. But it just looked like A&R were walking in a line down those lanes. Like, we saw Foot swap, and it worked, and A&R didn't really follow suit. But we see a nice fly knock over to the right-hand side from Lenane early on, and Semantic looking to try and do more of the same.
Yeah, he's got to realistically there, because getting Mebius taken care of, or at least low in these early stages, so important. KC, though, himself on the left-hand side was low, but does secure something. Supply drop over to Rama now as well. Not enough HP for Mebius to survive, but he throws out the gadget to try and give his teammates the best chance. So now Lenan is a real threat to Rama. Trying to find the shots, gets a little bit of a connection, but not too much. Let's be honest, flying hook in, goes for KC. Bit of a bait there, and I don't mind it.
Yeah, that's the right choice to go for that. Nice stun there on Mebius as well, who did pick up his super, bear in mind, so that's going to be dangerous for Foot coming forwards, especially with this Carl pick, but Rama takes some fire. Does have that power up, another shot onto him as well, but a good gadget on that Kooky Popper gets him down. Drage not having the best of time here against KC with this being a bit more open.
Oh, this could be a huge move from Mebius, and it is double connection to follow up as well. Samantha goes down, and now goes in, but the gems are safe still in the spawn. My word, what a close one, but Mebius landed that just when he needed to.
The Sandstorm's there, and this is Foot's chance, but even if they do establish control, then they're surely going to need a kill on the gem carrier because they can't keep control that heavily here, I don't feel. Rama got his power up, KC, same with him. Mebius, I think maybe just the only one waiting for it, and KC should have it along just shortly. Does get it now, and that's going to be, oh, actually, no, all of them have power-ups. This is dangerous for Foot now. 7-6 as well, and more wall breaks. This is what I'm worried about Shelly.
Yeah, the air defense coming in as well to help out, but dodged and weaved by Semantic nicely so. Lenan, though, creeping forwards on his right-hand side. The shield misses from Rama as well, and that's going to put a lot more pressure onto Mebius, who's whittling down in terms of HP. It's a countdown for A&R, but in the meanwhile, Foot are still keeping the aggression strong.
Yeah, no sweet dreams, no Sandstorm for Drage. Semantic coming forward, Tara pulled back on Semantic, gets rid of him, and that's the clean-up from A&R. Beautiful stuff. Lenane can't do anything on his own, and they bring it back to 1-1 in Crystal Arcade. Their chance to even things out, or Foot's to extend it even more.
It looks like we're continuing on in the second as we were in the first. A very close affair between A&R and Foot. If Lenan was able to get that takedown, it would have actually reset the countdown. There was a chance, but again, A&R just learned from their previous mistakes in the last game, and now they got a real opportunity ahead of them if they can just secure this one, tie things up. Early gadget there from Semantic. Goes in straight away with the Clay Pigeon. And Lenan, and maybe it's dancing on the left-hand side now, so the lane swap's there. Drage wins it on the right, Lenan wins it on the left, leaving Rama in the mid to be able to face the entirety of Foot on his own.
Foot's dream comes to reality once more. Nice cookie pop from him, though, to keep Drage low. Good shot onto Casey to get the Sandstorm. Could not have come at a better time, but he still eats a shot to the face. Semantic making the move, avoiding the gem. Clay Pigeon being popped. Perfect time. Great pinch with Lenane there, and they clean up shot once more. Drage just searching for another Sandstorm.
Yeah, Foot looking much better this time around, much like they were in the first game, but if they lose control here and there, then that could quickly turn around as Mavis brings in the support from beyond. Doesn't cause that much of a problem for Foot, however. Drage on the right-hand side still doing well, and the takedown there from Mavis might change things just a little bit, but it's too low to really get into position. The super, though, coming into full health is going to be a really dangerous thing for Foot, and they've got to be cautious around it. And Lenan didn't quite spot it. Flying hook forwards, though. Goes into Rama. Now he's taken care of.
I mean, I don't mind that gene pull for the side of Foot, to be honest with you. I mean, Tara pull, it gets rid of that pull, but it does go down, and now Drage falls as well, thanks to that pinch. Walls, they're looking a bit scarce on the side of Foot Esports here, as they're going to be the ones wanting them, but Flying Hook's still available from Lenane, and he knows which opponents to go for.
Good connections from Rama, for sure. Support from beyond, absolutely smashed from existence. The Semantic connects nicely there, but Drage will go down again. Last flying hook from Lenan, gets the super for his time, but a couple of taps from Casey, not much more. He needs to go on the aggressive, he needs to really assert his authority. He's continuing to connect, though. Rama gets the shield to Mebius, who's going in, though. Connects with Drage, gets the takedown. Rama survives up with the gems, all with Foot. They've got to go for Semantic.
I mean, that's who they're going for. Mebius hunting him down, needs to try and get a gem in hand, but doesn't get anything. Drage with some beautiful piercing shots. Lenane there as well, but Tara pull. Lenane's going to not be able to take him out. Casey's low, and they're going to get out, but Drage can't reach them. Super thrown down as well to keep him low. Almost bouncing towards them, but A&R stay alive.
One final chance for Foot to try to stop this advance, but I don't see it happening. Not with that takedown from Rama. Maybe it's in position. What a set for A&R.
Perfect ending for them. What a Tara pull that was as well, and Foot Esports just didn't see it coming. As soon as he got that Tara pull, it was thrown out and they were taken down. But I mean, Foot, they played it well. That last game was pretty much perfect for them, just like the first was, but this time a Tara pull was in hand and they had the positioning.
At the right time, the respawns, just too little too late for Foot. And again, that Sandy pick, which I'm still on the fence around. I didn't mind it. I prefer it in double swoosh, but it just lacked the range to be able to do much around it. And it just looks so good from the start. I'm just kind of surprised, you know, that A&R were able to rekindle the situation, and I mean that they did to great success, and good for them. Now we've got a real match on our hands. The first set was so close, went the way of Foot. Equally as close in the second, goes the way of A&R.
I mean, it's just such a close affair between these two teams, very evenly matched at the moment, and it really doesn't seem to be deterring them. The fact that they've got the substitute on the side of A&R, they're playing it so well, and just letting KC play to his strengths, those comfort brawlers, or putting him on something that's just a bit, you know, a bit mellow. Just play it, give us some power-ups, and we'll do what we do best.
I really did love that Carl pick, though. I've got to be honest, we didn't see like any kind of gem steals really from him, but he was able to be much more aggressive than we've seen him previously today, so I think that that's kind of getting back more to their roots, but going into yet another draft, and that's where, again, A&R do so well with. I mean, we've seen them against teams like Zeta, and they're just able to really get inside the minds of their opposition, do their homework, and they don't tend to make that many mistakes in that regard.
Yeah, they really have been playing pretty well all day long, and FUT Esports is now their turn to retaliate and try to take this to 2-1. Whether it's them or A&R who do it, puts them in a big position going forwards, as when it's 2-1, only one set is left between you and that win, and how much this win means to both of these teams. You don't want to be down there in seed number 4. Otherwise, whoever's playing the best will be your first opponent tomorrow, and that is not good whatsoever. For A&R, it means so much more, because FUT against the best team means they have a chance at Worlds.
So much to play for. Definitely more to lose for FUT, who are in the best position in terms of those BSC points, as Dueling Beetles is our map, and it's a Jesse first pick for A&R. Carl, Poco, and Barley ban, Squeak, Crow, and Stu ban for FUT, and the first round for Pam, which I really love, especially with that Barley ban. It's going to survive a lot longer. The Poco ban as well. Eve, not necessarily as happy with, but nonetheless, those spawnables are a real problem, especially on this map.
Yeah, but at the same time, they've just picked a turret with Pam and spawners with Eve against a Jessie. I'm not sure if it's going to be a good thing or a bad thing. They're just going to be able to eat all these bounces, or they're going to be just able to throw them out and just tank them with it. But at the same time, now they're going to pick up Lola and Bell to go along with it as well. At the moment, it's a little bit of a weird one. I like the Lola, I like the Bell, bit of range on either side. Probably that Jessie through the mid, I'd imagine. And obviously with that Lola, you can tank so much. I was gonna say, is that a Sandy again? Did I just see at the end there, or was that was that a bit of a bug?
Wow, I was gonna say thank goodness, but it's still there. Let's see as they go in. But maybe it's a draft reset here, because Casey's looking over and everyone's smiling. So maybe someone dodged. Find out who that guy is. I want to speak to him.
Don't we all? But I mean, we should be back into the draft soon enough, and those same picks should come through quite quickly, so we should be through into that game momentarily for you guys as well. But we'll just see if we're going to be back in fast, or if we got any issues or anything like that with the players on stage. Should be back in very, very shortly. But from what we saw so far, I'm not sure how you feel, but I was maybe looking a bit more A&R sided.
Yeah, towards the later stages, I think the pairing, for me, most importantly, of the Lola and the Bell, that makes a lot of sense. And Bell works so well here. If they're going to go Lola, which I'm curious to see whether it's still with the Kiss as a star power, because we've seen earlier on today, FUT Esports bringing that in, getting those additional heals from the back of that Lola pick. And, if you're going to have a Bell, you kind of want to make sure that you've got it on both sides, so you're not countered in that regard as well. So, I mean, the Jessie, though, yes, it's going to connect a lot with the spawnables, like you say, but if they can dodge that and deprive those supers, Jessie's a bit of a weak link potential. Like, it's one that can really have its moments. Once that turret lands, very hard to kind of get back into the mix without a thrower. But at the same time, if those shots aren't connecting and that utility is not down there as a defensive measure, then I think, FUT could be in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the spot that FUT are in. It all depends on that kind of last pick, and if it's Sandy,
yeah,
we'll be a little bit worried.
Yeah,
yeah. But at the same time, if they do still have that last pick, it can work around it, work for something that's maybe not going to eat as many Jessie shots. I think that's probably the answer for them. Range down the side, heavily needed as well, I feel. Eve's got a bit, but at the same time, no, we are kind of resetting the draft. I'm seeing a Bell on the FUT side this time, and Jessie the only one on the A&R.
Okay, interesting stuff. So Lola was the pick for A&R. Looks like the Bell was for
the Bell pick makes more sense now.
I mean, that into Lola's going to have a great time at things, let's be honest. And yeah, I mean, I was surprised that it actually went over to the side of FUT. So I thought it was going to be A&R with both. Okay, now this is quite interesting for me. A&R have got to have maybe like a little bit more range, or something of a thrower, or just something to be able to handle that Pam turret. Bonnie's going to come in. I really do like that pick. I mean, Sprout wouldn't have been the worst of it. They lack DPS for sure, but they'd be able to shut down so much things. But Bonnie going to come in. I mean, I think, it can certainly have its moments and clear the sides.
Yeah, but at the same time, Pam can eat so many of those shots when Bonnie's in that tankier long-range form that she can just eat the shots, throw a healing station, and just heal through them. A little bit worrying for that, but obviously once you get that jump, I'm glad we have that collective ooh on that one.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
Synergized. I mean, plant life, start out to build the bushes through the mid, potentially here, bringing back an old idea, maybe.
That's no breaks, you're not wrong.
I mean, it could be quite an interesting idea for FUT, and Rosa
hide from the Jessie turret as well.
Such a good spot. I mean, the tank trait coming in now has already catapulted her forwards, and it wasn't banned. I just didn't expect it to be played here, but it makes a lot of sense.
I don't mind you shout there either. You know, when you're in those bushes, and if you can build up some more, the Jesse turret's not coming towards you.
Yeah.
Obviously, the bounces will do, but at the same time, single projectile for Jesse and Bonnie. Lola's gonna be able to scout out a bit more, but Lola alone, if Rosa's backed up by both Pam and Belle, not much she can do.
Interesting stuff from Foot. Will it pay off? That's the thing for me, and I've got a feeling like it will, if I'm honest. I mean, I just feel like we haven't seen Rosa, so I'm sure the chat is grilling me right now for it, but I've seen the scrims.
Hey,
lots of
our Ring of Fire.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Lenan is going to be bringing it in, and I think Grow Light here makes that so much sense, just building things forwards, and it's going to provide more unpredictability, more places for Foot to hide here. It's interesting stuff.
Yeah, but at the same time, if A&R get control, they're going to be able to use this bush at the same time, and that's the only issue. Bounces going through, they're going to take that down. Lenaine, made it nicely. The double nest egg. Say goodbye to Casey and Rama. Lenaine cleans up.
And now with even more maneuverability on the width of the map, and Lenar knows that it's great timing. Maybe it's jumping in there. I'm not really sure about that jump, got to be honest. I mean, low HP wasn't really going to be able to get much value from it and earn it back now. As Foot are just going on the aggressive, doubling down. Lenan coming onto Rama, takes care of the left. Shots bouncing on the right between Mavis and KC, and Foot are in control.
Oh, I love this. I love this healing turret established as well. That's good for Lenaine if he takes a few shots, but maybe it's got him find him. Neither can KC, and he's just moving. He's not getting hit. The bush is serving him nicely. Eventually gets hit, but it's off the bounce of Semantic. Turret thrown forward, but he's already in KC's face. Say goodbye once more. Shield pop back up. Maybe it's going to jump in. Land nowhere near him. Drage will clean that, but the turret will get its revenge.
What a disgusting draft this is from Foot. I've always loved Pam in mid. I mean, Belle as a lane is a great time, but to bring Rosa in now, in the state she's in, you can just see that it is a problem. But A&R, saying that, bringing things back a little bit, they've got it halted. Semantic will go down at 98%. They might be able to hold this and turn it around.
I mean, he just feeds his jump, he feeds his shield at the worst possible time. I mean, I think he got it off actually hitting him instead of getting hit. But at the same time, you know, I don't know if it's better for him to stay a bit further back and try beam him down rather than go towards him. A little bit unsure on that one, but at the same time, that's a beautiful place from Foot early on, but almost an A&R comeback.
Almost a disaster for Foot. I mean, they got a close shave there, no doubt about it. Lenan's going to be going in to place these gadgets down early, but he's got to be careful to not feed, and he's doing a great job of doing that. Just timing things and making sure that Casey does not get value off the back of him.
Drage hitting shots as well. You give this man a brawler that he can pop off on, and he will do just that. Beautiful from him. Nesting on the right-hand side there as well, but maybe it should be jumping towards him. Actually going to miss both Lenaine and Drage, but eventually gets the kill. Now going towards Semantic. Mark once more placed onto KC. And they have a short lead. It's not going to last long.
Drake just needs to heal as well. All big taps from KC, not far away from Atara now. He's got it, but double trade in the mid. Now as A&R start to push forwards a little bit more here. This is a bit of utility to hand to Drage. Drage goes down. It's now 2 versus 2, but in the meanwhile, it is A&R still in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, Lenaine is not able to establish himself as well as he was in that previous one. Beautiful stuff from him there. Now that turret in a bit of a weird spot now. Not against the wall, but not far enough back for them to shoot it. Rama's going to be bounced off against that, and that's a 40% lead. Lenaine, I don't think he's even established his third bush yet. Still got that gadget in hand, but Rama falls and Way super. This is Foot's chance, but will they take it?
Casey's got Tara. He knows that he's being advanced upon. He was able to predict it. Lenan stays in position, but for how much longer? Down to 1,000 HP. Casey with the value, and now the pitch onto Semantic. That turret's going to go down immediately. A&R are in full control of this, and Foot are struggling, really struggling this game.
Yeah, slowdown was there, and I mean, down people go. Rama's low as well. Drage needs to hit here, or is this going to be dangerous territory for Foot Esports that they might not be able to come back from, and actually the Ego's brought him down there. Jump comes in from Mebius, but can he survive? Gets one, gets two, and A&R finish this one off. So close these games are, but A&R come out on top of this one.
It's just a constant back and forth, and just when you think it's one-sided, you get that bite back, and A&R there got so much more value from that Jesse pick. They just learned from how to deal with that Rosa, and Lenar wasn't able to juke it nearly as much. They're going to be careful to not feed into that utility on the side of A&R, because that will be the result if they do.
Yeah, we need a bit of a better start here from Foot Esports. First game was perfect, second game not so much, and this time more of the same as Casey and Rama pinch down. Drage can't deal with Mebius either, and this is perfect for A&R.
an instant loss of control. I mean, as quick as it gets, let's be honest. Nunch trying to brute force this through the mid, and he does pretty well out of it. Now the healing station is going to be a massive godsend for them, but actually Mabius comes out on top, leaving Semantic all alone. It's back and forth every which way you look at it, but so far in the mid, Semantic is getting capture points for his team.
I mean, Semantic was dealing with being alone. That's the thing. Great play from Mebius, but maybe even better from Semantic surviving that one out for so long. Casey throwing a few shots forward, but actually gets caught out by Lenane. Third bush should be coming shortly, but Super first. Goodbye, Rama, as Lenane plays it well once more.
And now first setup of the disastrous start now. They're in the best possible spot, but A&R will not be giving it to them lightly. They want to take it back. Now the healing station is down, and Casey with damaged gear could definitely pack more of a punch, but he's not able to find these connections. It's got to heal at the same time. The Nan comes in, pops a super, sees to it, and now Mavis for dessert jumps into the mid, but he's scrutinized. Great pitch work between Grage and Lenan there.
I mean, these games are so close, but this time, Lenane is playing it perfectly. Super available once more, and there's that new change. He gets his super off being hit, and that is a dangerous prospect whilst you're walking towards someone. For A&R, maybe it's going to jump forward as well. 5% already. Oh, double nest deck comes through once more. Semantic cleans up. Lenane with a super will finish this one off, and for Esports takes set number 3.
I'll be honest, I didn't expect that to be a set. The way it started in that game looked like it was just going to be A&R making it very, very clean. But as time went on, that's where we saw the resolve, and Lenan had a better round, didn't he? He really got in to the swing of things, and smiles for Semantic, composure still with Drage, but great stealing on those really aggressive ideas, and it paid off big for Foot.
Yeah, it really did. And I mean, all of them played so well. Semantic in that one, just, as I said, being the rock. You can't pop off with Pam, so what I'll do, I'll survive on the zone with 2 people shooting at me for about 10 seconds whilst my teammates respawn. They're the kind of plays we expect from Semantic, just being so calm, composed in those kind of moments. And it really did work out perfectly for his team. For Esports now 1 set away from their first win of the day. Obviously, both of these teams took devastating losses in their first. A&R 3-2 against Zeta, and Foot 3-2 against SK Gaming. Not the start these guys wanted, but this would make it even worse for whoever loses.
I mean, let's be honest, it wouldn't surprise me to go all the way to the 5th. I mean, the way that Foot now have come off the back of that set, in that last game looking so confident and secure with themselves, they get this draft right. They can tie us up in that 3-1.
We did say this about the first as well.
We said 3-1 though coming in. I mean, this is looking likely. It is looking likely. But if A&R decide to get things really on point as we go into safe zone for Heist, it's a tough map when it comes to the draft. And if you can eradicate a lot of the heavy hitters early on, that could be the very thing to give them the advantage back in their court.
Yeah, I mean, A&R are playing it very well. And their drafts aren't bad either. They've been playing pretty perfectly, drafting well, and still falling short against a couple of these teams today. They just need to play this one perfectly, or is it going to put them in a really bad position for those World Final spots? You know, nobody's getting knocked out today, but the seeding coming in tomorrow is going to be so important for all of these teams. You want to be facing, I'm not saying the worst team, because they're all very, very similar in terms of skill, don't get me wrong, but a team who's going to be on fire throughout today, going to be looking good going into tomorrow.
And as we said coming in, you know, A&R have got a real opportunity. They can keep their tournament lives in their own hands here and just force Foot down potentially into that lower bracket. If they can do that, it would be a much shorter day potentially for them, and if they can keep Foot in 4th and come out first, then they'll be going to the World Finals instead. Bans are in for safe zone. It's gonna be Bell, Bonnie, 8-bit. I love the 8-bit ban here. Eve, Carl, and Colette. Picks up Brock, really safe pair of hands for A&R. Love that. Squeak for Foot. Definitely going to be a heavy hitter on the safe. If you get that super to connect, absolutely so. But some big bans already here, I've got to be honest. I mean, looking ahead though, I mean, the 8-bit is not normally banned, and that's why I love that they've gone with that path. B could be a potential option here. Carl certainly was going to be a heavy hitter, banned out by Foot themselves. RT, A&R have got a cracking comp lineup.
Yeah, that's a really nice start from them as well. But Foot Esports obviously first picked the Squeak, so they're just really confident in that brawler, especially when Brock's on the table, when RT's on the table, as you say. Those are the 2 that A&R have picked up after that. You must have a lot of confidence in this Squeak. And obviously, Sticky Residue, block off some of these lanes. There's pretty much only 2 lanes through, well, 3 if the Brock's going to be breaking their own home zone. But it's very solid to just stop one of those lanes in the tracks, and then you just pinch another.
Squeak's going to struggle a bit on defense. Nanny coming in for Foot. We haven't seen Nanny for such a long time, but a brawler which Foot do tend to bring in every now and again. It can deflate a lot of situations if you can just walk Portal in with the TP and just get behind enemy lines. And Sam, I was on my notes and I just didn't think they were going to play it here. But Sam going to join the mix here for Foot. But the counter opportunity is still there for A&R in this draft. And that's a really scary prospect. Daryl coming in as well. I mean, I don't know about you, but I kind of prefer Daryl here.
I much prefer A&R's comp, I will say. But at the same time, there's not a lot that can counter Lenane's Sam, put it that way. Whatever you bring against it, he'll always find a way. And that's exactly what he needs to do here into this, I'd say, tough matchup. You know, we've seen Tanks losing against RT already today, and that was a Daryl who did it. Sam can be more of the same if he gets those legs dropped down and gets the damage through. Same with the Daryl beating the Sam as well. And if Brock can just get that safe down, then that's pretty much all they're going to need to do. But A&R can finish this in one push if they get it right.
I mean, absolutely so. I mean, Brock left unattended on the safe can just do so much work. And for Esports, they've had a rough set of heists, historically, in recent times. So now is the time to get it right. Sticky residue from Drage right in the defensive line here. Lenan is going to be going so aggressive, gets punished for it there, and Rama will go down, fortunately for Foot, making that 2 versus 2, but Semantic goes in with that TP, gets the damage that he needs, and that is actually quite a lot of damage for Foot early on. They already got the save down to 62%.
I mean, Semantic's up, Lenane's getting absolutely ran down by Rama, who might not even be able to do it. The help from Squeak, they both survive. Drake coming forward with the super, and that's got to be scary for them. If he can connect that perfectly, which he's going to try and do, gets it all on save, say goodbye to a lot of percentage, and Lenane survives on.
I think it's 9,500 if you get that on point, which Drage landed, and that's the mistake. A&R just giving up so much control to Foot Esports to get in their enemy lines, and they're going to town, and there's not a single scratch on the Foot Esports safe. Great gadget from Lenan, maybe this gets taken care of, and another super peep coming in for Semantic.
I mean, Casey doesn't have his roll, so he can't knock him out just yet. TP up from Semantic, going for the damage, and Casey rolls over the water. Drage throws the super once more, gets the 2 hits. Sam pushing forward. Rama looks like he's given up at this point, because I would as well. Domination from Foot, but it's not done yet.
Casey moving forwards, pops a gadget, does actually get a super of the pack of a small connection, I believe there, but Lenan is not done yet. Everyone low, Casey's gonna actually get a kill, rolls in, Semantic though now will seal this deal. Foot Esports move on to match point in a very convincing fashion.
I mean, after that performance, rightly so, and as we said, what can counter Lenane's Sam? I mean, you can kill him, but it doesn't matter. He just comes back again and does more of the same. Semantic getting some great shots on safe, and Drage with the super towards it as well. A&R in a world of hurt.
They've got to bounce back. We've seen them do so time and time again today. They've got to have a better start. They cannot allow Foot to just walk over their positioning here. And you can't really have afford a base race either in that regard. So already, Lenan gets the pick up and the roll in from Casey onto the safe on the other side of the field. But look at the damage raining in for Esports are starting as they did in the previous game.
Rolling reload for Casey though, gets some damage done, actually brings it in their favor. Brock shot's gonna come through as well, but Lenane pursuing. Throws down that, tries to get a heal off it, misses Mebius on that hit, but actually gets the hit on the return. Drage with a nice pinch coming through, but now it's actually A&R in a great spot.
I'm getting my wish though. I wanted to see Lenan on these aggressive brawlers. We've seen it in pretty much every single set. Going to town, no one can take him down. He's going for Mavis. I thought he was going to go for the save. Picks that one up as well. In the meanwhile, Casey is still a threat. Semantic now takes care of it. Gets the peep to roll in, and more aggression coming the way of A&R safe.
I think Casey forgot which star power he was running then. Did go for it, but actually the rolling reload had him killed. So Lenane's going to go towards the Brock now, not get the heal in time. But Drage with a lot of damage, getting the slowdown onto Rama as well. They take the lead, but it's only by about 10%.
This is much, much closer, which will definitely be a comfort for A&R as Casey's approaching that safe. Drage there for defense, he rolls in, tries to negate some of the damage for it, gets the safe down to 21. In the meanwhile, Rocket Rain will give a bit of a connection, 13% left. If Rama can get around this situation, defend it, otherwise Foot have got a big push coming in for it, and he does. They're in trouble.
I mean, Semantic found him round KC, but Mebius is coming round. He tanks it with the shield. And Lenane's moving forward. Drage has got the super. That's big damage if he connects it. Rama can't tank it. All hits. It's there. And fuck, they haven't done it yet. They're tanking. Beautiful. But now comes Semantic.
One shot was all it will be. Oh, no, spotty blocks again, but it finds the angle. And for Esports securing the win over A&R.
Absolutely incredible from Foot Esports. But A&R did not go down without a fight. Great plays from them. but it just wasn't enough in the fourth set where FUT Esports close it out and bring it back to a 1-1 for them.
Wonderful stuff, so exciting to watch. Great drafts from both sides and a back and forth in every single set. And that set was no different. That could have easily gotten to a third game, but FUT secure it with some great plays, great aggression, and now they're looking more like their former selves.
It's a dangerous FUT Esports when they get their hands on some aggressive brawlers, and that we have just proven. But at the same time, A&R played it well. They just did not get it right in the fourth set, and they're going to be pretty devastated about that one.
We're going to head over to the stage then, get a word from the players themselves. Cannot wait to hear what they have to say.
Vielen Dank an unsere großartigen Caster. Nochmal einen großen Applaus an die Caster und die Analysten. Ja, und natürlich auch an dieser Stelle einen großen Applaus an unsere Sieger in der dritten Begegnung des Tages. FUT!
A huge congratulations to FUT on your huge win. Now, the first thing I want to ask you is, obviously you had a really close match earlier, and I'm sure a very disappointing loss. What was it like for the team to come back from that?
Ja, am Anfang des, beziehungsweise vor dem Match, hattet ihr natürlich so eine taffe Situation. Ihr kommt aus einem Loss heraus in die Begegnung, habt es geschafft, euch zusammenzureißen und jetzt hier den Sieg nach Hause zu fahren. Wie habt ihr das hinbekommen?
We were very disappointed that we lost the first match. We felt like we should have won a lot more convincingly. We went back, we had to reset because we had a game straight after, and all I had on my mind was screw the last game, we move on to the next and focus on this win.
Ja, wir waren sehr enttäuscht und wir hätten dieses Spiel gewinnen sollen. Wir wollten es gewinnen, wir haben es leider nicht geschafft. Wir sind zurückgegangen, haben uns resettet, sind in die Begegnung gegangen und jetzt sind sie einfach erleichtert, dass sie diesen Sieg auf ihre Seite ziehen konnten.
Now, I've got to ask you something, because there was a lot of talk backstage about Symantec and his screaming at the top of his voice. Does that help the team?
Da gibt es auf jeden Fall viel hinter der Bühne, viel Gerede, also natürlich auch zu Hause und im Chat, dass Semantics Schreie natürlich auch durchaus anpeitschen können. Was für eine Auswirkung hat das hat auf das Team und natürlich auch auf das Spiel?
I think it's a good strategy. Some of the teams are here, it's one of their first lands, and I think Semantic screaming will get into their head. I know some of them don't like crowd noise, so I think it's a really good strat and we'll try and keep using it.
That's amazing. Also, viele Teams sind natürlich nicht so LAN-erfahren und wenn man dann einen lauten Spieler wie Semantic hat, der natürlich sehr vokal, sehr emotional auf der Bühne agiert, das sorgt natürlich dafür, dass das so ein bisschen das Mindset angreift und das ist natürlich für uns eine großartige Sache, weil viele Spieler mögen natürlich nicht die lauten Geräusche, die lauten Schreie und deswegen ist das sicherlich eine gute Taktik, da so ein bisschen auf psychologischer Ebene vorzugehen.
So what I'm hearing is that it's a distraction tactic and they're going to take every advantage that they can get. Okay, one more time. Can we get a huge round of applause for
Einen großen Applaus für FUT!
All right, I'm gonna give credit where credit is due. You were both very correct, not only in which team was going to win, but in the score line of the match as well. So, some fancy claps all around for Ark and Trav for getting things right there after match number 3, which means that was officially the halfway point on the day as well. First 3 matches now in the books, 3 more still left to go in the round robin portion of our tournament here at Gamescom. We heard it from Drage himself. They felt like they should have won more convincingly in that first match of the day, Trav. They had to just kind of bring it back here immediately for the next match because they didn't have a lot of time to rest.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one, especially when you feel like you should have won and then you've kind of got to go straight back into another game. But at the same time, it's like they played this game pretty perfectly all the way throughout. They had a few hiccups here and there, but if you can reset this well and come back directly after such a disappointing loss, then you know they've got some pretty strong mentalities.
Yeah, for me, I just felt like FUT Esports were able to just rekindle something which they were losing in that first matchup. I think for SK moving forwards, I cannot wait to see how they fare against Zeta. That's going to really put them to the test as well. But FUT were my favorites coming into this one, so to concede in the way that they did, I mean, you heard it from Drake, he thought it was going to be a convincing win. Well, it wasn't. It was a loss, and a very close loss at that, but nonetheless, not the results the FUT were hoping for.
Yeah, I think that as our matches continue on, things are only going to get closer and closer. We'll be keeping our eyes not only on the leaderboard for this weekend specifically, as it determines, you know, their bracket seeding and what happens here tomorrow, but how much closer they will be getting to that potential third place spot when it comes to the overall leaderboard for the Worlds as well. Match number 3, though, another exciting match here for us to continue talking about between our two teams, as we have some stats pop up here as well for that last round here, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, pretty similar across the board. Bit more healing on the side of FUT, but I mean, FUT were able to cycle the spawns really nicely for me, and I think those stats kind of say a similar story to the previous sets as well. Just every step of the way, a response from A&R. A&R, to their credit, they just did not take things lying down, and at no point did they look to me to be nervous under pressure. They were actually able to resolve a lot of those situations for themselves and fight back with some aggression of their own.
All right, you guys did a great job here. Match number 3, we're going to keep talking about it here for just a second because I've got a little something extra that we haven't had here yet today, a little bit of a surprise for you. I did it all myself. Oh, yeah? Honestly, yeah, I did this entire thing myself. It's not production doing everything amazing in the back or anything like that, but we have a little bit of a match MVP as well that we can talk about, because we talked about it before going into the match. The roster, sometimes there are the individuals that are going to be bringing a little bit extra to the team when it comes to these performances, or in the case of A&R, a team that has to bounce back with a new roster addition. So sometimes we like to highlight our individual players as well. I have no idea who it is, but it's on the screen right here. 37% said they thought that was a semantic at the end. Do you agree with that?
I don't actually.
Yeah, really? I didn't want to say it.
Okay.
I didn't want to say it.
Yeah, I think Lenan was popping off. Like, I've got to jump in these days because I always get accused of copying, right? So this is how it's going to be. He was just on the aggressive brawlers. That's what I wanted to see coming into it. He thrived off the back of them, and I think that we saw so much more from him than we did in the previous set. Okay. Not to take anything away from Semantic.
Semantics, Pam, and Nani, they were very, very good. You know, in Hot Zone, his Pam was absolutely flawless, surviving out against 2 people, waiting for his teammates to spawn, and you know, there's different kinds of popping off. You know, there's Lene who can run forward and take 3 people out at once with a tank, and then there's just doing what needs to be done for your team.
All right, well, chat disagreed with you on the MVP. They said Samantha, you guys said Lena. However, they did really well on their predictions for how match 3 was going to turn out, which means it's time for us to ask you all watching the stream yet again for your thoughts, this time on match number 4. Okay, you can give us your vote, obviously, on event.brawlstars.com for who you think is match number 4. And if you don't know who's coming up, match number 4, it's going to be Zeta and SK, the 2 teams that we just watched sit out the last match. So let us know who you think is going to take that one home. We'll check your results before match number 4, see if the casters are of the same mindset or not. But before we even get to that, before we even get to the next match on the day, you know the drill. You know how this works. Okay, we have to give our players and teams a little bit of time to get themselves set up and ready. So it's time for another short break. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
At the start of the year, we struggled a lot. in every aspect of the team. And we, like I think it was March or April, we decided that we had to do some changes. And we sit one of the players on the bench, that was Guille. It was really hard decision. And the player that we were looking for was a player that also could help us drafting. When you work with Ope, you realize really fast that he wants to control everything. He wants to control from the draft to the strategy to micro plays. So he's a really complete player that worry about every aspect of the game, every aspect of the team. That's super helpful. So everyone has someone behind him pushing him to offer the best.
Ope is a very open person, not only as a player, but also if you just meet him on the street, he's truly wanting to get to know you. And I feel like he's doing that also with his teammates. He's a great and humble leader, trying to find what his teammates are best in, trying to draft also as best as possible for his team, and it's working well.
I started Brawl Stars 5 years ago. I was playing just to having some good moment with my friend. I started to watch the competitive. It was SK Gaming. Before I liked the structure was some French play on the org, and after with some friend I tried to play Esports, to learn how to play, how to win money because I wanted money. And when I joined SK, I was happy because I wanted to be an SK since a long time. I was talking with Chaos to join them because I feel like Chaos and Yoshi are very good individually, and I wanted to help them to be the best team in the challenge in the BSC. Obviously, I want to win worlds with my team, and I would say do the best season, like all the year, be top 1 and just win everything.
SK needed this voice on the team, and ever since Semantic left, this role had to be filled. The dynamic definitely changed within the teams ever since OP joined, and it also shows in the gameplay. Well, first of all, let's ask ourselves, what does a rising star really need? I feel like OP is a very goal-oriented person, again, very open. He's trying to find the best for his team, and yeah, he's doing a great job at it. So I do think you could consider OP to be a rising star. He hasn't had that many LAN events, for example, last year with his team, but this year he's gonna pop off.
I think considering anyone to be the true rising star is hard because there is a lot of competition, but he will be on the fight for sure. He's one of the biggest rookies right now, but he has a lot of fight to get that title, but he will be there for sure.
This is my first LAN. I'm excited, I will do my best. I feel like I can just enjoy these moments because this is my first LAN, like you said, and I will do my best.
When it comes to us representing Zeta, I think it was a really big challenge at the beginning of the season because of the reputation they had, especially in our game, winning 2 World Championships. I think we performed really great in this new experience for them in the EMEA regions. We're super happy with how things are working, and they're a great organization. We can be considered the super team because the EMEA region is so competitive and we performed great throughout all the year. I would say we're one of the best teams competing at World Finals and here at the Gamescom. I would say our biggest strength is our mental fortitude because in some matches we are down 2-0 and we manage to reverse sweep. We always believe we can get a win in every situation. I think it will be a great experience for us to compete here in front of the crowd because it's a great warm-up for World Finals, and I won my last Gamescom. I want to repeat with the Zeta this year too.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we're playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series live here at Gamescom in Cologne, Germany. It's been a fantastic day so far. We're officially at our halfway mark of our competition, at least for day one of that competition, and it's been very exciting so far. 3 more matches left on the day, and we're about to get into all of that action. But before we do that, before we start talking about the next match, we want to give a quick shout out here because none of this would be possible without any of our amazing partners. So it's time for us to take a quick moment and say thank you to our SPS presenting partner, Samsung, for providing us with these amazing Samsung devices. Samsung is raising the bar for mobile gaming with top-tier performance, crystal clear displays, and lightning-fast response times. Samsung Galaxy S23 series is the absolute best-in-class device for mobile gaming with exceptional battery life and incredible power. Get unmatched speed from the newest, fastest Snapdragon platform ever, available only on Samsung Galaxy devices. With epic power comes epic gaming. Level up your game and play like the pros with the new Galaxy S23 series, of course, and our amazing phone models as well. Thank you, Sunny and Trav, for doing such a fantastic job with that. You look great, doing great.
It looks great with my jacket, honestly.
You match, exactly. You hold on to that while we start talking about match number 4. We mentioned it before the break. The 2 teams that just did not play match number 3, Zeta and SK, will now face off in the next matchup. Sunny, what do we expect out of this one?
Well, it's going to be an interesting one. So far, every single team has snagged away a win, apart from A&R. They're not facing up now. Zeta and SK both 1 point in each. So they definitely want to extend their lead now, want to take that first seed for now, because so far it's unclear whether it's FUT, SK, or Zeta Division.
All right, and Trav, what are your expectations as we also get these really sweet shots of the Zeta squad?
I think it's going to be a great match. I think these, after the first couple of appearances, I should say, they're looking like the top 2 teams at this tournament at the moment. You know, they both took down their opponents in the first games, and now for the second game, one of them is going to be 2-0, and one of them is going to be joining FUT Esports on 1-on-1. So it's going to be a very close game. I think you've kind of always got to give Zeta the edge just because of the year they've had. But SK, they're always looking so fierce.
Not only fierce in their competition, but fierce in their shots. They're glamorous. I love these. I'm sorry. These came out fantastic.
Only team that smiles.
For the event. See, having a little bit of fun with it as well. Okay, now that we got to talk about that a little bit, if we've got some time, I think, before we do their walk-ins. So who do you think could potentially be some standout players when it comes to these rosters here, Sunny?
Oh, that's an interesting question here. We have on both rosters one of the newer players, OP on the side of SK Gaming. Of course, Garo, still kind of newer. He has been playing for, well, last year it wasn't Zeta Division, but with that team already last year and had been doing a fantastic job also at Worlds. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one here. I couldn't say any player in particular that stands out to me, honestly. Every single one of those players, all 6 players in the field, are going to be fantastic at what they're doing. I especially look forward to if SK Gaming can get their revenge. Coming out from the last monthly final, they get reverse swept by Zeta Division 3-2 in the end, so they're definitely hot for this matchup.
All right, Trav, you were impeccable with your prediction last time for the last match. And you don't get to do it this time because actually match number 4 is ready to go, so we're going to send it on over to the stage to kick things off.
For the Brawl Stars Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals.
Ja, das Match ist serviert. Die Teams sitzen bereit und können es kaum erwarten, ins Spiel reinzustarten. Aber lasst uns doch auch mal hier vor Ort eine kleine Abfrage starten. Wer von euch denkt, dass SK Gaming die Partie für sich entscheiden wird?
All right, for the next match, you can see the players are already behind us, already itching to get in and brawl. The next match is going to be SK Gaming versus Zeta Division.
So sieht's aus, liebe Leute. Also viel Spaß in der 4. Begegnung des Tages. Zeta Division versus SK Gaming.
Well, time to get ready to see who's going to remain undefeated and who is going to be joining foot on 1-1. Both SK and Zeta Division are 1-0 at the moment, undefeated so far in this competition. Zeta Division surely going to be the favourites. And to answer Glitter's question before I got cut off, I think I'm looking at a 3-1 Zeta.
3-1, okay. I do think it's going to be a close one. They did, the last 2 times they faced against each other, it was a 3-2, both times for Zeta Division, both in the challenge season, and also, as I mentioned before, in the monthly finals, in the August monthly finals. So I'm going to say 3-2 Zeta Division again.
So whenever you're here, it's 3-2 anyway, so it's probably going to be a 3-2 at the end of the day. Maybe you should have taken that into account beforehand, but whenever Sunny appears, a 3-2 does as well, surprisingly. So wouldn't be surprised if it does go that way. Which way did you say, sorry? Did you say Zeta or SK?
Zeta.
Okay, well, we're both siding with Zeta at least, but I do feel like SK have performed so well today. How well they played against for Esports is definitely going to be, if they play the same, dangerous against Zeta.
I have to say both of those teams have been making their previous matches pretty close. They played it all the way to the very last set. Both Zeta and SK haven't been looking very dominating, I have to say. So it could go either way, honestly. A 3-2 is definitely something I do expect from this game here. Apart from the first 2 that did end 3-2, despite us thinking it would go like either Zeta stomps them or now they have the time to redeem themselves and try to, as you said, gain the top seed here. The other one is going to join Food Esports in a 1-2-1 situation here. We have different maps here as well. Flying Phoenix is going to be the first one, but let's see what those 2 teams are going to show us now. Zeta Division and SK both warmed up here. Zeta Division had a bit of a break. Do you feel like that's an advantage or not?
Honestly, I don't really know at this point, because it seemed like when Foot Esports kind of came off the back and just really showed themselves, maybe the shorter time when you can keep yourself in that mentality and not have to snap in and out of it might be a bonus rather than a negative. Looking at the draft though, Flaring Phoenix is obviously the map we're going to, as you said. Shelly, Bonnie and Squeak going to be banned out from the side of Zeta Division. SK Gaming going to get rid of the Shelly, the Squeak and the Tick. So 2 of the bans across the board, or across either sides, are going to be the same, with obviously Bonnie and Tick being the outliers. Brock the first pick, Piper to retaliate from SK. Piper and Flaring Phoenix, I haven't seen that in a while.
Definitely so. I do think SK Gaming knows what they're doing on this map. That Piper pick coming in as first one, banning out the Squeak and also the Tick to ban out some control here. Going with the Daryl here as second pick already. It's kind of a balanced draft simply because they picked 2 brawlers that you wouldn't normally draft as the first one, and then going with the long range and the tanky option here. What does Zeta Division have to answer to this? And honestly, they can open up the map with Brock. Piper is gonna play off of that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. I feel picking Daryl and Piper when Brock's on the other side of the map, you're kind of looking like you want to sculpt it into a long-range battle, and then Daryl comes in. But Cordelius, we know how good he is against Daryl. When Daryl's got roll and you hit that Cordelius super, stand still Daryl because you're staying where you are. Cordelius stops that in his tracks and plays it beautifully, but also at the same time it's had some hefty nerfs. Can't charge that super up whilst you're in the realm. That makes it a lot more difficult to play this brawler on a map like this, where it's kind of so passive and so far looking like it's going to be a long-range affair.
But we talked about it before. Cordelius is still okay in the meta. Now he's not that good anymore, that he's not banned out every single time. So we do see Cordelius even more now. Meg is going to be the last pickup here from Zeta Division. I did see Einar play this brawler here before, and it didn't work out in the very first match of the day for them at all. Every single time they drafted the Meg, it just wasn't meant to be. I'm still not thinking that's probably the best pickup they could have ever done, but maybe Zeta Division finally redeem that the honor of Meg here.
Yeah, well, hate Meg, but I love to see it being played.
I always love when I just try to like talk around a tiny bit and be like, yeah, Meg, you know, she's not the worst, but she's also not really good. And you're like, yeah, absolutely hate it.
That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. Barley going to be the last pick from SK Gaming though, and I do like that. You see, I can say I like things as well as hating them. Barley I like, but at the same time, it just feels weird, you know? Yes, there's some unbreakable walls, but at the same time, from where the draft started to where it finished, I couldn't have guessed where it went.
Honestly, first the mech, now the barley. I do love the barley on Flaring Phoenix. At the same time, Brock can open up the mech. The Cordelius obviously has a gadget to just jump into his face. So it's going to be a tough one here for barley, honestly, if he doesn't manage to just keep control right from the get-go. Of course, Brock is going to open up the map a tiny bit right from the get-go, so Chaos can't have any bushes to use his star power to the fullest and also hide behind that wall. OP just trying to get his super. On the left-hand side, we have Yoshi on that barley.
Almost hitting that rocket fuel there. I don't think it'd have brought him down anyway, but OP on this Daryl's always very, very dangerous. Now he gets hit once and hit twice as well. Roll available for the Daryl now, and a little homemade recipe comes through also. Maybe a bit of a rotation here, as Meow kind of came back and went around to that left-hand side, trying to get into Yoshi's face. But at the moment, not able to.
OP with the roll on here. No, it does get taken out of the mecha, but does survive it. Still, never mind. Chaos with the snipe down here. Well played by them, confirming that KO, making this one a 3v2 situation here. OP surviving on very low HP, now full HP again. Falls low again. Now takes him into the Shadow Realm. Doesn't get hit up by Chaos here. Falls finally to Yoshi. 2v1, and that's going to be the round for SK Gaming.
I mean, SK were taking no prisoners there. All supers thrown out towards the end. Last call and the jump from Chaos. I mean, you know, you want to break up if you're a Piper, right? So you can't really blame him for it. Surprising that we haven't seen that left-hand side broken by Gero, though. I will say 3 gadgets and the left-hand wall still surviving. Not what I expect when you're against a Barley.
At the same time, you do not want to give the Piper as much room to move as she would have with that broken wall there. Meow and Snowy were falling low there, have to pull back a tiny bit. OP on the right-hand side, still trying to get the sterile roll, has it now. Maybe it can make a play with it later on. Chaos switching sides here, trying to help OP in the right-hand side lane here. Gero and Yoshi in a 1v1 on the left-hand side. The Barley out in the open. They decide to switch here once again. Playing the Daryl into the Brock is actually a big brain move here, as the Brock isn't rocking rocket laces. Daryl should have an easy matchup there.
Yeah, well, we saw the Shadow Realm being wasted by Meow, which surprised me a little bit considering how valuable it is and how hard it is to get on this map. But OP's going to go in and get out as well. Healing Tonic coming through. Now he brought out of his mech and brought even lower as well. Chaos looking to try and follow up. I mean, this is surely going to be over. Barley comes in to slot in and help, and SK clean up. Zeta, they look in pieces here.
And SK Gaming's looking strong. Great engage there from OP, getting out of the situation with a low HP here as well. And finally, SK Gaming taking the first game here. Kinda just following up on what they showed us in the previous match of the day, as long as it's not Brawl.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Zeta are able to make some amendments. Through that break once more to get rid of some of that grass that Chaos obviously wants to be lurking in. And Meow definitely aggressing a bit more this time onto OP, but Chaos going to slide round and try and help out. Going to get some super off him being in the little radius there from Meow, but did go straight back out of it, and Daryl roll already available. That time, this wall is broken on the left, and Yoshi doesn't have many places to hide.
Chaos tapping Meow there, has to fall back as he's low. OP finding the connection onto the Brock. As I was saying, Brock doesn't really have the best matchup into Daryl there on the left-hand side lane. 3v2 situation now. Chaos getting tapped up by Meow. Has his jump available just in time to get the revenge here. Meow is falling. Novi, the last man standing for the side of Zeta Division. This is going to be another round going the way of SK Gaming.
And another wall break coming through as well. Chaos is getting at the finishing blow. Not going to be able to give Yoshi any of that super that he so heavily desires. But he's going right side here. Obviously, there's some unbreakable walls close to his side. But if he goes there, he's going to be feeding that Otis, who does already have super. I'm sure Yoshi is aware, and I'm sure SK will have told each other about that. But Zeta really needs to change something because this draft is not good. And so far, SK have been dominating.
The mech really doesn't seem to work out today at all. 0% win rate in this tournament, at least so far. Let's see if Zeta Division manages to turn things around. They need to turn things around now. One more round towards SK Gaming, and they win this very first set of this fourth match of the day. Walls are broken up here. Piper can use this to the fullest. Okay, falling low here. Herbal Tonic coming in from Yoshi to heal up his teammate. Kind of just a standoff here. Both of those teams just waiting for their supers to come in, waiting for the smoke to come in.
Yeah, we got a Daryl roll, but the Brock super's not really going to connect a lot. There it is, but instantly Meow says no to that and goes and grabs some of those mushrooms from the Shadow Realm, looking to hunt down OP now. But if he comes out of the zone in this area, he's not going to be in the best spot. Jump over a Piper shot though, and maybe he is going to be in a good spot. Now he comes out of that super. Now they're all low. Beautiful stuff from Zeta, but can they get the finishes? They do, but not without a few casualties as well. As as Gero went down.
I have to say the timing on that Cordelius super was amazingly well played by Meow there. OP just trying to roll in, getting shot down immediately. And that situation was basically what Zeta Division gave the win over this round. And as I was saying, they're starting to turn around things here as SK Gaming just needs one more round to win this first set. Chaos and OP both with super on the side of SK Gaming. Maybe OP gets a better roll on this time, but Meow on the left-hand side, just waiting again for OP to roll in.
Yeah, smart decision. Definitely worked for them in the previous one, and how heavily SK have been dominating. You wouldn't expect it to be even if Zeta managed to win this round. Needs to use this super on OP when he does roll in, though, to try and waste that and get some good value off it as well. But now he just trying not to be hit by Chaos or Yoshi there. Don't want to feed anything more, especially when he can't really fight at this range.
Zeta trying to bait OP there, but he doesn't know. Meow is waiting in that bush as well. Herbal Tonic coming in. I believe that's the last get from Yoshi there. And Zeta Division just waiting for overtime to hit here. Meow hitting another super onto OP. Let's see if he gets out of that Shadow Realm with his life. Meow again standing in mid there. Chaos falling. All three members of SK Gaming falling the same second here. Zeta Division taking a game 1-1 now in this set.
I mean, saying this is even is kind of ridiculous in my eyes. I have no clue how Zeta Division is still in this one after how convincing SK looked. But it is even now 1-1. And Zeta's still alive in this first set. If they manage to make this work, I will be very surprised. But SK just didn't look the same in that game, and Zeta seemed to have a bit of a switch flip in their heads.
Honestly, I do believe Zeta Division comp can work if they wait it out. And that's exactly what they've been doing in the last two rounds, just waiting for that overtime to hit OP, trying to engage very aggressively there. It does not work out at all. SK Gaming already down one man.
Yeah, that's not what I expected from OP. We usually see him being such a good Daryl, choosing his moments wisely, knowing what opponents he's going to be able to beat. And that time going into three of them, I think we all kind of know that you're not going to be able to win that matchup. Good flank coming in now, though, from Meow. SK still have two players left. It's a possibility. But, I mean, with how much HP now he's going to have and Meow pinching around the back, if he needs to use that realm to finish off this round, I'm sure he will.
Or he just keeps it for the next one. Let's see what he goes for. Chaos trying to help up Meow there. Zeta Division just playing for the long run here, trying to play as passively as possible, getting their supers. They're already in a good position here in the 3-2. Gero does decide to use his super. It doesn't connect with anyone. SK Gaming still has a possibility here, but it's definitely not an easy one. Super coming in from Yoshi now. Chaos is one shot there. Meow trying to go in there. Noe and Meowbo falling. This is gonna be an amazing turnaround here. SK Gaming winning that first round, and Travis shaking his head.
I mean, you see, this is what I mean. Sometimes you just have to use your super to win the round, and if you use the realm, you win the round, and it's just not worth the sacrifice of going now only one round away from losing the entire set for the sake of one super that you might have cycled out by the end of the round anyway. Doesn't seem logical to me, but Zeta felt quite firm on that decision.
SK Gaming taking another round here, but we did see the same thing happening in the round before that as well, as Zeta Division can still turn things around here if they get a grip onto OP, especially on that left-hand side again with the roll, trying to find a perfect moment to go in, but Zeta Division doing such a good job at just always switching lanes, so Meow is all the time on that Daryl.
Yeah, well, that super's still available from Meow. Carried that across and needs to make use of it this one, I'll tell you that. Otherwise, he's not really going to be doing too well. But last call available. OP's going to have this roll too. Homemade recipe did connect with Naui also, and Meow still sitting on this super. Gero needs to make something happen. Last call comes in and a push directly out of this spot. Well, oh, he does get the connection onto Barley, but that's not the best one to go for. Daryl's going to roll in now. The knockback coming out of that, but the gas takes two. Meow versus the world, and he shoots to the right. No healing from that, and the gas will take him. SK claims set number one.
After winning the first game, Zeta Division almost manages to turn things around here, but in the end, it's SK Gaming taking this very first set. And Trev, if it's going to go your way, Zeta has to win the next 3 ones.
I know. I'm not feeling as confident anymore after that performance and that draft, to be honest with you, but SK Gaming, they thoroughly deserved that win. They looked very, very good throughout, and, you know, if you can clutch a 3v2, yeah, he didn't use his super, I know, but at the same time, even if you've got the capability of doing that, you know they're going to be doing all right going forwards, and I feel like SK just performed better. They've been performing so well all day.
And they need to, as they do need to become first or second. Then also for Esports needs to become third or fourth in order for them to still make Worlds directly. They have been pulling their weight so far, winning their matches throughout the day so far. Now Zeta Division is probably the biggest opponent to have today, as they are seed 1 not only in the BSC but also together with ANR in this challenge season. And OP, we see him here doing a good job at his very first huge LAN event.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, when it's your first LAN event and you can perform as well as he is, then you know that you've got a good player on your roster. Staying composed on that, Daryl did make a mistake, went a bit aggressive at one point, but rectified that in the next couple of rounds when he played it very, very well throughout, and we should see some more great players like that. Zeta, not looking the same. We see some smiles coming out of SK, some happiness, but I mean, it's understandable if you've just lost a set, you're going to want to focus up and try and claw it back.
Crystal Arcade is going to be our very next map, a map we haven't seen so far. So interesting to see how this is going to go down, and interested to see how they managed to draw. We had another Meg Trev, and honestly, I'm still not convinced by this pick.
Yeah, let's not see any more Meg. Let's just not see any more. That's my opinion on it, at least. Get rid of the Meg, and you might stand a chance. Because as you said, 0% win rate, maintain. So, I mean, I don't know why people keep on going towards it. I don't know what good matchups Meg had in that, really.
I mean, she did a good job in mid there, kind of defending off and holding off.
Not really, though, right? You just stand there. It's not that much of a good job in mid. It's just surviving until the end. It's like, that's what you're meant to do in Knockout, right? Like, I know I'm maybe being a bit harsh here, but I need some explanation.
Well, yeah, basic explanation of Knockout. Stay alive, get kills, and you're winning.
Exactly.
Meg didn't manage to do any of that. But let's see how Crystal Arcade is going to go. I even do believe Meg would have better options here if you just break up the map. Meg wouldn't even be the worst option here. But let's see, there's a lot better options, obviously. We would have Jean, Gus, B, even both would be lovely to see as a mid. Stu as well, a lot of mid options. On lane, we usually see Ruffs, Spike, maybe a Sam incoming, but honestly, Foot isn't playing.
Yeah, I know. That's the only time we see some of these tanks nowadays. We see a Daryl coming out of OP quite a lot, but it's rare to see a Sam if we're not seeing, you know, Lenane play or Foot in general as well as some of the other players. Sorry, I can't speak now. Some of the other players do come in and try and play that. But at the same time, I feel like it's a possibility to see tanks pretty much anywhere at the moment. We saw, you know, the first glimpse of Rosa from Foot Esports, and it played out quite well. And I do want to see some more of that today also.
It's kind of funny to see also that we do usually know, okay, this brawler we assign to this roster, right? Like with Zeta Division, I honestly wouldn't know. They play every single brawler apart from tanks.
Yeah, I'm sticking Gero and Carl every game, and I think they win, to be honest with you. He plays very well. That's the only brawler I really associate with Zeta Division at the moment, to be honest, but I don't know. Carl hasn't played as much as it used to, and it saddens me.
Interesting to see as well, because Carl hasn't received the nerf at all, and still he's kind of dropping off now, falling out of the meta, simply because his counters are getting better and better, and people are also knowing, like, how to play the games. Terra is becoming stronger again, which just, of course,
Which we love.
Trev loves.
Which we love.
You love, yeah?
We love.
We? We're a we now.
Collectively.
Thank you.
We love Tara, and there's no arguing that, to be honest.
I love Stu, so I actually hate her. You should see how Trev is looking at me right now. It's absolutely amazing. Sam is actually banned by Zeta Division. Again, they do not want to have any tanks on the side of the opponents. Ems and Stu are going to be the answer to that Rosa pick from Zeta Division. Quite interesting to see that Rosa is actually going to be the first pick.
Yeah, well, we said we wanted to see some more Rosa today, so, or at least I did. Can't say we anymore. Not putting any opinions on you, but Ems and Stu going to be there from the side of SK Gaming, which I'm sure you're very pleased about.
I am. Thank you. I think we are very pleased about seeing that Stu played out by SK Gaming. Let's see, okay, probably on that brawler, what he can do with it. Not the hugest amount of damage output, honestly. I would have loved to see the B on the side of SK Gaming. Instead, it's going to be Zeta Division picking her up. Of course, if you have a tank on your side, you do not want to see the B on the side of the opponents. They now need another lane here. I would see a Ruffs incoming, maybe. Great against the Stu, and general just good on this map. Maybe something that can play off of the bushes there from Rosa, putting down with growing light. Let's see.
Yeah, well, one more pick for either side now. Need to see. Ooh, oh.
What?
Ooh. Zeta. For an answer that's much needed now that they're one set down.
What would you have preferred here, Mortis or Meg?
Probably Meg.
Me too.
And that's saying something.
Well, Mortis is going to be the last pick here for Zeta Division. We did see him come back and shine in the last few times he has been picked up now. Got a little buff there. And maybe Zeta Division is going to be able to pop off on that brawler. Not the best matchup into the stew, but it's baiting out the 3 M's gadgets. And then he's good to go against the M's. Colette now coming out of SK Gaming. Works wonders against the Rosa. Not the best pick into Mortis, I do believe, but let's see. Which comp do you like better, Trev?
Neither.
I agree.
Redo the draft. No, I think SK maybe a little bit better. The Mortis, the Mortis scared me. The Mortis scared me a little bit for Zeta Division, and you know, the first 2 picks, I was like, oh, I love this comp. I'm liking it. I like the B, I like the Rosa. But then the Mortis came along, and I was like, oh, not sure about that really.
What I kind of hate to see is that SK Gaming decided to not go with an Ember, for example. They have no chance at all to burn down the bushes that Rosa is bringing onto the map. So I do believe if Zeta Division gets to win the first interaction, they can keep control throughout the whole duration of the match. Chaos kind of struggling against Gero now. He does get the takedown there on the left-hand side. SK Gaming gets the better start on the left-hand side. Zeta Division, though, winning the right-hand side. OP trying to break up the map for his teammates, but he's really the only one that can break anything here.
Yeah, long dash to be able to get away from the Rosa. I like that decision. Yoshi slotting in here to help out Gero, to help out Chaos, I should say. Slows they're available from Chaos, but chose actually not to use it on Meow there. I think maybe he stepped out of line a little bit. Could have been punished for it, but 3K now available. Rattle Hive being used as well, and the slow available from Chaos is going to be dangerous.
Meow now falling back on the right-hand side. Already with 5 gems though. Zeta Division with a comfortable lead here. Only needs to pick up a few more gems to already get the countdown. Here OP only managed to pick up 2 on his side. Chaos now finally going onto the right-hand side where he should be really against the Rosa. Again, Gero just focusing on the M's, and Chaos already out of gadgets is going to be an easy target for Gero.
Well, OP trying to make something happen now, but that's going to be 9 gems picked up from Meow, and OP really wanting to go for something now. No gas to heal either, so not going to have the heals. Goes down, and 2 gems provided to the side of Zeta. Might just wait for Meow to pick them up, but now he actually chooses to get them.
Rattle Hive really working wonders, working overtime again, getting a takedown also onto OP and the gems towards Zeta Division. Meow now with 10 gems has to be the target here for SK Gaming, and the comp surprisingly works out. Zeta Division going away with the very first win in Crystal Arcade.
I mean, if they win, they win. I'm still not convinced by the Mortis, but it was 2 gadgets used instantly by Chaos, so they didn't really have much for the late game. But then again, you know, you want to survive, and if your mid's not going to come and help you out, then you're going to have to do it yourself, you know, and I feel like maybe could have been a bit better for the side of SK there if they just kind of pinched down a little bit more. OP maybe playing a bit individually, or at least too much on the Rosa side. I feel like the Rosa side's a bit better to just sack than the Mortis side would be.
No lane switches so far. No we. Now playing on the left-hand side. Never mind then. Trying to go up against the M's this time around. Mortis on the other side. Gero gets a takedown onto Yoshi. Zeta again winning the right-hand side. This time around, it's SK Gaming with a bit of a better start. Zeta Division only with a 4-gem lead, but it's still a lead.
Yeah, super wasted there from Gero, but he still gets the kill. It doesn't even matter to him at this point. He's just going in. Actually does go down eventually, and Chaos now got the side. What should be on lock as Rosa's coming in. Didn't miss that gadget there. Didn't get the perfect bush placement to connect those two. But OP now, Meow's getting pinched down. In comes the super from Rosa, but where to? He's slowed. OP's going to be able to get away with this long dash, but Gero's pursuing him once more. And he gets the super, pushing back into spawn. He's got to push it back, but can't get the shots to do it.
Gero really knows how to play with that brawler. Mortis absolutely wrecking hammered amongst the rows of SK Gaming. All gems on the side of Zeta Division now. SK Gaming just managed to pick up a single one. Gero sneaks away the very last one. Another countdown for Zeta Division. This is about to be a very, very fast set.
Well, I still question it. I still question it. Regardless of how well it played, I still stand by my statement. And Zeta Division going to take set number 2. SK Gaming could not really do too much about that. Weird drafts all the way throughout this series so far, but maybe we'll see something a bit different in set number 3. Zeta Division take number 2 quite convincingly at that as well.
You know, we're saying weird drafts. At the same time, we just have to analysis of the last few weeks, and maybe those teams have all been holding back with their secret weapons. So the brawlers we actually see as the most picks and most win rates ones aren't actually the ones they wanted to play all along.
No, I don't understand what you've just said there. No.
Well, I think chat is clever enough to understand.
I can't get behind that statement. Not sure really how Mortis was brought in or how, you know, SK let it be brought in and actually work, but at the same time, it did, and it played very well. So I've got to give it to them there. Zeta Division played very well with the comp that they had. SK Gaming tried as hard as they could, but EMS just doesn't have enough gadgets or, you know, anything really to be able to deal with the Mortis over the long period of time, and it's beating a Colette as well. A Colette that's using push it back also, so I don't know.
They kind of had to pick up the M's just to prevent Zeta Division from going any more tanks. They still went with another tank and it worked out just fine. Zeta Division showing us the true strength of this Mortis and Rosa comp here. Maybe that's just where the meta is heading again, into tanks. I would actually love to see that. The aggressive plays definitely something we're used to see from this region, but that matchup just was some chocolate. I just don't understand how you can lose with a Stu though.
I do. 1-1 though, Hot Zone's going to be the next, and it's going to be a pretty decisive one, I'd say. You know, my 3-1 prediction of Zeta Division is now back on. I felt a little bit unconfident about it in the first place when we saw SK take it so convincingly. Mortis is banned out now. Is this like the new meta?
I don't understand. Zeta Division banning out their own Mortis, SK Gaming banning out their Stu, both not convinced of what just went down. Bell is going to be the first pick up here from Zeta Division. Obviously a lane pick here on Dueling Beetles. Let's see what SK Gaming will follow up here, be the answer to the Bell. Direct matchup, kind of a 50-50, honestly. Let's see. And Rattled Hive have been wreaking havoc amongst the rows of any single opponent that Zeta Division has faced so far. I do feel like B is probably the most pickup brawlers from Zeta today, but let's see what SK Gaming can do with it now. Another pick from SK Gaming incoming now with Poco Band, maybe M's mid, let's see. Again, Bo, one of those underrated picks here. Squeak Band out as well. There's not too many options. Pam as well.
Yeah, Rosa's still on the table as well, and we saw Rosa working so well, and now that they've picked up the B, it's kind of one of those counters towards it. A couple of long-range ones from SK Gaming. I wouldn't mind if they just went for Rosa last pick, and it's going to be tough for Zeta to kind of pick it now because of that B as well, and they can just double down on those tank counters later on if Zeta do choose to go for it. So I'm not sure. I really did like the Rosa that we saw coming out of Lane, and if someone can play it in a pretty comparable way, then I think they're going to be doing pretty solid. But now the question is, like, does Zeta have to, you know, account for that and, you know, pick tank counters in advance that SK are going to be able to exploit a little bit later on down the line? They're going to go with the Shelly. I think that's a good pick, pretty versatile against most.
Shelly and Barley are going to be the last two pickups here for Zeta Division, and Shelly, just as Strive said, to prevent any tanks coming in from SK Gaming here. Rosa definitely would be a good one here. And then the Barley just for control in mid, especially good against the B, just too squishy to really go up against him. Whenever Bonnie has her super though, and is able to cycle it a bit, I don't think Barley's gonna have the greatest time ever on this map. Let's see what the last pick is for SK Gaming. Last pick, always, you want something that can counter all three of the other. Griff, actually. Great option, I feel like. You can open up the map against the Barley. It's not too bad against the Shelly too. Kind of the cheaper Shelly version. Griff, if you get close range, you're kind of a Shelly.
Yes.
I'm not the first one.
I'm not going to carry on disagreeing with you today, or I'll feel a bit bad. But at the same time, there's unbreakable walls on this map, so it's going to be tough for Griff to kind of rip everything open, which is obviously where Bonnie and B would do a bit better. But at the same time, I don't mind the Griff. I think it's pretty solid. Once those clay pigeons are gone and the map's broken, or at least half the map's broken up, it's going to be tough for both Barley and Shelly.
I do have to side with Zeta Division's comp a tiny bit more, simply because I do like the Barley on this map. First Rattle Hive already out and didn't hit a single target. Opal low here, gets stepped up by Novi, falling as well here. 32 already. Yoshi falling low here as well, not able to get a single percentage on the zone so far.
Yeah, well, pinned back now. SK starting to push back a little bit more, but the nest egg did connect. Break coming through as he's trying to pinch down onto Meow, and Chaos should help out as well. Rattle Hive was there, but didn't make any connections onto Naui or Gero, who were the two they were kind of going for. Super game out, jump from OP, and now this is the SK we expected to see throughout this once the map gets broken.
It's broken now. Yoshi standing in mid there. Chaos holding off his lane on the right-hand side against Noe. Noe tapping, but Chaos with that shield. Just standing off long enough for OK to respawn as well. OK can't be far away from his super. Some sort of control back from Zeta Division. They're collecting some more percentages and taking over the lead again.
Yeah, it's a close game though, and SK now pushing forward. Whenever Chaos starts to get a 3K, that's when it becomes scary. Slow gets missed though, does get the shot anyway, but a heal come forward. Meow's got his super, but no clay pigeons in sight for him, and now no clay pigeons, wall break. It's going to be difficult against this grip.
Meow just waiting for the perfect opportunity to use his super. SK Gaming taking over the lead once again now. Yoshi with the super gets connection onto Meow. Garo with the super pushing back SK Gaming into spawn. Chaos falling low there, has to heal up there. Taps into the barley shot again. Yoshi falling, trading off with Meow though. Great jump coming in from OP, and still SK Gaming remaining victorious here. 75% already. Zeta Division has to come back now.
Yeah, Chaos going to go down, just leaves Yoshi alone, and a nest egg up the top right. Super comes out though, only makes connection onto Meow. I feel like it's becoming for a lot of value at the moment, and hasn't really been seen to come back with much of it. Well, nest egg was popped there on the right-hand side by OP, who gets followed up by a couple more shots. Meow's out in the open. Band-Aid's going to be used there as well. Yoshi can't stay up, even with his star power, but Chaos is on the zone and getting some percentage. Less than 10% needed now, and Zeta don't even seem that bothered by it, eventually pushing them off. OP's got jump coming back in, though, but you can't really jump a Shelly.
Only 6 more percentages to take in from SK Gaming, but Zeta Division now with mid control does not want SK Gaming anywhere close to this zone anymore. Chaos now trying to hold on to his shield as long as possible, maybe tapping into the zone, but slowly but steadily Zeta Division turning around things here, taking over 94% and standing in the zone still. Meow falling. Garo takes the last percentage. 6% was all that it took Zeta Division to win this one.
I mean, that's the opposite of what I expected. We saw SK starting off strong and then Zeta coming back. I was kind of expecting the complete opposite, but Zeta played it quite well at the end there, managed to get them down. I feel like maybe that jump from OP was a little bit rushed, pretty much into all 3 of them when he jumped to the right-hand side and didn't really have a lot of help. If they all pushed it the 3 time and he jumped, he'd have taken a lot of the ammo and then have got that work, then got the damage done.
I agree with you on that one. As soon as the map is broken up, SK Gaming should have just a walkthrough through this set, especially against the Barley Knit. But Garo has been holding off great, especially with that Herbal Tonic coming down. Again, just to healing up his teammates, pushing back SK Gaming further. Zeta Division this time around taking over the lead right at the start, as they should be with this comp. So far, no break on the side of the opponents. SK Gaming push back all the way into spawn, just coming out of spawn now. Yoshi, the last man standing.
Yeah, so it's a bit of an irrelevant right now. Jumps into 2 again, and I just question it. It's not the right play to be making. You've got to wait for your teammates, and that's not what he's doing. But at the same time, his teammates aren't really getting anywhere, so how long could you wait for? Just over and over, respawn cycling with Garo in this position. If now he can just hold strong, he's not really going to be able to be pinched down. Nest Egg spot there as well over the right. Super's going to hit from the last goal. Rattle Tide being used and just trying to line up with Garo. Gets a couple of connections, but a gadget from Garo will get him healed up again.
SK needs an opening now, otherwise Zeta Division is going to run away with the set, only needing 20 more percentages. OK, deciding to jump in is quite low, not hitting a single target. 10% only for Zeta Division for the taking. Another team wide. This is surely going to be Zeta Division's game, and set 2-1 for them. SK Gaming looked very convincing in the first game. In that second one, you can't say that about them.
Yeah, 3% to the name in that second game. Not what they're going to be wanting at all. Zeta Division looking absolutely incredible in that second one. First one, I thought SK had it in the bag, and I thought they were going to take it all the way from there as well, but Zeta Division proved me wrong and showed the power of their comp. Once that barley got established, it was so difficult for them to break. They needed a break of the right-hand side to pinch in, but they never got that either.
It didn't work out for them. Again, a comp that we didn't really see incoming, working out better than what we expected, Trev. Maybe we just stick to casting.
Yeah, I intend to.
Yeah, me too. So we're good to go here. Next map is going to be Dueling Beetle, the safe zone there. Interesting to see what they're going to show us here. Probably not any of those brawlers we were expecting.
Yeah, probably not, to be fair, at the end of the day. But I think that was those comps were definitely more normal than what we've seen the past couple of sets before that. So I'm liking they're getting back on the right road rather than kind of just veering off completely and surprising me time and time again. Obviously, moving forwards, it's going to be Zeta Division taking it 3-1, or SK Gaming going to have to win 2 in a row now to be able to take it to our third 3-2 of the day. We've had so many close games throughout the duration of today, and it's just really difficult to see who's going to come out on top of this one, because SK Gaming, I feel like they've been looking so good, so good all day long, and arguably, I think, playing better than Zeta. But at the moment, it just seems like Zeta, I actually don't know why they're winning, but they just are.
They're playing it just fully controlled, and SK Gaming isn't really used to play against such a team, I think. They're usually the ones that want to control the whole game, or jumping in time and time again a bit too aggressively, a bit too hectically when his teammates don't follow up and have no opportunities to follow up really and confirm the kills. So maybe that's a bit of a nervosity thing again. There's the word again. Let's see. I mean, SK Gaming has only been able to beat them once in a BSC or ESL match. That was in the April monthly qualifier, monthly finals, quarterfinals. Otherwise, it was always a 3-2 going away the way of a Zeta Division.
Yeah, well, we'll be able to see this draft again shortly. Should be getting into it very, very soon, and we'll see if we go for some more weird stuff or something a bit more usual yet again. I feel like SK, I don't think they need to take risks. I feel like they should just play what they play. Well, at least throughout the past few months, rather than today. I think it'll work. You know, I genuinely think they've been playing so well today, and I think that they can beat Zeta, even if they're playing Zeta's game, if they get the draft right.
Riff is kind of the kryptonite at the moment for SK Gaming, also 0% win rate so far, whereas Meg hasn't been working out for ANR and Zeta. SK Gaming might need to stop picking this Griff.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they do stop and really look at statistics and win rate instead of just kind of going with what they want. But I genuinely don't think that Griff was a terrible pick in that one. It was doing a good job of the left-hand side, but it was when Barley got established on the left that the Griff really started to struggle. If it kept its match against the Shelly, I genuinely think SK would have had a very, very good foot in the door in that last game. And obviously the previous one before that as well. But Zeta Division, they're just so resilient. Anything that you throw at them, they can deal with their just incredible team play, their incredible mechanics, and generally this team is definitely something to be scared of throughout this competition and future competitions as well for the world.
I mean, they already showed in the match against ANR today that they can come back from very dire situations here. Zeta Division definitely one of the teams with the strongest mental, with the strongest mindset here. Glad Shelly and B is going to be banned out by Zeta Division. Carl, Bell and Eve are going to be banned from the side of SK Gaming. I do like the amount of damage output SK Gaming has in their comp. A bit more controlled again on Zeta Division side.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the SK combat. You know, you can one push if you got a Brock and an 8-bit on the same side. You've just got to make the break. We're going to see the Daryl come through from Zeta Division here, which obviously taking it out of Ope's hands is probably a smart thing to do at this point in the game, especially when you run it into a Squeak and a Bonnie who don't have that much burst damage. It was probably a very good plan to take that. And, you know, even if it doesn't work for them, it was taking it out of SK's hands is a smart thing as well.
At the same time, Brock might be running Rocket Laces, so I don't really see Daryl having any brawl that you connect really with so far. Not the best brawler into an 8-bit, not the best brawler into Brock if he decides to go with that catcher. Otis now the last pick from SK Gaming, another answer to Daryl. Also quite interesting to see that now Otis is preferred more than Cordelis even.
Yeah, I mean, Cordelis is just so tough you can't cycle your super, and if you've got to restart from 0 again when you're on a map like Safe Zone, I think it's just really difficult to play on a map like this. Close range on Brawl Ball, something like that, yeah, go for it. But when you're always playing at range, that's when it starts to be a bit tough to play like Cordelis. And I do like the Otis. If you have the mute at the right time, it's perfect, but if not, then I think a Daryl can still kill you.
And I feel like that mute is the keyword. Cordelis had a longer mute before and was kind of, again, a cheap version of Otis in a way of you just have 3 mutes for free without charging your super. Now Otis comes back as that mute isn't as strong on Cordelis anymore. We're starting into the game now. Could be already the last one if Zeta Division is managing to take this one. SK Gaming trying everything to prevent it. So far, Zeta Division with an amazing start already. Noe and Garo both on the save. 50% dropped already.
What a gadget as well there. I think you pretty much connected all of them, and now it's SK's turn. Damage turret loaded up, and the fat splatter on safe. Ope is going to wail away at it as well. Carry this damage on. Mute available from Chaos 2. Another extra credits popped. Ope is going to go down, but not without some damage along the way, and only 6% in it. But now we're back to Zeta.
Chaos even manages to deal some more damage onto safe. SK Gaming still not in the lead though, as Meow still up there, trying to get some more damage in. Zeta Division in the lead. It's only 3%, but technically they could take this win away with that. Meow now finally falling. Ope with some great shots. Trying to get another super and trying to get another super on to save. Chaos now just waiting for Noe to roll in.
Yeah, well, so far it's pretty much been all gas, no brakes, but now SK going in again, and it's a base race once more. I believe we actually saw someone go down, and that's going to take a lot of damage off the bottom side, but Ope's still going to be dealing it. Damage gear activated as well, down to 8%, and nothing came out of Naui up top. This is an SK game to win, but they've not won it yet.
Ope now finally taking out Noe here as well. Zeta Division, no possibility to deal damage. Just now, Garo is still waiting to get another super. SK Gaming decides to just play defensively. Ope with the defensive turret here gets taken out right away. Yoshi with another super on to save is not able to close things off. 3% only on the save of Zeta Division though.
Yeah, the mute's there as well, and another turret comes through. Gonna get taken down quickly, but if Brock can slot into that position once more and nobody's going to be there to tank it, Meow's going to go down, doesn't get his super off either, jump up, and that's leaving a lot for the defense of Daryl, who's surely not going to be able to defend it. One shot from Brock will do it with that incendiary, and it does. SK Gaming aren't giving up just yet.
Taking away this very first game might be able to turn things around. Still, that will be the third match of the day already, going all the way. And you kind of said it's just happening whenever I'm here. I feel like I'm...
It is.
Is it a good or a bad omen?
It depends how you look at it, I guess.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
I mean, we've got good games, so I mean, you can't argue with that. But at the same time, you know, if we go 2-0 up and then we see a 2-2 and then a 3-2 to the team who was 2-0 up, it becomes a little bit more of a waste of time.
Well, I love to see a bit more of those two teams. So far, they're two of the strongest ones in this competition. Both of them won they only had one match so far, both of them won it. So now it's the question of as to who takes over this first seed. Ope with a super now still has a place to put it. Hiding it really well from Meow there. He gets taken out immediately. Only 30% damage shell to save Noe, and Garo again on that save of SK Gaming, immediately taking back the lead.
His gadgets are so good. Now he's done it again. He just gets all of his spin. It's on perfectly on safe, and it's really is gorgeous. But at the same time, 29% already been done. The damage power-up's been put down there. And Ope going to pick that up too, but super from Meow says no to that, and it is SK back in the lead once more. But it's not that much of a big one.
I do love to see that 8-bit on safe zone hasn't been played in a while now, slowly coming back into the meta, one of the best brawlers on the map right now, but Squeak is such a good answer to it. Every single time Ope does have a super, immediately gets shot down by Meow here. A defensive super now coming out from Ope. SK Gaming just trying to defend here as they do lead here with 10% only. Slowly shrinking their lead as Garo again is on safe. Noe waiting to do some damage as well. Zeta Division 1% lead.
I mean, it was a coordinated attack and it ended up in a coordinated death there from Zeta Division. Everybody pretty much went down at the same time, but now he's going to roll in now, try exploit how low they are. But the Muse plays straight onto him, and that's dealing damage too. It's going to be a tough ask for Zeta to come back. In he goes once more. The jump in, and the Brock can't get the damage done, and they do almost take the lead. Super wasted by Yoshi too, which Zeta aren't going to complain about.
No, we're waiting for another roll now, trying to go in aggressively there. Ope just defending, getting a super. Surely gets to take that onto Noe now, but Zeta Division managed to get the lead here. Another Squeak super coming in to save 3% only, and the Squeak shot is gonna get Zeta Division the win. 1-1 now in match point for Zeta.
Well, my prediction's almost going to be right again, not to take it away from Zeta there, but at the same time, SK Gaming, they did look good. When they start playing defensive, I feel it starts to go downhill for them, though. I feel like when they just run at the safe, it just works for them so well for the side of SK Gaming. Zeta Division, I feel like they're playing a bit more controlled, and if SK let them, then I feel like they just exploit this defensiveness that SK are doing.
I also felt like that single Yoshi super that he just wasted a bit on his own save, kind of, took away so much of SK Gaming's momentum there. That would have been the damage they might have needed. Ope's super is also placed in spots where it immediately gets taken out again. I don't know what those supers are from SK Gaming at the moment. Noe now finally coming in here, trying to get some damage on to save. Immediately gets shut down here by Ope, and Chaos does manage to get 15%, but it's a very small lead looking back on the first two rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, these defensive supers from OP as well. He's using the defensive gadgets too with the extra credits. He just used that on defense, which, you know, it can work. But at the same time, Zeta, when they're in this position and they can continuously get the damage down, take a lead, it's at times when you're on those aggressive pushes that you're going to be wanting to use those turrets and extra credits.
Yoshi with a great super now. Meow and Garo both fall low. Have to fall back there. No, we're falling completely. Yoshi finally gets taken out. That residue gadget truly slowed him down there. OP even slower now, and that Ape can't really move at all. But SK Gaming still is able to defend that 1-2-3 for now. You know, another roll-in doesn't get any more damage onto safe. It's just 21%, still able for SK Gaming to turn things around, but so far they haven't even been able to come out of spawn.
Yeah, great connections from Meow there to bring Brock down, who desperately wanted that super onto safe, and now he's not even going for damage. I feel like he's just going to just soak up some shots and let his teammates come in behind him to deal it. Super veil from Meow, can he get it perfect? He gets a lot of it on. Ope's going to fall from that super, and a shot from Garo as well. Jump should be coming in shortly from Garo too, and Brock, Otis, and Abit, they're all playing defense when they're so good on offense, they just can't get out.
Oprah with another defensive turret now. They need to stop defending, they need some damage, and slowly but steadily the time is trickling down. 30 seconds left only for them. Yoshi with another super now, trying to get some control over mid here. Ope, no more gadgets on his side, and still no damage at all from the side of SK Gaming. It's match point for Zeta Division. They need to push up. 20 seconds left. Zeta Division doing such a good job at defending now. No even rolling. Garo with a super.
Yeah, super available air used by Yoshi. Jumps there from Garo. He's even giving us a spin. He knows it, because even if they go aggressive, he can go aggressive too. Yoshi's going to fall. Chaos is on the defense, and SK are nowhere to be seen on the Zeta safe. 100-54, and Zeta take the win.
Zeta taking this one 3-1, and it hurts to admit, but Trev was right with this prediction here. SK Gaming looked so strong throughout all of the first sets, honestly, but now they just looked scared in the last one.
It was definitely not the SK we're used to seeing, right? We're used to seeing, at least nowadays with OP being added, a bit more of an aggressive SK, you know? Yep. When they push forwards and get the damage done. But every damage booster, every extra credits, you know, every Brock super was even being used on defense, and they're the things that get the damage up top. They're not the things that should be defend. Just leave the Otis on defense if it's that bothersome.
I honestly think Heist is one of those sets that you just need to play very aggressive regardless of your comp. You just want to be on safe, playing for the objective here in Zeta Division. Just did the better job at that. Going into the highlights straight away, we did see some great plays from both sides here. SK Gaming, again, they looked very strong, but honestly, the comps from Zeta Division just worked out better than what we thought.
Yeah, they did. And I mean, we saw some moments from SK, some really, really good moments. And to be honest, I questioned myself a bit predicting a 3-1 on this one. It could have been 3-2, it could have been SK. It really could have. And it was just such a close affair between, in my eyes, the two teams who have been the best today in the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals. And I'm sad to see SK lose.
They've both looked very convincing so far. Zeta Division taking over the first seed now with the 2 wins they already have on their side. SK now joining Foot in a 1-1, one set match lost. Looking at the stats from the very last set now, Heist, we do see SK Gaming got a lot more kills, almost double the amount of damage as well, but that's not what you're playing for. Heist is all about destroying that save, and Zeta Division just did that.
Yeah, it's sad to see for SK, especially with those statistics. They got so many of them. If they just got the kills and then went forwards, I know it's hard. Listen, I know it's difficult. When they've got the perfect respawn cycle going on, everything's going well for them over and over and over again. You've got Daryl rolling into your face. But there's a certain moment where I feel like you just need to be like, all right, you know what? Let's just go.
Well, you're on a roll with your predictions here, Trav, doing very well for yourself. Now, match number 4 in the books. That means we only have 2 more matches left on the day, and this is where things really start to heat up. In case you're just joining us, we are in the round robin portion of our challenge finals here at Gamescom. The thing is, one of these teams is going home today. They only have 2 more matches to figure out who that's going to be, so it's going to be a very, very close fight. All of our teams have played really well so far. It's not been an easy road for any of these squads to get those wins on their side of the leaderboard where they need them to be. So another strong performance out of both Zeta and SK, but Zeta really kind of solidifying themselves in a much more comfortable position now heading into the last 2 matches. Is this what you had hoped for out of them so far?
I mean, hopes more like expected maybe. I do think, as we said, SK and Zeta Division has been looking the strongest today. A&R, they need still to get a win, otherwise they're the ones to get out of the whole tournament today.
Well, they'll have an opportunity next in match number 5 because A&R will be going up against SK, who did just go down to Zeta. So, Trav, how are you feeling about that matchup?
I mean, to be honest, it's difficult for A&R to be able to win against anybody today, right? But I think, you know, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen now. They need to start something. They need to start some kind of wild tiebreak going on, or else they're going to be in a very difficult spot. If they lose, they're out of the competition, right? This is their last call.
Sure. All right, well, it's been exciting matches all day, which means I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. We saw the fight that A&R was able to put up in the very first match of the day, so we can't count them out just quite yet. There's still an opportunity for them to try and cling on, see if they can maybe make it through. But like I said, we will be losing one of our top four teams that have made their way through here to the challenge finals at the end of today, and then tomorrow we'll whittle that down to just 2 who compete in the challenge finals to get that first place spot. And don't forget, we keep talking about it too, but there's still those BSC spots on the line for Worlds as well. Our team's trying to fight out for that 3rd place spot, as 1st and 2nd are pretty much solidified, good to go. It's really just everybody battling it out. And we had the MVP last time. We've got an MVP according to chat yet again to talk about here. And we'll have to see who they chose after match number 4. It was Meow. 35% of people said Meow. Do you agree with this, Sunny?
I do have to say, I like what I saw from him today. Yeah, in general, Zeta Division has just been playing out of their minds today. Not looking as strong as the last few matches we watched from the monthly finals have all been in the name of Zeta Division throughout the whole year, really. Qualified for every single one of them, winning 4 of them, and now dominating here at the Gamescom as well. Kind of expected.
You agree, Trev?
I do, actually, this time. I won't completely roast someone this time. I'll let him have it. I think Meow played that very, very well.
All right. Well, chat, you've been doing well so far with your predictions, which means we're just going to keep it going. Let's do it again, okay? We want to know who you think is going to be doing well in match number 5 of the day. Like I said earlier, that's between A&R and SK, and you can give us your predictions at event.brawlstars.com. Let us know which way you think that matchup is going to go, and we'll check back in with those before we get into that 5th matchup. But for now, it's time for another short break. Let our teams get themselves set up on the stage, ready to go for our 2nd to last match of the day. It's been a very exciting day so far, so trust me, you're not going to want to miss this next one. It's a very important matchup too, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
When it comes to A&R, a team who just dominated that challenge season and only lost to 1 in SK Gaming, they've got to be feeling confident coming into this challenge finals. They beat Zeta Division, who were the heavy favourites to go undefeated throughout the entire competition, including the finals. They've got to be at the top of their game right now, filled with confidence. But it goes without saying, they've had a few issues.
I can't say that I am confident as I was, because we are playing different roster. Like, we made 6-1 with Nob, and as we see, there is no Nob in this tournament.
They are a very solid team, and I think KC can jump directly into Nob's shoes as that aggressive player, playing those aggressive brawls and going towards the opponents to get the kills. I think confidence with LAN might be an issue for this team, because we know Rama's competed in multiple of these top-tier events at LAN events.
I'm not afraid of pressure of LAN, because I have experience with this. I'm just afraid of my teammates who are not.
And I think he has got what it takes to take this team to the top, grab the cash and grab the BSC World Finals points.
We have from the experience and the chill and the calm. So yeah, we have everything. If we manage to put everything common together on the stage, I'm pretty sure we will do a good performance and we can show what we are capable of. I'm afraid, not afraid, I would say concerned or worried about what each of us is gonna give on the stage, because as I said, we have different point of view, right? Me and Chaos have been maybe in 10, 15 events. If everyone for OP, Yoshi not that much, so we need to find that hype where we are on the same line, so no one is super hyped and some of them not hyped or the opposite, right? Also, we need to control the hype so don't convert into nervous or negative. So yeah, we need to find the point so everyone is in the same lane. I don't recognize ourselves as bad boys, but not because we are not, only because I think another teams will recognize this more like these names. But I mean, we adapt to whatever, and if we need to be the bad boys to win.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, our Brawl Stars Challenge Finals here live at Gamescom in Cologne, Germany. It's been a very exciting day so far. We've got 2 more matches left on the day, and the match that's coming up right around the corner will determine a lot for how this plays out. Our top 4 teams are battling it out here, and after today, 1 will no longer compete tomorrow. Possibly ANR right now, which is where the standings are, and ANR is going to be coming up next, up against SK. It's going to be a tough matchup, Sunny.
SK and Food are tied at the moment. If SK manages to win this one, they are second seed for now. We have another matchup coming up after this, of course. ANR, if they win this one, we actually have a 3-way tie. Food then loses against Zeta Division. 3-way tie between SK Gaming, Food and ANR. So ANR really wants to win this one. Otherwise, they're the one we have to say goodbye to after today already.
We were talking about that in the green room, Mark. There is the possibility of there being a tie.
Yeah, it's very much possible. I mean, we've seen great stuff from ANR today already, and they could bring something out of the bag at the last available moment. I mean, it wouldn't be necessarily something that we can come to expect that it wouldn't happen. I think they've got it in them to do it, but again, it's the last chance to do it, so they've got to really pull out all the stops, and ultimately set percentage would then be the next tiebreaker down, so there's that to consider too, but they've got to get this one in the pocket. There's no more second chances now.
Well, what can we expect out of this matchup between ANR and SK?
Looking back to the BSC most recently, it was a good result for SK, wasn't it? Like in August, ANR have not really been able to get many victories over SK. I mean, except in the challenge season where that was the case and SK came out on top. But as we were saying time and time again today, it's not the same ANR roster. So it wouldn't necessarily be too fair to look back at their previous score lines and say that that's then going to repeat itself, or we can use that to really draw from, because with the new roster comes a fresh slate. And from ANR today, with that in mind, I've been really impressed with how they've been able to fare with KC. Again, KC, a very, very accomplished player with a great amount of land experience, but they've just come so close, but not been able to secure those all-important wins.
Well, Sunny, how are you feeling about this matchup?
I mean, the last 2 times ANR have faced against SK Gaming, they both lost 3-1. So they definitely want to take revenge, but as Ork already mentioned, now also not playing with their original roster, it's even harder to do so. So I definitely think SK has it today. They have been playing really well in the last few sets. Now, not winning against Zeta Division might have cracked their confidence a tiny bit. Maybe that does play a role, but I'm still going for SK Gaming here.
I like it. I like it. All right. Well, I mean, it's going to be close regardless, because I think even if ANR aren't able to take home the win, all of our matches today, Ark, have been surprisingly close. I want to see how chat feels about this. We asked you all at home for your predictions on how you thought match number 4 was going to be going, and we have those numbers in. It's 77% to SK, ANR at 23%. Is that kind of what you expected?
I think it's pretty fair.
Yeah.
I mean, just simply because we saw such a close matchup with ANR at the beginning of the day against Zeta, and then were able to make it a bit more convincing. I think that when you've suffered 2 defeats, it's kind of hard to assume that you're going to just jump back and come and just cause a huge surprise. I would like to sit around more like a 65 or 70 kind of mark, but nonetheless, I feel like SK should have this one in the bag myself. I think like a 3-1. I think ANR should probably get a set here along the way, but nonetheless, I mean, the way that SK have been playing today has been impressing me more so than what I've been seeing from ANR. They've been a little bit, just coming a little bit short.
All right, well, chat agrees with both of you. So we'll be able to find out here in just a few short moments just how good you guys are at predicting these things. We should start asking chat not only for who they think is going to win, but also for their scoreline predictions on top of it, because they've been on top of their game here when it comes to that. We're going to be waiting here just a few moments while our teams finish getting themselves set up and ready to go. Do you agree with the 3-1, though? You think that at least like one set will go the way of ANR, Sunny?
I've been very inconsequent with my answers usually, because I hope for close games, so I always say a 3-2. That's why I'm going to go with a 3-0 for SK Gaming this time around. I'm really sorry for ANR. I do think they have what it takes to take away a win, just not today.
All right. Well, we are just about ready to find out how match number 4 is going to play out. After this, there's only one more match on the day, and we will, of course, find out who won't be playing tomorrow in the last portion, the bracket portion of our challenge finals here at Gamescom for the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's going to be a very exciting way to at least close out the day, because we've had some phenomenal matchups between all of our teams here so far. I think it is time to get into it. Hopefully Ark and Sunny are ready to keep the games rolling. So I'm going to be getting myself ready to send it on over to the stage to get our teams introduced.
Großartigen Analysetisch, und ja, es ist fast soweit. Wir gehen mit großen Schritten in Richtung des Endes des ersten Tages hier auf der Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals hinzu. Wir stehen kurz vor dem 5. Match.
What an amazing day we have had so far at the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals, but we still have 2 matches left.
So sieht es aus, und das 5. Match ist quasi hier auf der Bühne auch schon bereit. Deswegen einen großen Applaus für die Begegnung zwischen ANR und SK Gaming.
The players are ready behind us. The stage is set. it is going to be A&R versus SK Gaming.
Und somit geht's direkt ins Spiel, zurück zu unseren Castern.
A very important chance now for A&R to redeem themselves, Sonny. Today hasn't gone their way so far, but some close matches, and that gives me hope for them. But SK are a tough one to beat.
They've been able to pick up a few sets along the way. For Mebis, it's also his very first huge LAN event here he's playing, and he has been holding off quite well. We didn't see any more of the nervosity we had at the start from A&R versus Zeta Division. Right from the get-go, A&R was able to take away 2 sets from this seed 1 spot today. Let's see if they manage to do so also against SK Gaming. The first map is going to be Pinhole Pond, a map we haven't seen so far today. Really excited to see what kind of draft those teams are showing us. SK Gaming have been going with some sort of conservative picks, some sort of comps we're used to see along the way. A&R has been a bit more experimental. Just leave the Meg at home.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of the Meg in knockout earlier today, but nonetheless, I'm sure they would have learned from that. I mean, ultimately, SK do tend to keep things quite traditional. Does make them somewhat unpredictable at times, or sorry, predictable at times rather, but nonetheless, the mechanics have been really on form today, and the amount of pressure that they've been able to exude upon their opposition has been there more often than not. And again, having OP on the roster for that aggressiveness has really gone a long way this year for SK as a squad. And let's see when the draft comes in, how they want to approach this one. I think just the way that they've been going so far, more often than not, is the safer approach. And we've seen teams experimenting a bit here and there. Sometimes it can work, but I think for the majority of the time, it hasn't necessarily prevailed.
Well, eager to see how things are going now. SK Gaming didn't have the best start of all of the teams at the start of the season, really, not qualifying for the first 2 monthly finals. A&R have been looking strong from the get-go, then kind of getting weaker across the mid lane and not qualifying for April and June monthly finals even. Both of those teams didn't qualify for 2 of those monthly finals. That's where they are right now with points. They both still can make it to World Finals, but honestly, for A&R, this dream is going to be close to impossible to fulfill tomorrow.
It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one for sure, but again, the experience is there with A&R to be able to do this. They've just got to dig deep, stay focused, and again, not rule themselves out in that respect, because it's very easy to do when you've got so much to achieve. And again, if they were able to survive on to get a spot into the World Finals for the BSC, they would have to come first and have FUT Esports come 4th. And again, that's just in day 2. It's, getting towards the end of day 1, and they're looking in the worst spot of all. But that's where, the Phoenix can come out of the ashes, and A&R can redeem themselves still. Got so much mechanical skill and great amounts of aggression thrown in as well. Certainly not out of the question, so they could definitely turn things around now.
They can still hold their heads up high. They're still qualified for this tournament, still have been the top 1 seed throughout the challenge season, definitely proving how strong they really can be. And even if they have to go to LCQ, that's another LAN event you can take in, especially for Mebius and also Nob. For him, it will be the very first LAN event, then not Worlds. If they qualify for Worlds, then Nob and Mebius are prepared for that as well. So it's not even worst case if they have to go to LCQ, in my opinion. But let's see if they can take this win away. It would be a 3-way tie between them, Selves, SK, and FUT Esports. We're starting into the draft now for Pinhole Pond.
Good drafts on the side of A&R, battling the Rosa this time round, which I think is very, very wise here. Poco and Tara, as well as the Squeak, the Crow, and the Stu for the side of SK banned out. And again, very similar ideas. SK first pick Bonnie, very much their staple diet. The Spike is a very safe idea on that second pick, and I don't mind it for that reason. It's a great counter to the tanks, great way to zone out on the map and also have area control. The M's first pick for A&R, certainly a very, very good one here that I don't mind at all. Great defensive capabilities and a chance to go on the aggressive, and then your opposition really is in trouble once that invincibility of the spawn runs down and goes dry. And Carl going to come in as well, surely going to be Mebius on it, and that is always a very, very good solid start. I'm liking both sides here at the moment.
SK Gaming has something against tanks and also some aggression. They have it all, really. A&R just following up on that one. Something against tanks, and now the Carl for some aggression. That last pick is going to be a mid pick, probably. Let's see with what they're going to go with. Some more control would be nice from the side of them. M's usually one of the first pickups here, also now for a reason. She has so much coverage over the whole map. Pinhole Pond is one of those maps where if you have the mid control with a brawler like Lola and Ems now, it's, yeah, basically you're a match already.
I'm not a fan of the Lola. I mean, the Shelly is still available here. I mean, there's not necessarily anything to go in and hard counter, but it's never a bad brawler to bring in, especially on a map like Pinhole Pond, and of course the mode being Brawl Ball. Nonetheless, though, I think the Ems and the Carl are my favorite picks. Yeah, exactly. Why not, right? I mean, Lola's going to be great, no doubt about it. Good area spray damage. You know, but they're kind of battling it out for that mid kind of positioning power. If the Ems is going to go lane side, there's going to be more boxes to consider there as well. But Shelly makes a lot of sense to me, and I think SK have now got a really rounded comp.
I feel like it all comes down to whether Lola is able to cycle her shadows or not. She will have a good matchup into the Shelly, even if she's able to do so. If not, Shelly's just going to run away with the ball, opening up the map there. No possible way for A&R to open up the map themselves. And on a map like Pinhole Pond, where you just have that single wall going all across the map, basically in front of the goal, this is so crucial. SK Gaming's comp, I do like it a tiny bit better, but A&R is about to get their first set, or the fourth set overall today.
Good early pressure from A&R, and a walking goal surely to be had. That is a very, very quick way to start the day in this series, and that's about a 14-second goal. SK have got to respond now quickly, but the stun was there, and OP jumps in now. Big splash from Yoshi, but low HP for him as well. Flying hook from Mavis, great timing for it. The bounce of the wall, he gets it. The game is done in 29 seconds.
2-0 from A&R after we have just been talking them down a tiny little bit. SK Gaming doesn't look as strong as they have just been looking against Zeta Division, I have to say. A&R making it look like a walk through the park here. 2-0 within 29 seconds. We did not see that happening quite often.
Well, SK have got to take this one a lot slower. That's to say the least, and stay on their feet more, because survivability was not key, but this time it is, as all three members push forwards here. It's only Rama, Friendzone to time perfectly, but he couldn't quite time the super off, but Yoshi did, breaks the sidewall, gets the goal, and that's an early start for SK in about 12 seconds or something, 22 seconds. Wow.
That double kill on the left-hand side from OP was crucial for SK Gaming to score that one goal. Rama going down there. Again, SK Gaming with the possibility to push up here. OP one shot though, finally gets taken out by KC. Meebus falls low as well here. Another shot from Chaos hits him with the curveball. Not looking too good for A&R all of the sudden.
No more life plants though for Chaos. That could prove costly. Pass through from Mavis, the flying hook yet again, but two bodies there this time round to double down. And that will be a defense. Case is going to try and force it, get some more damage in with the pinch between Mavis, but they can't quite find the shots to connect, and that'll reset things a little bit. Mavis still in position though, still a threat, massively so. Trickling down in terms of HP, but now Rama might force it. He does! The tie-up is there!
Well played by A&R there. SK Gaming didn't have enough HP to defend that one. 1-1 now. A&R about to take away this first set. If not, SK Gaming prolongs it to a third and final game in Brawl Ball. OP now with Super looking into getting a goal opportunity here, jumping onto Meebus. Meebus gets the takedown though. Yoshi with the score here through the Carl Super. Well played by SK Gaming, equalizing the score on that first set.
Very close though. If Mavis was going to come out of that animation just a little bit sooner, he would have been able to get the save just in the nick of time, but was not able to do so. And now this is all tied up. It's such a frantic start, honestly. I mean, I thought SK would have to slow down their pace. It's just simply their survivability which was the issue, and they proved that with a very early start. Doing the same yet again, keeping that aggressiveness on. OP goes in, gets one, goes down himself. The pass to Yoshi is there. Friendzone yet again, but the pass to the walls, absolutely perfect. Able to bring up the ball off the back of it and score it.
What a play there by Yoshi. He is able to score after all here. A&R, they managed to win the first game, but SK Gaming turning things around here now. First goal within 20 seconds. We're all played by them. Now push back into spawn though. A&R trying to look into getting a score themselves. Meebus gets a takedown.
Beautiful.
Falling. What a play there. Meebus clearing the way for that goal to happen.
Lovely stuff from Mavis there. Honestly, just to be in the goal mouth for safety, come back out and seal it. It's hard to believe this set has just flown by so frantically, but now some space. A big jump from OP, he gets the pick up. It's just maybe it's for defense. SK are not going to go for the ball though. That could have been a chance for me. I mean, there's a long time between the respawn and KC there, but they're choosing to play it safe. We're all tied up in terms of the scoreline on all sides. Next goal will take the set. I just thought there may have been an opportunity there.
Maybe surviving that one on 90 HP on the left-hand side. His two teammates are back now trying to push into mid, but again, mid control is everything on Pinhole Pond, and SK Gaming has it now. Volkic just trying to get a super, maybe get a goal opportunity here. Meebus finds him before that. Falls himself, but 2v2 situation now. Chaos falling low. Yoshi still in mid though against KC now. Does KC find him, or is Yoshi just quicker on that shadow?
Yeah, good use of the ego there from KC, just taking some of those shots. Super the splash though into Yoshi is very, very strong. SK jumping in onto Mavis, the last man standing. That is the team wipe there, and surely a straightforward goal for SK, and it is. The sets will go their way.
SK Gaming taking the first set there after ANR managed to win their first game. They come back stronger. They do not let the loss against Zeta Division follow them around here. And yeah, I have to say, ANR have been playing a lot stronger than what I felt like. I said 3-0 maybe for SK Gaming is in sight now, but ANR is holding up.
Showing some good signs of resistance, definitely fair to say. But nonetheless, the sets are what matter, and ANR have done that same recurring story that we've seen time and time again so far. Just getting it so close down to the wire, but just not really securing the sets that really count. And we know how important the first set is in terms of momentum, and SK now have got that in their court. And to keep this kind of drafting up, and especially when you consider how quickly that first game went against them, to bounce back from that, you know, in what was literally a 30-second match, that takes a lot of guts.
A lot of guts and a lot of mental games that SK Gaming is bringing to the table now. ANR now needs the draft to come back from this. Again, ANR needs to win this one to make it a three-way, maybe a two-way tie if it manages to win against Zeta Division after that match. But they need to do so in order for them to not get eliminated within the next half an hour already.
A chance to reset the mental now for ANR, as again, their franticness and their aggression is really quite well balanced, but it just comes short sometimes. And SK there towards the end, just very straightforward in terms of that final goal to score it. This time round, I'd like to see a bit more control come out from ANR. There's no doubt that they've got that aggression in the pocket when they need it. And especially when you bring KC into the mix as well. Like, he is as well that kind of guy alongside Mabius. And sometimes in the team you just like have to have one aggressor, you know, one just solid rock there to help carry you through and put a safe pair of hands in the mid. But I don't know, I think for ANR, certainly a tough way to start things off, but they're not out far from it. They can turn this one around if they get a good solid draft under their belt. But certainly this set now carrying a lot more pressure with it, because they do not want to be 2 sets down. That might escalate out of control.
Open zone is going to be the next map, and what would be a good draft here is the question. That's the first time I actually would see a Megan coming, and ANR does seem to like that brawler. So let's see if they're gonna bring her out again, maybe finally redeeming her 0% win rate so far. Alongside of a Poco, maybe even a Goss, it could work out well, in my opinion. Banning Squeak against SK Gaming is an absolute must for me on this map.
Yeah, Squeak can be a big threat, no doubt about it, and especially when you consider the left-hand side lane is so narrow, you can just shut it down entirely for a very long time. Pretty much save 50% of time on the zone, and it is banned out by ANR. Good for them. Bell's their first pick. Certainly a safe one, especially with the Stu ban in there as well. Stu banned, Crow banned, and Squeak for SK Gaming, Squeak, Bonnie, and Poco for ANR. But Pam, very much still available here, and that is always my go-to. I love it here. It makes a lot of difference. Amber as well can have some very good results, for sure. But I think for ANL's position, there you go. But for ANL's position in the draft, Bell is not a bad shot. They don't know what's coming next, so they've got to play it a bit safe. But SK now can really double down with this Pam pick. I think it's a great way to start.
I also have to say, Bell usually played on the left-hand side on this map here into the Pam that usually plays on the right-hand side. Has an amazing matchup there. Usually you don't play a Pam into Bell simply because of those Bell bounces destroying your turret. So Okay, Lola now incoming as well. SK Gaming does not care at all about this Bell. Both of those brawlers technically countered by the Bell. ANR trying to go the safe route here with that first pickup, kind of paying off already.
And I think that SK might be getting a bit ahead of themselves here, because against the Bell, you know, it's a really tough thing to really have that Lola be able to get the value that she needs to gain. And certainly with the healing station in the PAM, it's not going to be as bad, but it's still going to be a factor here. And SK just don't seem to mind. They seem confident enough in their approach. And I mean, I praise that, no doubt, but I think for A&R, Amber coming in, love that from them. As again, you know, if they get in position, get control, burn down the bush, then they're going to see SK coming from a long shot, and that is really where the vulnerabilities lie on open zone, is when you're able to push forwards through the bush, get into that spot where you're able to then come in straight from the right-hand side or left-hand side, get onto the zone and take your opposition by surprise. If they can just get that burn away, and Lou as well for denial of the mid, I mean, I'm liking A&R's comp for sure. I think the Bell's probably maybe the weaker of the three brawlers, actually, despite it being their first pick for me. Just simply in the fact that the DPS is so low, but ultimately the bounces with the Lola into the PAM and the healing station. I think A&R have given themselves a good shot here.
I have to say, I do love the comp from A&R in this one. Ember also with the piercing shots coming in, perfectly well balanced against the Lola and the Pam as well. So both those brawlers won't really have a say in this one. Piper might be the pick. SK Gaming needs to still have some say in this, but honestly, it doesn't look too good for them. I do prefer A&R's comps by a long shot.
I haven't seen Piper play in open zone for a very long time. I mean, it's normally one that I used to just simply like first pick every time. But that's because I love Piper so much. I don't really feel like... Piper can certainly have moments, but it's got so many vulnerabilities, and that's why we kind of see it just sitting outside of the competitive meta. I mean, mainly we see it sort of championed in North America. That's where it's still kind of there and in existence, and potentially Hard Rock Mine, safe zone. But open zone, it used to be very, very good here. I mean, if your jukes are on point, you're not feeding into the Piper too much, and you're staying on your feet. I'm favoring A&R if they play this right.
Oh, they do so at the get-go here. Yoshi not hitting a single shot to Rama. Rama hitting 3 in a row, getting the takedown onto him in the end. He's already in the mid now with the 20% lead on the right-hand side. Casey's falling. The kills is falling here as well. Meebus gets the better off of that 1v1 on the left-hand side. Rama with a super now. This Lou is looking strong in mid.
Yeah, as we approach 50% now on the mid. A great amount of time invested already by A&R. And they're staying firm to it. Rama's got a heal though, as is KC, and he's right in the middle of all the thick of it. OP and Yoshi haven't quite come around yet to it, but now they will, and KC will fall. For that time on the zone, frozen now by Rama as well, denying SK Gaming of any capture points to add to this time that is taken to get their squad back into the thick of it. And this is why I just love what A&R brought in.
Here's Meebus in another 1v1 again. Meebus is coming out victorious of that one, and the Piper hasn't really been shining as much as I was hoping here for SK Gaming. A&R taking this away here, 80% already, 20 more to go. Yoshi trying to go into the right-hand side corner, but with the Amber super, with the Lou super, they just don't have any space to stand even.
I mean, looking at the scoreline, I mean, 10% for SK, it's going to be 100% for A&R in no time at all, and I think that's kind of fair to what we've seen in terms of the draft. You know, but you're going to pick Lola into Bell. That's never going to have a great time. Pam is better, but still not great, and then Piper to round things off, which hasn't really seen much daylight in open zone for a very long time. If you get those early gadget utilized in the early outset of the match on the Piper side and just clear up lane side and move on to the mid, then maybe you got a shot. But Casey was so good in that last round of just juking and not feeding into OPE with the speed of the back of the gadget. This time around, that this is the early gadgets I wanted to see from OPE, and there's the takedown that I wanted to see as well. So now SK have cleared house on the right. They can focus time in the mid. They haven't given too much over yet in terms of feeding Rama, so that's good for them. This could be a better round for SK.
OP tapping at the moment. Rama is falling here as well. OP with some time in the zone, but it's only a 6% lead here. Easy for taking back from E&R any second. KC now falling. SK Gaming with a lot of control now. OP with another snipe onto Meebus, gets the takedown there as well. OP absolutely popping off at the moment, breaking up that left-hand side grass now is always going to help SK Gaming in the long run. Lou super coming down now. SK Gaming again in mid.
The hearing station set up now. It's going to provide a lot more survivability. Gadget pop there from Yoshi. I'm not sure how much value he got off the back of it realistically here, but Chaos not going to bounce those shots into the healing station either. Slow is there, of course, from the oil slick of KC, but doesn't seem to be deterring SK too much as OP is pushing forwards, pops the nest egg there as well, and gets a little bit of break onto the bush, which will then give them much more visibility. And now it's SK that starts to approach 50%.
They're looking a lot stronger now, definitely, than what they did in the first round. They are completely dominating that one. SK Gaming kind of changed their approach to that one. As we saw already in Pinhole Pond, SK Gaming slowly but steadily coming back from the loss in the first game. OP again tapping, Rama falling, Meebus is one shot here as well as KC. Not looking too good for ANR at the moment. No chance for them to get a single more percentage. 21% they collected at the start, and it looks like it's going to stay at that.
It's looking like a much better game for SK, but they've got a better start, and that's where things have really worked out so well. Couple of tabs onto OPE, and he will actually secure a pick into the mid as well there onto Rama. Jump away now for safety as KC and then Yoshi are battling it out, but 2 full, 3 full. Rama's back up the spawn, but 1 through 3 is just not going to work out well for him. The mark though onto OPE allows for a takedown, but it's not really on the zone that well, so SK can still contest it.
KC falling low there, falling finally completely to Yoshi there, another turret in mid. And this is going to be the last 10% now for SK Gaming. 33 seconds on the clock only, but it's not even going to hit the end here. SK Gaming taking this second game after a dominating game from ANR. They're dominating back now.
That's what I mean about ANR, you know, they've been so good at making moments for themselves, having really convincing games, but it's the sets that really matter. And I'm not sure they're just kind of like getting confident off the back of the win. I don't think this is really within their nature, to be honest. I mean, Rama might talk a good game on Twitter, but nonetheless, he's very focused on the job at hand. And then, again, OP on the right-hand side with that early pickup onto Mabius is allowing then SK much more presence in the mid, and it just seems like the same as the previous game. It's not the same start that we saw ANR have in that first outset, and they're struggling.
They are 0% for ANR. All of a sudden, it doesn't look like they have the better comp anymore. KC now with the Amber Fluid on the zone, trying to push back Yoshi there, still pushing up on the right-hand side though, as Meebus is falling, completely able to focus the left-hand side now. SK Gaming gets another takedown, Rama here falling as well. And again, ANR, I don't really see them coming back from this one.
65% now for SK. Some taps into Yoshi though. If he falls, then that could then cause a shift. But KC is so low on this left-hand side. He can't really do much for his team. He's got to heal now, especially with the ego coming in. The bell taps are going to be good, but nonetheless, so much time already spent on the zone by SK. This is money in the bank. Left-hand side lane now free in case he'll move forwards, but again, just 7% of time. I mean, 10% now for ANR is so much of a deficit they've got to bring this one back from, and the way that SK are playing it, I just feel like over and over they're going to be jumping straight into the map there with OPE with the super. Nest egg pop from Chaos, but no real way of contesting it on the side of ANR, and now just 10% remain. SK have got this one in the bag.
It looks like it's 7% more on the side of SK Gaming. 3 now they take this set. We're all played by them. SK Gaming now in the lead with 2-0 already, and ANR winning both times the first game here, not winning a set so far.
It's looking more and more convincing. I feel like it should have been a bit closer for me, just considering the draft, but that's only going to feed into the, you know, the confidence of SK in that regard. I mean, they were the ones that were confident in their draft, to be fair. I wasn't quite as much, but nonetheless, they will feel happy with the results of it, and therefore going to this third set, definitely have the high ground now. ANR are the ones that have got to show some fight. Again, this could be their last set. They could be going home off the back of a loss potentially here if they don't get this right, and SK are way out in front.
ANR get 2 sets in the first match they play today, 1 set in the following match. If they now lose this one, 3-0, it would be the first 3-0 of the day, and it would also hurt ANR quite a bit. I have to say, it looked like they had it in the bag. Both Brawl and Hot Zone started off with a banger, completely dominating SK Gaming within 29 seconds, a 2-0 in the first Brawl game. Also now in Hot Zone, I think SK didn't even have like 30%, but they don't manage to get it in the end.
Well, when you look at the first game of each set and just how convincing a win it was on the side of ANR, this could be a 2-0 in favor of ANR. Very, very straightforwardly, you know, so, but SK have just been able to fight back every time, and A&R just don't seem to carry that same conviction into the second, and that's been the issue. And you know, when you look back at the BSC scoreline of August monthly finals, you know, SK got the win there 3-1 over A&R, and that was with their main roster. So, you know, with Casey coming in again, I think it's working really, really well considering how little time the squad have had to really nurture that kind of relationship, that kind of synergy that it takes to be on a stage like this and still look as convincing as they have been. But it comes down to sets, and A&R are struggling to secure it when it matters.
And in the end, it also goes down to who is winning sets, not games. A&R has been winning games. Now we're still waiting for them to get the first set in this match. SK Gaming, with the possibility of a match point here, are able to close the second seed here. But Esports technically has a chance afterwards as well if they're gonna win against Zeta Division. Both them and SK are on the same amount of points. Then it comes down to set wins. Zeta Division already claimed their first spot for themselves. A&R technically still with the possibility here to turn things around. They need a reverse sweep now, though, to still be in the game.
Well, just lining up the next draft, obviously it won't be open zone, but the Nanny is first pick, and Meg, it might be saying to me potentially Shooting Star, maybe. They will be. RT Band, Bonnie Band, and Squeak on the side of A&R, Bell, Tick, and Piper. Meg first pick, as we've seen from A&R. It didn't work out great earlier today for them, but they're going to stand by the sword, live by it. E following in as well. Not my favorite for Shooting Star, but the Nanny, I just can't get away from. You know, that's a great, fantastic first pick there from SK. The Piper Band, though, obviously A&R didn't have any plans of playing that. So I think when it comes to control, if SK want to go for the Sprout, which was their first pick in scrims here, then that's definitely already a deterrent of it. So it's going to have to be a third and final pick, and definitely a consideration from them if they even want to run it into what A&R are bringing. Gus, though, exactly, I much prefer those kinds of ideas. And I was just kind of worried coming in with the SK we're going to be going in too soon with these comfort picks, but they're playing it a lot safer at the moment than they were in scrims, and I like that.
Honestly, I also feel like, why would you give someone Nani as the first pick on Shooting Star? Has been one of the best brawlers ever since Shooting Star has been in the game, I feel like. Now, with Mech, again, I don't know. I still don't really grow towards the idea of Mech being in competitive gameplay again, but maybe A&R finally proves me wrong here. I would like to see that, honestly, as I'm all for close matchups here. Carl, now the last pick here for SK Gaming. They do have 3 comfort picks here. They do have the Nani, they do have the Gus and Carl combination that is just such a good synergy. On the side of A&R, we need some more aggression, I feel like, just to counter off that Carl as well. But I like the SK Gaming comp already better.
It's certainly what I would feel more comfortable with. The A&R side is a bit more experimental in that regard. Gene, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I was kind of wondering and hoping that to see maybe something more aggressive, like a Max potentially, because if you're going to bring in a Meg, to have that additional speed to really go in and like zone out your opposition would have gone a long way. But nonetheless, having the Gene pools in and eradicating oppositions, they want to go that route, and it's never a bad one to have on a map like Shooting Star. But against the aggression of the Carl, sure, the lamp blowout is going to be able to work well into that. But over time, I think Carl is just going to be able to overrun things. And Gus, again, combining that shield with the Carl, if that occurs and they land those moments, then they are moments where the Carl is going to be able to cycle so incredibly easily. And there's not really that same amount of aggression on the side of A&R for me.
I don't really feel like A&R has what it takes to take down the Carl, but they do have to counter into the Nani. They kind of had to pick up Gene just because of return to sender from Nani. Chaos now already getting tapped up here. Meebus might be able to get the first takedown here, but his ammo reload isn't fast enough here. SK Gaming pushback all the way in there to the right-hand side. Corner does manage to get the first takedown though. Rama falling, Casey as well. How can you don't get a kill out of this situation here?
Mavis needed to heal up, and that's unfortunately why Rama had to come forwards, and then they just were not able to get the synergy to get that kind of pinch off in time. And it was a great time for Yoshi to bring in the peep and just alleviate the situation. And as quickly as that, just feeding stars over to SK. 3 for A&R, 10 to SK, but I like the way they are working with this comp, but SK is making the most of the opportunity. Maybe it's going to go down now, and not getting too hungry with it. Great pull from Rama. That will make a little bit of a gap, but not really that much, not really a scratch. A&R have got to come back in a big way here.
SK Gaming starting this set off with a team wipe. A&R now is on the back foot, needs to come back from this one. Mebius trying to get back into Mecha here. Chaos gets hit up quite a bit, needs to use his shield on himself. Yoshi is the target they need. He has the most stars here. Does get taken out. 14 to 14, Blue Star switches sides here. A&R taking over the lead 30 seconds before the end. Can SK Gaming come back from this one?
Maybe it's pretty much did that out of mech form as well because everyone was so low. Casey jumps away with the gotta go, but the peep still remains and it is going to come back around here. It's just missed the target. I think it might have just then hit the wall as well. Mavis comes back into mech and they get to take down the Chaos to add it to the tally. 16 stars to 14. 10 seconds remain. A big push could potentially turn things. It's still time for SK if they land these shots, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it. Casey goes down. 70 to SK. They turn it around in the last second.
What a play from OP there. In the end, SK Gaming taking away this game also means they are on match point against A&R, about to close on to this second seed coming out of today. I have so many questions regarding this set, honestly. We had SK Gaming push back all the way into spawn at the start. A&R not able to pick up a single kill, getting team wiped even. Then on the other side, SK Gaming kind of getting over themselves and just all falling. All of a sudden A&R in the lead. What happened during that first match?
I don't mind the way that Mavis is playing this Meg, actually. I think when it's him playing it, it's not that much of a bad draft for A&R, but the timings were just what was not quite there. Like, this is a very good push, but then they deflate it again with the cookie popper there from the Gus, and OP then times his runs perfectly on the Carl, and they're just not able to really do much when Meg is out of mech. And Casey just getting scrutinized there by Yoshi. The flying hook in again from OPE, and he's getting so much value for it. 3 stars over to SK, and A&R have not got a single star.
That was well played by OP. He's truly a car master here, hitting both Rama and KC, so they're too low to push up here, getting the takedown onto that mech. Mebius is back in the game now, though, trying to push up on the left-hand side. OP is one shot. Maybe he gets the takedown there, gets shielded though by Chaos. Healing up is possible now for OP. Again, taking the mech out of the mech form. OP getting hit up quite a bit, still trying to go for it, falling. Again, A&R takes over the lead, just back at it though. SK Gaming 5-3 now. The Blue Star still on the side of A&R though, meaning they only need a single kill and they can take it.
That peep surely won't connect, and it won't. Maybe he's getting more kills, by the way, out of mech than he is in mech, and the mech is just there to really push back SK onto the sidelines there in the spawn area, but he's actually getting more kills out of it. Great ball from Rama, that'll seal it on the left-hand side, but then on the other side of things, 7 stars lie with SK, and another peep coming in. It's going to connect with Mavis, but the shield is there as well, but nonetheless will feed back into super potential. It's A&R that need the pickup. If they don't get it, they're going home.
8 seconds left on the clock. Casey trying to go in aggressively. Chaos is low. OP trying to defend his teammate.
Oh!
Yoshi falling. Blue Star still on the side of A&R, and they do take this one away. 1-1 in this set. Match point prevented here. A&R still with the possibility to come back.
But every time in this series that A&R have had a game, it's not turned into a set. Well, now it is that time where it has to, or ultimately they will not have any more games or sets still to come. Now or never for them to stay within this competition. Blue Star of OPE, as it should when you're playing Carl and Shooting Star. And that is one gadget served by Mavis early on. They want to kind of retain them a little bit better because the peep is going to come in at some point, and those are great to have in the back pocket to protect yourself. But nonetheless, SK pushing forwards. Low HP all round. Rama's low, Mavis is low, but it's actually iChaos who goes down. 2 stars to A&R 3, and the blue with SK.
Chaos did fall, but OP traded his teammate right away there, getting the takedown onto Rama. Still, SK Gaming in the lead, but it's again just one single kill for A&R to turn things around here, maybe prolonging this one into a 4th set. Let's see though. SK Gaming again push back all the way into spawn. Kind of in a difficult position here. A&R has to get that single kill. Yoshi again one shot. Chaos gets pulled by Rama, still gets a takedown. 5-5. Blue Star changed sides though.
Going back and forth so much there, and I think that A&R got a bit too preoccupied with themselves, and Peep still going to come back around, going to land on Rama. Not going to do too much there without the follow-up, but OPE is the threat. But with 4 stars, he can't go in as aggressive, or when he goes in, he's going to have to really be calculated in his approach. And IKS looking to find that shield now as well as another peep comes in. Gonna find the gadget. That's what I was looking for from Mabius. He's got none left now though, and that's a concern.
Yoshi again trying to get another super back now. Rama with a pull, tries to find the connection with Ope, surely as he has the most stars. He has the blue star. 20 seconds left on the clock, and SK Gaming has the possibility to end it all here in 3-0. Einar taking 2 kills, still the blue star with SK Gaming though. If Ope survives, they have this one. Chaos, full HP, so is Yoshi. 8 seconds left on the clock, and there's another kill found by Yoshi. 17 to 10 stars, 19. And that's SK Gaming taking the first 3-0 of the day, winning against Einar, taking the second seed of the day.
And sending Einar home in the process. A very convincing scoreline for SK. And looking forward to tomorrow again. Gonna be feeling very, very good about things for sure. That was the most convincing scoreline of the day. And I think SK are looking very, very strong in this competition. I've got to give it to A&R. It's a very tough situation to come in without your main roster, and they did themselves massively proud. So few teams in the world consider they've got a 3-2 against Zeta, but A&R consider they are one of them with 2 of their best men. Casey coming in again today did shine very, very brightly, but it just wasn't quite enough. And so many back and forths, especially in the first 2 sets for me. It could have been a 2-0 in favor of A&R. It absolutely could have done, but SK Gaming, stay firm, stay solid, and get the results, get the job done.
GG, well played to A&R. They did show us today that they can play very well, even if they're 1 man down. KC coming in, of course, bringing a lot of LAN experience, taking away 2 sets from Zeta Division, 1 set of FUT Esports, and almost 2 sets of SK Gaming as well. Almost is the huge word here, as they did manage to win those 2 games very convincingly. In the end, SK Gaming just kind of learned how to play against A&R after losing a single game, winning all 3 sets in the end.
Stats coming in now for Bounty, 33 to A&R, 43 to SK. And that's kind of what we saw reflected by the screens. A lot more damage as well on the side of SK, being able to cycle those peeps in as well, especially even without the connection there to be found. You know, just being able to keep them rolling, going to add to that tally. And, you know, I think it was still such a close set. Statistically, though, I think it's much more in favor there of SK Gaming. But A&R gave it their best shot, just wasn't quite enough on the day. But nonetheless, a great performance from them all round.
And I do have to say, it kind of mirrors what we have already seen in the previous sets. Here, A&R has been playing very strong. Also here on Bounty, it was very close. Many kills has fallen on both sides in the end. It just wasn't meant to be for A&R today. Still, GG, well played for them. Again, sadly, we have to say goodbye to them, though.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough weekend, right? Coming in with, like you said, Ark, without your roster and still putting on a show to start off the entire day. I mean, they had phenomenal performance, definitely deserved to be here. But at the end of the day, they will be the first team that will not be competing tomorrow. They'll be going home today. So now we're down to our top 3. Pretty much trying to figure out the seeding now for our bracket, seeing which team falls into that lower half of the bracket, which 2 get at least a second opportunity. They'll start at the top half of the bracket, 1 gets knocked down, and then we'll face off against that team that's waiting for them down below. It still matters. There's still some stuff on the line for these teams, not to mention the prize pool. We haven't talked about it in a while. I mean, yeah, we keep talking about how they either want to be the champs of the challenge season or they want to make their way to Worlds. There's still cash on the line here if they are those champs. So they're going to be fighting tooth and nail for the money as well. But you were right, Sonny, with your prediction there. You knew how it was going to turn out. A little bit sad, but at the same time, both teams are so good that, I mean, eventually somebody had to lose.
I'm kind of feel sorry to be right on that one. I don't like to predict the 3-0, and then it also is happening. The first 3-0 of the day, I don't know if the next one is going to be one as well, though. Let's see.
I'm going to get your opinion on that in a second here, Ark, as we take a look at the leaderboard as well. I was just talking about it. Let's check back in with these standings so you can get a visual representation of what we're talking about here. Zeta at the top with that 2-0. Zeta and FUT being the last 2 teams that need to get the third match on the board here, Ark. SK at 2-1.
Yeah, SK for me have had a great day, really. I mean, Zeta, sure, I mean, kind of where we expected them to be, no doubt about that. But I was a bit surprised that Foot are, as low down as they are. Coming into the day, they were looking so fierce, but just not able to make it count earlier today. They got a chance, one last game still to come though, however, but I think it's fair to say many of us all expected Zeta to be coming out on top still.
So, might end up being a 3-0 at the top for Zeta. We'll have to see what Foot's able to do in the final match of the day. We've got another MVP that we can talk about as well here. Chat was voting, letting us know who they thought did the best in our 5th match of the day, and it was a tie. Okay, wow. Ark, I'm going to you. Do you agree with the tie?
Yeah, I think I would like to assume maybe OP take it by a bit more of a majority, actually.
Oh, okay.
Nonetheless, I mean, it's a rarity to see on the event site. I don't mind it, for sure. I mean, it's such a rare thing to see, but, I mean, you kind of got to give it to one person, though, have you not? I mean, it's MVP, most valuable player, not players.
Well, chat disagrees.
And they're always right.
Chat is always right. And if they're always right, we might as well continue on that theme, because we've got one more match on the day, which means one more time that we want to hear from all of you at home. Let us know what your predictions are, and you can obviously give us your vote at event.brawlstars.com. The 6th match, like we said, in case you missed it though, it's Zeta versus Foot. They're the last 2 teams that need to get that 3rd match on the day. So let us know your thoughts. We'll check back in before match number 6 and see what numbers you've got there. Sunny thinks it's going to be a 3-0. We'll let Ark think about it during the break, and he'll give us his predictions when we return. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
about to get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals, live here at Gamescom in Cologne, Germany. I am so excited to get into the final match of the day that I can't even talk anymore. We are one more match away before we have all of our teams seated, ready to go for tomorrow. Final match of the day between Zeta and Foot. It's going to be a good one to close the day out on.
It really is. I think it's a very solid game, arguably the best of the day. Might have said the best to last, to be honest. It really depends on how Foot play. Okay. You know, so far, I've been saying SK are up there. They've been playing probably the best all with Zeta today. But if Foot bring out a good performance now, I might be swayed.
Oh, really? Okay.
Might be swayed.
Ark?
I think it's more about how Foot draft than it is how they play. I think that they're playing really, really well. Sometimes their drafts are just a bit out there, but back when we saw them face A&R, they went back to their roots. They put Lenan on those win conditions. I was chatting to Drake in the break, and he was literally speaking everything that I was saying here on the desk. They went back to their roots. They got Lenan those picks, those win condition brawlers, and that's what gave them the results. I want to see that again. I don't want to see what we saw at the beginning of the day, because some of those drafts were a bit naff.
Listen. My dad messaged me telling my dad messaged me. He told me to tell Drage that he's playing well, and that's how you know he's playing well.
I said he was the MVP.
Listen, that's how you know a man's playing well.
Well, you know that he's got the Trav Dad Talks approval. That just might be the final like piece of good luck that they need here. But I told you I was going to come back to you on this, Ark, because we heard Sunny say that the day might end on another 3-0 depending on how Foot plays. Okay, all right, we've got disagreements here across the entire desk. Ark, first I want to hear from you. How do you think it's going to go?
I'm so glad that was in unison. It might be a 3-0 on the leaderboard. You know, I can see that potentially for Zeta, but I think this is going to be a really close one. You know, it could end in a 3-1 in favor of Zeta, potentially. It could be a 3-2 in favor of Foot, as far as I'm concerned. It's going to be a testament to how Foot kind of bounced back as they have done from their previous matches. You know, Drake felt like he was feeling very, very comfortable with that first matchup, as we saw in the interview, saying that he felt it was going to be a convincing win for them. And I feel like looking at their preparation process from the scrims, their results spoke for themselves. They were getting a huge success rate. So I think it's going to be more in their mental and more about their drafting and how that fares. If they get that right, they could absolutely get a win here.
You're nodding here, Trev. Do you agree?
Yeah, to be honest, right, it could be 3-0, right? It could be, but nobody would predict it. That's the thing, right? Like, if Zeta come out absolutely incredible, they might 3-0. If Foot managed to do something miraculous, it might be a 3-0 to them as well. But I'm thinking maybe 3-2 Zeta. That would be me.
Fair.
But it's going the full 5.
I think so.
All right, well, we also have our prediction results from everybody watching the stream at home. We're going to pull those up here, see if they agree.
Oh, they don't agree.
That is the most aggressive percentage split we have seen here so far. 92% to Zeta, Ark.
That's brutal.
See, this is why we need the scorelines with the predictions.
Chat's always right, aren't they? They're always right. There's never a time that I've ever tuned in and read a comment that's been outrageous about the draft. That does not reflect the reality. I think that it's fair to say that Zeta have been on top all year long. But when you look at the whole big picture, when you compare things to BSE, to SPS, to everything that has been this year, I don't think it's nearly that far-fetched. I mean, it's got to be closer here, more like a 60-40 for me.
You on the 60-40 train here, Trev?
I'm giving 70-30. I think Zeta are a bit more in favor.
Good enough for me.
Well, like, you got to understand, right? The community, they get like a 50-50. It's like, who do you think is going to win?
True.
if it was a 50-50 for me, I'd say Zeta are going to win. You know, like I can agree with the community on that sense, but I just don't think it's going to be that one-sided.
That's why I said we need to start getting their scoreline.
We just have like a whole tally.
Well. Yeah.
The graphic could take up the whole page.
We need the poll to say, what do you think the scoreline would be, and then a separate one for who's going to win, and then kind of mash them together so we can see what chat thinks about the whole thing. But we're talking about match number 6. It is moments away from being ready. The final match of the first day here at Gamescom for the Snapdragon Pro Series is going to be a fantastic way to close this whole thing out. I want to see just how accurate all of our casters' predictions are to close this out as well, because I might be keeping track of everything and carrying it on into tomorrow, and there might be a reward for whoever does best. I don't know. This could be a surprise. It might not be. You never know. So hopefully you've been trying this entire time and not throwing out completely outlandish predictions here, boys, because Trav really likes to win when it comes to this type of stuff.
Yeah, I never tasted defeat.
Never? Wait, is that true, Ark?
What do you think?
You're the one that gave him the crown as we started the day today. That was your first mistake.
Oh, an outrageous claim, and I say, one thing I'll bring it back around though, full circle to the tally we saw, 92% in favor of Zeta. They've had very little matchups. I mean, that's the thing to consider here. The BSC realistically haven't faced off in SPS, sure. Zeta got the win 3-1, but I mean, you know, on the world stage, anything can happen.
All right, well, we're almost at the world stage. For now, on our stage, anything can happen as well, and we're about to find out how that's going to play out. I said we were going to. I think our players are now ready. Just needed a couple more seconds there to get themselves set up for match number 6. Final match of the day, Zeta and Foot. Let's get into it.
Also nochmal einen großen Applaus für die Stimmen, die euch durch den Abend tragen. Jawollo, und es ist fast serviert, das finale Match des heutigen Tages, Tag 1 der Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals. Ja, ist fast serviert.
It is the final match of day 1 here at Gamescom. Are we excited? Do you know what? I'm going to try one more time. I want double that energy, okay? Are we excited?
Yeah! That's it, all right. Viel Spaß in der 6. Begegnung des heutigen Abends. Zeta Division versus Foot.
But the final match of the day, it is Zeta Division up against Foot.
Und somit an unsere Kasse.
92% Trav for Zeta, 8 to Foot on event.brawlstars.com. I mean,
8% in a dream. That's all they need. That's all they need.
As far as the community concerned, they need a miracle, not a dream. But nonetheless, getting geared up for our first one of this series, the last one of the day. And I've got to say, though, having watched Zeta, I haven't actually really been involved in the casting of their matches, but like they are looking very, very calm and collected on stage. It doesn't seem like the LAN environment is bothering them too much, and that's been something that I've been hearing, here and there from people that maybe they're not going to necessarily shine under that kind of pressure, but they absolutely are.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. You know, we've seen a game where Linane absolutely popped off. We've seen a game where Drage absolutely popped off. If they pop off together, anything can happen. That's the thing, right? Like, if everybody on Foot Esports plays absolutely phenomenally, and it seems like a couple of them are thriving under this LAN environment rather than just being okay with it. You know, if you thrive under it, you're going to be able to defeat a team like Zeta who are just chilling. You know, they're just chilling. If you got the energy behind you, then I think Foot Esports can go far.
Well, we know that Drage was feeling very confident coming into today, and again, looking through their scrims, I can say that I can vouch for what I was seeing, massively so. But this is a fierce opposition. Zeta have been on top of this region in every competition throughout the entirety of this year. In the BSC, just a problem that was never dealt with, same in SPS. And now a chance to finish on an absolute clean sheet. Will take that #1 seed if they get it right. They're banning Sam, so they've really read this quite well in terms of what Foot were thinking, I'm sure. Tara, the Poco, the Bonnie, the Ems, the Crow all banned out. Squeak, Sandy. For Ring of Fire, I mean...
Let's see a Rosa.
Yeah, I'm surprised that no one has yet, but then again, I mean, got to save it to the later stages, I guess.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, Foot have got a Shelly, right? So they might be kind of saving it for that last pick, or they could just... Yeah, the thing is, though, like, if they want to double down on short range here, it's going to be difficult. I mean, Ash
Into Shelley as well.
Yeah.
Bold.
Bold move, but it could pay off.
I think the Sand is my least favourite
I was
pick.
thinking they just send the Rosa anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and they have. Yeah, I mean, Sandy can obviously stun it, but not for long. I mean, it's going to have a really tough matchup.
Is Ash that good against Rosa?
To be honest, we've never really seen it, have we? Let's be honest. I mean,
I feel like when Ash came in,
Rosa's been out of the meta for so long.
Phased out, yeah, but
yeah.
I feel like you know, if you get the shield, then you're fine against an Ash. Like, I'm not really sure who's meant to win that matchup. Like, maybe I'm just being completely stupid, but
I think Rosa should come out on top. Cycling shield and being within bush and
can't
healing.
think that though, as they wouldn't have picked Ash, right? They must think Ash better, and then maybe I'm just being stupid, but I actually just don't know.
Yeah.
Guess we'll find out.
It's not a bad shout from Zeta. They've gone with a daring idea, but it's to be honest, the Sandy, which is my least favourite out of the lot.
Why are drafts so weird today? They just are, aren't they?
We haven't really seen the meta evolve, have we? Really? I mean, we've had Cordelia Shelley for so long, and now things are escalating. And there you go. That was expected. Yeah, Pinhole Punk coming in. We're not going to be able to push this one through. Was stopped out in his tracks, though, as Zeta defend.
Yeah, well played from them. Semantic now playing this defensive. Drake having to back all the way off, and now aggressing that a little bit more. Now he's trying to go straight into the Shelly, and he's going to need the rats if he really wants to do anything here. Semantic forcing that out. Maybe, he got the band-aid in time, but it didn't really matter. Lane gets stunned and still continues his pursuit and manages to get that kill as well. Almost grabs Naui for his troubles also. Drake's going to clean up those robotic rats and reset this once again.
Good stuff from both sides, but no goal just yet. As we approach 1 minute 30 on the clock. Smash there from Semantic on the right-hand side, following through again. Pops the Clay Pigeons, finds Gero again. Drage with the pickup, passing the ball through to Lenan. He can pass it to himself, shield it off as well. But there's a huge connection from Meow, and it stops him in his tracks.
Nobody alive on the side of Foot Esports as they have these robotic rats just following now, and he might be able to walk this one in. Doesn't have the time to do so as all three of them spawn at the same time. That would have been a lot of DPS to the face. But Drage just trying to control this aggression and just dash out a little bit. Gadget was popped there by Linane, didn't get any slows off it, but still surviving on. Ball in the corner, they might just be waiting this one out, but there's a lovely super once more from Meow.
He's landing them pinpoint precision at the moment. Lenan's gonna get absolutely melted there. Goes down and it's not gonna have super coming back in either. Drage just doing his best, just trying to keep something afloat here. But that connection onto Semantic as well. We'll see him down to 362 HP, and the Sandstorm is still there. He can't go into it. Has to waste super. Well, I say has to, doesn't need to, but does. And therefore, Zeta can start to push us forwards, and everyone's going to be very full HP by the time the ball gets to Naui's feet. And that is a goal for Zeta with 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Zeta Division. Speed zone going to be placed down, and Linane starting to aggress. They need something special, and it might be here. Shelly super there, but he passes it forward instead. Maybe. They get the save, and the push out, but Linane, he's got his super. They should surely be a wall because he's going to go on his stuns. He doesn't. Pops it, gets the super, gets the shield, and gets the goal.
Just in the nick of time, low HP and 10 seconds left. Foot equalized this one out. It's going to go to overtime. A tough matchup as well for Lenan and Naui in that respect, and they might be more susceptible. But look at this, Zeta are storming it through. Nothing Drage can do, and that's been Zeta taking the first game.
All that effort for 5 seconds of overtime to be closing it out. Rough stuff there for Foot Esports. But Zeta Division do come out on top, and they look like the dominating team all the way throughout. I don't feel like Foot's comp's that bad, though. I definitely feel like they've got some legs in this game. They've got a bit of a foot in the door, be able to play this one back nicely, then they might be able to get a bit of a win out of this one. Clay Pigeon being used early on there. Not finding too many connections, but a good slow from Linane. Answered by a nice shot from the Squeak there. And another super coming out, Semantic. And it's more of the same, it's just Foot on defense so often.
Yeah, Semantic does need to cycle, though, and get these pushes down, because in this early game, but maybe he wants to keep them there for Lenan to get that kind of value off the back of the unfriendly Gadget. Beautiful stuff from him, but it will push the ball forwards. A couple of takedowns for Zeta will mean that Foot have got to respawn back in, but Semantic has found Naui, and that is a good sign. Goes down now, but it's valuable time for his team.
Yeah, Drage got a super back as well, just wasted quite quickly, and needs to try and cycle this one back because his mobility is definitely going to be hit hard. Super come out of Meow there, not sure if that was the best, but Drage still goes down anyway. Linane just trying to pursue Jira, but not really showing too much for it. Just keeps on going down over and over again, and Semantic seems to be the only one really playing anything in this game.
Oh my word, Foot are dropping like flies. Zeta pushing forwards now as well under the Sandstorm. Lenan's going to go down as well. That's terrible. It's going to be Semantic on his own. But what a great connection onto Naui. Now he heals up at the back of the gadget, though. Ball! He tries to go for the trick shot around it. Was that necessary?
I don't think it was intended, never mind necessary, but now it's fought on the offensive. Super available in Lenane's hands. That should be a walk, surely. Flip the script, and they're the ones going aggressive. The stun's there, but Lenane still is as well. The defense once again, and Zeta survive.
Passed it to the wall to try and evade the stun, but it wasn't enough, and we got defenses on both sides of the field. No goal yet on either side. There's 1 minute now, fast and going into things. 50 seconds now. Nan's going in aggressive, wants to get his revenge in that situation. Gets one. Will he find Meow? Cheeky around the corner, but Drage will clear up aisle 5 on the left and scores.
35 seconds left for Zeta Division to get a response, or it's going to be even. Clay Pigeon and the last one from Semantic there. Super throw forward. Drake might be able to grab this ball. Doesn't find the answer. Doesn't find the goal, but the super available now. Needs to just pass it off. But 2 of them go down, and it's just Semantic.
Yeah, now too low to really make anything of it, and leaving then Semantic just on defense. Oh no, for the shot, and that's actually going to provide a great opportunity for Foot to be able to defend this now.
Yeah, I feel like there was an opening there. Valid attempt at a goal, but Lenane's on the defense. Super's available there as well. Might throw onto Lenane to get him down. He goes Robotic Rats there too. Shelly and Stu on the defense versus the other two. The pass, but it goes straight to Semantic's hands. Foot steal the win, and it's 1-1 in Brawl Ball.
My word, Foot towards the end of that matchup. We're in trouble. Drage went down. It was just Semantic to hold fort, but he did. Got the ball clear, and that keeps things alive in this set. My word, though, such a close affair. Whoever takes this game will take the first set.
Slow down from Lenane, gets a few shots off, but not really a lot for it. Drage pushed up, and he might be able to have an opening here. The 2 shots, he misses the shot, he had his super as well. Fumbles all day long in Brawl Ball in the European region.
Tough one there for Drage, not able to find the value that he was looking for, but it's still early days in this game. 20 seconds to pass, plenty more opportunities I'm sure still to come, and this could be one right here. The stun though will shut him down, not able to do much there. Semantic going to keep the aggression on Meow, who's actually going to go down, but then the squeak shots will seal the deal from beyond the grave onto Semantic. Now I'm going to keep trying to aggress this, but nonetheless, Zeta defending well.
Yeah, chill pill there from Naui, great stuff from him, but Drage just blindly walked into that sandstorm there, knowing full well that Gero was going to be in it, and fed him a little bit back. Robotic Rats come out, and that's going to be Drage falling down with the shot following up too. Semantic's quite low, follow very, very low now, but the Band-Aid does pop, and Lenane just a walking super battery.
This is a potential opportunity here for Zeta. They clear up 2, and there's 3 men still surviving on. Now is the last chance of hope. Fires go, the pass is there to Naui. Pass back, oh my word, the footwork on Zeta's side there was phenomenal.
That was either the most calculated thing I've ever seen or the luckiest thing I've ever seen. Let's go with calculated. Super comes through from Semantic, but Lenane can't really aggress too much, and now they're in a tough spot. A minute left, and Drage gonna fall too. It just seems like it's just Semantic doing all the defense and all the offense from this side, trying to get his super back in. The Clay Pigeon was there, I mean the Band-Aid, but they didn't manage to make anything from it.
Almost got it though. I've realized there's actually a bit of a graphical thing going on here with the Leon lollipop drop. That's what's been throwing me off a little bit in this sandstorm. A bit of a patch potentially for that later on down the lines. Ball in the pocket though, 1 goal for Zeta, and Foot have got to find some momentum now to push back and get towards it. Drage goes down there. The Nun is going to be scrutinized heavily so, as all 3 members of Zeta survive on in the sandstorm, and they are shutting this down.
Speed zone's there and waiting, but Semantic not able to get much done. Instantly brought low, Drage low as well. I mean, Lenane's just going to be walking forward, but what can he do against 3? Gets his super, doesn't even get Naui, can't even secure 1 kill, 15 seconds, and Foot Esports have dropped this set.
Yeah, I just cannot see a way at all as Foot are pushing his singularities. Got to push us a team unit to be able to even get close to that ball with the comp they're running, and that is going to be a convincing way to start things off from Zeta. They will take the first set.
Yeah, it was a good showing, but Foot had their moments. Just didn't seem as composed as the Zeta boys, and we saw that as well when that passing play was just beautiful, really it was. Managing to understand who had the most HP at each time and how to pass it around and get it through the Rosa. It worked an absolute treat for them, and they managed to get the Brawl Ball set because of it. So Zeta Division going to be 1-0 up, and in a great spot going forwards. Want to keep undefeated today.
Still amazes me every time to watch Zeta off the back of these victories looking just so stone cold. I mean, they really are just completely dialed in the zone. you know, it's just a real example, isn't it, really, of what greatness can look like. We've seen it in Southeast Asia time and time again. Very, very humble over there as well, and just focusing on the objective at hand. You know, not massively huge characters, no big screaming and shouting around, just literally just performing through their thumbs and making it count there.
Yeah, well, it's going to have to be a bit of an answer now from FUT Esports. They've had a bit of a tough day, back and forward, bit of back and forward. They lost the first, came with a bit of redemption in the second, but now they have got that top 3, but at the same time, they still want to climb even further, get that seeding a bit better as they'll be coming in through that lower bracket, which is not what they want at all, especially when they pretty much guarantee worlds if they get top 2. Only having one life is not good.
Not good at all. Potentially more pressure for them, but still a chance to turn this around. It was a very close set for the most part. Towards the end, things I think just got a little bit out of control for FUT, and against the clock, you know, when you're behind on the objective, never an easy thing to come back from and turn around in the last available moment. But I feel like the drafting was better that time round. You know, FUT got what they wanted, I felt, and Zeta had a very good time against them in that regard as well. Both sides creating opportunities for themselves and some just fantastic defenses, some great offenses also.
Yeah, there was some wonderful moments. A few fumbles here and there we saw throughout. Maybe a few goals could have been created, but at the same time, yeah, this one here, yeah. I feel like that just should have been a goal. We had a few seconds before the ammo came back as well, but understanding it's a bit of a stressful situation right there. But, you know, having your super and stuff as well, I feel like that maybe should have been a goal. And then that passing play there through Lane was gorgeous as well from Zeta Division.
Yeah, probably my favourite one, actually, just because it's to do that. You know, pass the ball around the entire team and still secure the goal. And, you know, that's opening the door for 3 potential mistakes, not just one. And each time it was pinpoint precision. As players gear themselves up for our next map and mode. Should be hot zone and open zone up next, and you know, a very, very open map, of course, as the name would suggest, and a chance to really get out some of the heavy hitters early on. I think for me, kind of got a ban Squeak here. I think Bell is a safe pick, not really banned in that respect, but nevertheless quite high up in the draft rates. But Colette I've seen a lot in sort of scrimming processes here, which is a bit risky, but it can work out kind of well. And overthrowing the zone, Pam, Poco, all those kinds of heavy healers are going to go a long way there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a few of these long-range brawls are definitely going to be extremely solid. Even tanks can slide in here and there, to be honest with you. Possibility of a bit of loot that we saw from A&R just now. But at the same time, you surely got to expect FUT Esports to go for a bit more of an aggressive kind of route, and I think that's exactly what they should be doing as well. Try to take Zeta by surprise. Well, it's not by surprise knowing that FUT are going to come in with an aggressive comp, right? But even if you know it's coming, it's like Navi of 2021. It's just so hard to deal with even if you know it's there.
Yeah, that is the thing. I think Stu as well. Get that one out of the way. More often than not, it's always the one that I ban in Power League, to be honest. It's, with the speed zone gadget, just provides too much of a threat. But a lot of options for sure. Open zone opens up the doors to a great amount of brawlers. It's very versatile in that respect, and also in that same regard can open the door to a lot of issues that you're not expecting. Also, Amber definitely going to have a great time there also. But again, the way that Zeta have been playing today is just so confidently. It's looking better and better for them. Downtime though might be the very thing that FUT Esports want to have on their side. They can then just start to reflect a bit better on the situation, but they can also then lead into their mental a bit in a negative way and just have them dwell on the situation.
Yeah, well, that is the question we've been asking all day, whether or not the breaks in between games or even in between sets are helping or, you know, hurting the team that's behind. And I feel like that's definitely something that needs answering. Maybe we should ask the players, because in my eyes, I feel like even if you lose, going back-to-back is not a bad thing. You're in the zone, you know, you're focusing down, you're ready to play. And I think stopping and, you know, the same as in sport and stuff, if you stop and you cool off and then you go back to do it, you're, well, at least I am. Maybe that's just me being incredibly unfit, but...
I'm glad you said it.
But, you know, when you start to cool off, you're a bit less wanting to go back into it, you know?
Listen to yourself. Nonetheless, I've got to say, FUT, you know, they made moments count, but they also made mistakes in that last set, you know? And we didn't really see too many of them earlier today, so that's a little bit concerning, whether it's like just the day as it's gone on getting longer for them, or whether the opposition is something which is causing them more of a problem than it was earlier. But they looked a bit more solid, I would say. And if they can shake that off, then this will be a much closer affair. Bring back a set, get things back to level. That is kind of where they have to be against a team like Zeta, who, as we were saying coming into this one, we haven't really seen this matchup very often. You know, Foot lost to Zeta, of course, in the challenge season to a 1-3 scoreline. And in the BSC, they haven't really ran into each other in monthly finals. I mean, only in qualifiers, realistically, haven't seen a single match from them there in that respect. So those that kind of are siding with Zeta in such a heavy majority, you know, that's the thing. We haven't really seen that much of this occur. In fact, I think the times that Foot face against Zeta in the Kessa Cup, Foot will come out on top and may even have the head-to-head over them over the course of this entire year. But at the moment, Zeta are looking so much more solid when it comes down to just securing the objective when it matters.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta really have been the team to beat, and at the same time, as you say, they haven't really faced each other. We don't know kind of who's good against who and whether Zeta have got weakness against Foot, or if, you know, maybe Foot will be able to pull something absolutely miraculous out of the bag. That's what we're here to find out, whether or not they'll be able to slide themselves up to that 2-1 and bring Zeta down to that exact same number.
Well, I think the draft might be underway. I think I saw the draft on the stage and showing a PAM, like, which would make a lot of sense on Open Zone. So, like, I think that they are in the motions of going through the draft as we speak, and I really love that first pick. I think it was on the side of Zeta that I saw it flash by. It's just such a solid brawler to have. Healing, as we know, in a map like Open Zone is so important, and Poco's so often banned in Hot Zone as just a game mode in general, let alone just the map. So Pam often left forgotten about. Lola coming in a bit today, just simply to add some of that healing qualities off the back of the star power, but I still prefer Pam over it regardless. It's just simply something to sort of patch the wound almost.
Well, I see Semantic sitting down and focusing up, so we should be getting into the game shortly. I imagine the draft has been done. I saw a Pam, but not really much else we've seen. So at the moment, I'm favouring the side with Pam.
What a wise choice. But as we were saying, there's a lot of variety of brawlers that you can bring into this map. Bands with Crow, Stu and Squeak, Lola, Amber and Lou for Zeta. Penny coming in for Zeta. I mean, it can get some okay results, but ultimately we haven't seen really her thriving in the meta recently. And actually that Colette coming in for Foot, like we were saying, coming in.
Yeah, well, nice stuff from Foot so far. Got a bit of a lead, and the majority of players on the map as well, I should say. Super coming from Linane there as well, gets a shield off it. Salty Barrel does tank one shot, but Linane follows up with a beautiful, another Prediction Super too. Gorgeous from him, but there's the Pam turret. It's established and it's doing some work.
Yeah, Nunn almost got Naui there, but those hills coming in so clutch. Samantha just trying to keep the aggression alive, but it's not really going to deter much from Naui and Gary just pushing forwards on his left-hand side. Super for Meow as well, so Samantha can't get too cozy in those bushes. But the Clay Pigeon's gadget not really going to connect from Meow onto Semantic, now a bit more so. Drage in the mid goes down, Lenan goes in with more aggression, but that's important. Now he finally falling, might start to turn things around.
Yeah, Lenan gets super there as well. Gero quite low and pinned back now. Get the super off. Great shots coming in from Foot Esports, pinching down nicely, and they hit the 70% mark as well. 50% lead plus at that as well. Another gotcha gadget pop by Lenan. It's going to be his last one. It hits beautifully. The Rattle Hive hits gorgeously as well. And Meow in a tough spot on the right. 87 and still taking for Foot.
Great connection from Drage, goes down though, making that 2 versus 2. Piggyback there from Semantic, not going to really connect with anything, and Zeta stays standing. 97% though is a scoreline that Foot can absolutely just push and force this one through for. Even that is going to get 2%, so one more super from Lenan, and this one's done regardless.
I never even thought of that, but there
it is!
I've seen that before in my life, but that's beautiful coming there from Lenan. I was like, they've got nothing to jump in. They're going to have to push on. He just gets 2% on a super. I didn't even know that was possible, but it's absolutely incredible to see.
Wonderful stuff from Foot. Getting the first game, but again, in the previous game, and rather the set, that's all they were able to come out with, and you gotta land this. This is gonna be a set really here for Foot. I mean, if they go behind, 2 sets down to Zeta, I will worry so much for them. An early break on the left, as we saw previously, also from Semantic. And Drage trying to find the upper hand here. Got the amplified shot, loses the shield though by shooting it, and that's going to make it that 2 versus 2.
I mean, Lenane's just always here. He's getting scraps up there, so doesn't actually have anything, any ammo left, I should say, and actually shoots that one over. Ooh, super onto that turret, not the best. And now it's actually Zeta who are going to be taking the lead on this one. Much better performance than they have in the last one, pretty much already. Almost that same percentage secured, and Drage low, brought down by the Pam once more. And this is not the same Foot Esports we saw in the last game.
Yeah, the spawn cycle is not favouring them at all, and Lenan using Gotcha Gadget there, it's good. I mean, he's still on his feet for sure, but you want to use that when you're all in the mix and just really just overthrow, take control. And Foot are pushing as individuals again, and we saw this previously. They've got to come together and get out of this spawn cycle trap, because Drage is now low. If he goes down now, he's out of sync, and leaving one person on the zone at once is not going to cut it.
And the name's missed the super there as well, but doing decent now. Pan turret established behind there, but nice Gotcha Gadget there from Lenane. Gets some heals from it, and super thrown out by Griff as well. Great stuff from Semantic. He gets one, and Lenane's going to survive this one out as well. Might need to heal, and that will allow Gero to push. But now Drage has joined him in the mid. Might be able to help, and how fast is this percentage caught up by Foot?
I mean, from what we're seeing, the scoreline of Objective is not really saying the same story, is it? I mean, Foot now are starting to fight us back, but Zeta are on the zone. They're gaining 15% over Foot now, approaching 80%. It's going to be a team wipe here. Now he is low. Semantic pushing the right, and the pinch is there with Lenan, but Lenan's too low. Gero gets the pick up, and Semantic as quickly as that forced away.
But he's still doing well. He's staying alive. He's just staying in the mix, and this is what we say, you know, just stay there until your teammates can join you. And he's still alive. The star power doing a great job. Super throw by me out there. Avoided quite nicely by the name, but it's just not going to be enough. Pam's sticking so healthy on the zone. And Zeta Division, 1 game off 2 sets.
This is what makes Zeta really scary for me, because they kind of learn along the way how to kind of take the opposition and just work around what they're bringing to the table and throw it back at them. And that's kind of what we saw. Foot were a bit all over the place compared to that last game. The objective was still being captured in a nice manner, so I mean, I'm all for it if it gets the results, but in that instance it didn't. This time it has to, realistically.
And they've swapped it up a bit. Drage could be taking this right inside against Meow now. Lenane through the mid against Pam, which is better matchups in my eyes, you know? Like, Colette against Pam's always going to go quite well, but the Scrap Sucker's there, and Lenane gets a few shots. Doesn't even need to use that Gotcha, and the Supers just haven't really been on point since that first game. In the first, beautiful, don't get me wrong, but after that, not been the best, but still, it's working.
The shot's now starting to land better. There's a great super connection from Lenan, gets the kill for it as well. That's kind of what I was thinking to Drage last night, is that Colette's quite a risky one to connect with, but when you do, it can really pop off, and 50% to 0. But now that smash from Meow might change things. 2 versus 2 now. Drage and Semantic have got to hold firm. Semantic low as well, and now he's got all the HP in the world.
Yeah, 55%. It's solid as well. Super thrown down there by Lowy, but did take a bit of a hit there by the piggy bank of Semantic, and with his damage gear gets some good shots onto the Shelly. Lenane over the left-hand side trying to get some heals from the Gotcha Gadget. Meow's going to fall down, and Foot need to push back now if they're going to push back at all. Rattled Hive doesn't hit Gero there, and now Semantic just trying to push up, needs to get this turret down. Not in the best of spots. It's not really hiding from anything, but Zeta's still on lock.
They're bringing this back really nicely on the side of Zeta. They had 0 on the board, and now almost bringing things to tie. And Foot again have lost control, and that's where they've been at their weakest. They've got to come together and push this together. Looking like they might do that. Great slow from Drage, and now Lenan comes in. Much, much better. Pushing back upon Zeta, but now he's so tanky. Semantic's going to have to shred through it. We are literally tied on the scoreline. Now, Foot start to creep a little bit more further forwards.
Yeah, Pam turret's there, though. Might want to play it aggressively, tank some shots from Drage, but actually go defensive. Lenane going to get hit by that penny turret as well, and Drage cleaning that up quite quickly, but they're all so low. Meow's auto-aiming to the right, gets some shots on, but Semantic survives on. 80% to 70. Lenane misses the super, and that's got to be the shot from Gero. He hits it, and now Foot are falling behind.
This is such a crucial time for Zeta to take the lead, because they've got all the control in the world. As we approach 10% needed, it's going to have to be a team wipe, and a quick one of that for Foot. And I don't know what they're going to be able to do. They force them away now, but they cannot falter off their feet. Pushing on the right, pushing in the mid. 96 for Zeta to 92 for Foot. But Meow won't be able to creep forwards. He can't do it too much. Oh my word! During the super, Zeta secure it.
I mean, what a set by Zeta, what a comeback that was. The position that Foot were in, was it 60 to 0?
Yeah.
And they managed to bring this one back. It really is incredible. It's a great, great showing from Zeta, really proving their value and showing why they are this #1 seed in BSC. Pretty much the #1 seed joint coming into this one in terms of winning those games in the challenge season. And now they're proving why they deserve to be 3-0 going into tomorrow.
They just cannot be shaken. You know, Zeta are just cold, absolutely cold and rock solid every step of the way. And you know, every team have these moments, and then they're just crushed before the set is seen out. And 2-0 now in favor of Zeta. That's gonna be a really, really tough one for Foot to bite back from. I thought they had it in the bag, honestly. I mean, this was that like final moment, right? But oh my word, Foot could be in trouble now. They really cannot miss a step.
Yeah, 3 in a row is what's needed by Foot Esports, and that's a tough ask against any team. Never mind Zeta Division. But we'll see if they're able to do it, or if Zeta will close this one out in 3. They've got now 3 sets to be able to close this one out, and Foot has to win every single one of them if they want to bring this back home and make themselves 2-1 along with SK Gaming, and what would be Zeta Division if they do manage to win it. But Zeta, they want to stay 3-0.
I'm worried a bit because it's Shooting Star, and I've seen some of its drops on Shooting Star. They're more outrageous on this map than any other.
Bring in the fact.
they like some out there ideas. I'll give them that. I just kind of want to see something more traditional on Shooting Star for me from Foot. And, you know, if they get too creative here, then it could be that 3-0 sweep that Sonny was saying was going to occur and we shut down, and that could be the case.
Listen, if it's a 3-0, it's a 3-0. But I did say it can happen, I just wouldn't predict it. You know, like,
stand to your word.
I'll stand to my word.
Sounds like backtracking to me.
Foot down. I stand by myself. Always.
Well, Foot got Nanny straight away, which is absolutely a Zeta pick. They're going with Gus, bans of Bell, Tick, and Piper, Carl, Artie, and Mortis banned by Foot. So clearly they know something from either the scrims or stats.
Yeah, well, Lola's going to come in as Zeta's second pick here, and I was about to say I like it, but I'm not sure if I do. Against the Nanny, if they can add some more range to this, Brock's still on the map as well. Brock's still available, and we haven't seen it picked by the 3rd. That surprises me. I imagine maybe they'll kind of reach towards that, but at the same time, then Zeta can just go aggressive. You know, they've got the Gus, they can pair that with something quite aggressive, and that'll be dangerous for Foot to deal with if they do go for the Brock. But I just can't imagine Shooting Star not being banned and a Brock not being picked.
Well, I was thinking earlier this month that the EMEA region have never really championed Lola, but they do all the time in Southeast Asia. And I think they might be coming around to it a bit more now and starting to realize that since that favorable buff to the Silver the Kiss star power, those heals are actually really quite useful to have and put the ego behind yourselves. For Squeak, you know, always going to be pretty decent. Eve coming in, which we're seeing a bit more of a rise up in Shooting Star specifically. I don't mind it. The hatchlings, you know, realistically with the quadruplets gear, that's where she can really thrive. And, you know, if you're finding yourselves on the ropes, coming in with that is going to be tough. But Sprout, final pick for Zeta. I don't mind it here. I don't mind it, and clearly they are confident with it as it is their 3rd and final. So, I mean, in terms of those peeps though, those walls can go down. It can cause, you know, an issue for those connections. And I think it's gonna be semantic on that Nanny. From recollection, they don't tend to have the best win rate when it comes to playing Nanny on maps.
Well, at the end of the day, they did win on save zone with Nanny, right? So
true.
Maybe they do.
Today.
Maybe the win rate today is good.
Yeah.
Other than that, not so much. Drake getting hit so hard off the start, and a couple of more Sprout shots that have seen his demise. But Semantic pushing up his left-hand side, and Residue through the mid. I like that from Drake. Should secure the blue.
Yeah, we'll get it. Oh, just about. The overgrowth was just there. Maybe Meow would have got a securing of that takedown, but Semantic low. Yeah, gonna go gadget away. I don't mind that. I think it's the safe approach. Gets a couple of taps, gets super, most importantly, for those taps, and now looking at how low Drage is, those hatchlings can come in at a better time to try and alleviate some of this pressure, because Zeta are coming out the gates pretty strong for me.
Yeah, they've definitely been more aggressive, but Gero managed to heal up there after Linane hit him with that super. And now he's going forwards. Kooky Popper's there, return to sender was as well, but the shield popped there by Gero. I do like that, keeps him alive. Semantic's low, getting pinched in, has to use his second jump already. Getting followed up on, might be able to throw the super down, but Sprout might be able to take it also. Drage low, Linane low, and Zeta dominating.
The Sprout pick is working out so well for Zeta. You know, it just gets rid of the hatchlings before they can spawn in, and the walls as well. Going to be a problem for the Peep, and Meow's already proven that. He might do it again in just a minute, but now he will tank it. Don't necessarily mind that, but he's down low to 750 HP. Healing up accordingly now as Foot push in. There's only 1 star in it though, and if Foot can start to bring this one back, Drake went forwards quite aggressively there, but was able to survive on, and Semantic low, everyone pretty low for Foot, and forced back. Gary's going to survive there as well.
I got to bring it back to that play from Meow. He used the wall, he recycled it and tanked the squeak super with it. That was beautiful to stay alive there and not give this lead further to FUT Esports. Gero's got a shield though, and that can be dangerous in these closing seconds. War from Meow available as well, and that can be big things. Residue thrown through this mid, and now they're going to have to use the left. Shield used as well, and Lane might be Kooky Popper. Down in air, it hits. There's no trade so far. Return to senders there. Semantics low. Gero's running a straight line up the map instead of back, and Zeta match point.
FUT have got to respond to this, or this series is done and dusted. They had the lead for the most part of that game, but it just wasn't enough to hold themselves in those final moments. And that Sprout pick, I really do like it. It's causing a huge problem for FUT more often than not, but you've got to hold on to those stars. They try and get a better lead as well to hang on to, but Zeta are just looking so fierce here. Drage, low Semantic goes down. Could be a double kill. It is. 4 stars and the blue Lenan Kafoi return to sender though. Brings it back in favor of FUT. Wow.
I mean, I've never seen a gadget do so much in terms of like,
yeah.
in terms of how much it swayed the game. Got the kill, got the blue star, moved everything over to FUT Esports, but a wall comes down. Not the best from Meow, but at the same time, not terrible either, because FUT is still quite heavily in spawn. Through come these hatchlings from FUT, but not really doing too much for them. There's now a bit more pressure coming through, and they've got the wall. They're only literally the blue star behind, and we know what happened last time when they had FUT in spawn.
Zeta are so good in those final moments, you know, at just staying calm. Keep coming in to try and alleviate the situation. Wall again, though, from Meow as he's landing them time and time again. And Zeta with that pickup on Drage get an 8-star on the board, 4-star lead then. And FUT have got to respond now with 1 minute on the clock, and that's not where they wanted to be at all.
Yeah, well, Lenane quite low as well, and this is not good. Gero's continuing to aggress because he knows that his death doesn't really matter too much. Shield used as well, and now Semantic really pushing forwards. Taking heavy fire, wall available to shut that avenue off as well. But obviously can levitate over the ground, and there's 2 kills. This is all Zeta at the moment.
Beautiful pinching between Nowie there and Meow, and Meow's the MVP for me, but then Drage goes down again, extending the lead also in favor of Zeta. They've got to surely secure this now. I mean, it's going to be a miracle here from FUT to turn this one around.
A miracle, aka Nowie and Gero going down. It's not that far off. They just need a couple of kills. Drage trying to push forward now, and the wall's still available from Meow, but Semantic, what can he do against this? He's still got another super to tank these spawnables as well. Pushing forwards, and he's low. Drage low as well, but Semantic jumping forwards. Down they go, and Zeta Division 3-0, and FUT only 1-2.
What a day for Zeta! On top of the region all year long, and on top of day 1. Going into day 2, looking like the team that could very well take it all. They haven't really skipped a beat today. I mean, against A&R, the closest matchup they really had. After that, it was smooth sailings, more and more so along the way.
Yeah, it really was. That's FUT Esports down in the 3rd seed then. Let's see. Let's have a chat with some of Zeta.
Großen Applaus an Zeta Division.
A huge round of applause for Zeta Division, the winners of the final match of the day.
Ja, das finale Match ist entschieden. Match Nummer 6 is done and dusted with a clean sweep.
Yeah, I mean, that was blisteringly fast. All of the games up until the last couple have gone on as long as they possibly could, but you guys just smashed it. How are you feeling after ending the day with such a decisive win?
Wie geht es euch, nachdem ihr den Tag mit so einem klaren Sieg beenden konntet?
It feels great. Every time we need to win 3-1, 3-2, and 3-0, also in BSC, so we're super happy to dominate.
Ja, wir sind absolut glücklich darüber, das Matchup so dominiert zu haben, und natürlich so ein 3-0, das schmeckt immer sehr gut.
All right, I'm gonna get straight to the point. Is Zeta Division gonna win tomorrow?
Ja, also kommen wir direkt mal zum Punkt. Wird Zeta morgen hier als Champion vom Parkett gehen?
Yes.
Ganz einfache Antwort, jawohl. Mein Gott, was für eine Begegnung. Nochmal einen großen Applaus für die Sieger von Match Nummer 6, Zeta Division!
Apparently, yeah, the winners of the tournament already decided, well, We will be finding out tomorrow, but that is all matches finished for the day. And to wrap up, let's go back to the casters.
Genau so sieht's aus. Ja, so wie es aussieht, haben wir schon unseren Gewinner, wenn es nach Zeta geht. Aber wir werden es morgen natürlich noch mal genauer herausfinden. Das war's von Dan und mir am heutigen Abend. Aber unser Desk, der wartet noch auf euch mit einer großartigen Analyse des finalen Matches. Ab geht's.
Talk about a fantastic way to close out the day for Zeta Division here. I mean, you guys said it might not be possible to get the 3-0 depending. Zeta was making sure it was happening, Trav.
Yeah, they really were. It was a bit of a difficult one there for Foot, I feel. Just did not seem like themselves. I mean, in a few of the hot zone games, they looked pretty good. They started to maybe feel like they were going to make a bit of a comeback. They dominated one of the games so close on another one. But at the end of the day, they just couldn't get it done. And then they got dominated down there in Shooting Star.
Yeah, you know, Trav was saying that, you know, he wouldn't have predicted it, but nonetheless, you know, Sonny nailed it.
Yeah.
3-0 sweep, and Foot Esports are going to have a very good night's sleep tonight to rekindle things, because, you know, they are going to be now in a really tough spot. And looking ahead of things, you know, Zeta, SK, they've come out, and they've come out in a big way here. They mean business. They want to take it all, and I feel like Foot coming into the day could have well been that team to be at the top, and that's not looking like the case at the moment. I think they're a bit behind, actually, to be completely honest, as the stats there very convincing in favor of Zeta, certainly in terms of the stars, and that's where the objective really is won and lost in Bounty. I mean, a bit more damage, but it just looks so clean.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter what happens in Bounty as long as the stars are on the side of the winning team, then that means it's gone well for them. 23-7, big stuff from them, whereas Foot Esports, they got both the blue stars as well, but couldn't manage to bring it back at the end of the day. And I mean, with them being now 1-2, it puts them in 3rd seed, and that means that pretty much SK have to win, I believe, to be able to secure themselves that world spot, which is a big ask.
Well, we're talking about it. We'll take a look at it here in just a moment. Like we mentioned earlier, ANR was the team that did not make their way through today. Our top 3 are SK, Zeta, and Foot. Like you just mentioned, Trav, when we take a look at the leaderboard, it will be Foot, who is now in that 3rd spot here, 1 and 2 on the leaderboard. Zeta, nice clean 3-0 sweep for the overall to match their last match on the day. I mean, this is kind of what you guys had pretty much hinted at happening all day after we saw the performances out of SK and Zeta at the top of the day here, Ark. So, I mean, it feels about where it's supposed to be, right?
Yeah, I mean, looking in the first match, when I was backstage, I was like, okay, this is the exact opposite of what I was thinking was going to happen. But then we saw ANR not quite solidify that first set, and then we saw that back and forth continuously going on, but it didn't avail to sets, and unfortunately for them, not a win on the board. So, you know, it was always a really tough thing coming in without your full roster. I think under the circumstances, they actually exceeded all of my expectations. But nonetheless, yeah, going to be going home today. Won't be seeing them tomorrow. For Esports, again, better have a good night's sleep and turn things around overnight, because that's literally all they've got to do now.
But at least they have that time. At least now they're not going straight into another match, able to do a little bit of reflection before we get into tomorrow, because that's when even more is on the line for these teams. Like you mentioned, Trav, if SK want to take that 3rd spot when it comes to Worlds, they're going to have to win the whole thing. After we saw the performance out of Zeta, that's going to be a pretty tough mountain. So it's not just Foot that needs to go back and kind of reconsider everything. SK is going to be looking at the matches and what they could have possibly done better, especially when it comes to going up against Zeta. I think everyone's going to want to try and take Zeta down, even if they can, just to say that they did at this point, Ark.
Yeah, and honestly, for me, I think that it's a scary prospect for me that SK coming into tomorrow could very well take home all the money, win Season 3, and deprive Foot Esports of a World Finals appearance in the BSC. I mean, if that's not goals, I don't really know what is. And when there's something that big on the line, teams can do very dangerous things.
I will say at the same time, though, everything's in Foot's hands. Even if they're in the lower bracket, if they beat Zeta or SK, whoever drops down, then they're going to Worlds. It's all in their hands. They don't have to kind of sit and watch in the wings. And I mean, they might have to do if they lose, but just win. Just win. Just win.
Lots on the line for these teams. We'll take a look at the schedule for tomorrow so you all at home know what is in store, which teams are going to be playing when, so that you can kind of set your clocks. All right, we'll be kicking off the day with our upper bracket final, which of course will be between Zeta and SK. If you're wondering how that's going to work, because Foot was in 3rd place, it means they'll be waiting in that lower bracket final to see which squad drops down that they have to face off against to try and keep their hopes and dreams alive of making it through all the way to the grand final and that massive $20,000 prize, plus the title of the Challenge Champions, Trav.
Yeah, it's a big thing. It's a big thing for all these teams to not only win, but I mean, obviously Zeta have already got their spot at Worlds, but SK and Foot, it's now down to those two. We've lost A&R, they've already gone, but they've locked themselves LCQ. They're going to be pretty pleased about that. It's not like their year's over. They're still going to be competing for that world spot. Yeah. They've just got a bit of a longer route.
Yeah. All right, well, I mean, that's pretty much everything we have for the day. Obviously, everybody at home, make sure you're following along on all of our social media so you can keep up to date with everything. You can follow us X, Instagram, Facebook, so you don't miss a single second of all of our Snapdragon Pro Series action. And on top of that, we've got our community Discord, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, to hang out there, talk all things Brawl Stars, and, you know, get more updates for all the cool stuff we've going on. Before I say goodbye, I want to get some final thoughts from the two of you on how everything went today.
It's been a great day. Everything, I think, kind of went as expected. Coming into this, I feel maybe it was pretty clear Zeta were going to come out on top, I feel, at least in that #1 seed. I kind of had Foot maybe in that second one, but after those first couple of games we saw SK play, I think it was pretty obvious who the top dogs were in this one, and I think it's seeded where it should be.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think, like, I was expecting Foot to have a bit of a better performance, as I'm sure they are as well upon reflection. It was like the same results that I was more or less thinking, but just we went a bit of a diversion towards getting there, you know, because I wasn't expecting A&R to get a 3-2 against Zeta, as I don't think anyone else was really.
It was just an exciting day in general, which means tomorrow is going to be even crazier. So you guys are going to have to tune in and make sure you check out all of the action, because our top 3 teams continue to battle it out tomorrow here for the title of Challenge Season 3 champions, as well as the prize pool, as well as that 3rd place spot to Worlds. There's a lot riding on what happens tomorrow, so you have to come back, check it out. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL for helping to make this whole thing possible. To everybody here at Gamescom and all of you at home watching, thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
gotta get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
to get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level.